Hey everyone, welcome back. So happy you're here for part 2 of Wings of Starlight by Allison Saft. Things are starting to get really good, and I'm excited to keep going with you. Just a little reminder, if you're loving the story so far, definitely think about grabbing your own copy of the book. It's such a great way to support the author and have the story all to yourself. Plus, books just feel special when they're yours. Also, thank you so much for all the love and support you've been giving the channel. It means so much to me. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss anything. And if you're already here, you're the best. Thanks for hanging out with me. Alright, let's get into it. Chapter 11. Minutes before sunset, Clarion stood at the border, draped in her new coat. She stared hard at the other side, the dwindling light glittering on the snow, the shadows pulled beneath the firs, the dense swirl of flurries. Her fingers trembled as she did up the delicate buttons of her coat, and she couldn't entirely tell if it was excitement or nerves that had her so rattled. A very practical solution you've found. Clarion startled at the sound of Milori's voice. The snowshoes slung over her shoulder clattered together at the sudden movement. Please don't sneak up on me like that. Milori landed on the bridge with the faintest glimmer of amusement in his eyes. My apologies, he said, although he really didn't sound all that sorry. She was beginning to suspect he really did appear with the wind. She laid a hand over her chest and confirmed that her heart was indeed still beating. It's all right. In truth, she found it rather difficult to muster a glare when he was looking at her like this. The mirth had faded from his expression, and he studied her now with a curious mixture of hope and trepidation. A gust of wind brushed the loose snowfall from the branches and swept his white hair over his shoulder. Are you ready? Was she ready? The prospect of crossing frightened her more than she cared to admit. The sensible part of her, smothered as it was beneath her excitement and determination, worried about the dangers. She trusted Petra, but not even she could make a coat impervious to things like tears or water. One careless mistake could cost Clarion her wings. But deeper down, she worried what it would feel like to finally cross the border. Would winter still hold its allure once she set foot in it? Just a moment. Clarion hastily tugged on her boots and mittens, then strapped on her snowshoes. When she finished, Milori took a step back to give her clearance. She stared down at the border, where the very tips of her boots grazed the lacy line of frost. She willed herself to cross, and yet, she felt rooted to the spot. I can't do it with you staring, she blurted out. Would you like me to turn around? She scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. She closed her eyes and did her best to ignore him. She stood close enough to the border that the faintest sensation of cold washed over the tip of her nose. All she had to do was take a single step forward. She would be fine. Clarion drew a deep breath and sighed it out, then realized a moment too late that she probably looked extraordinarily foolish. When she opened her eyes, Milori was watching her with another one of those curiously teasing looks. What? She demanded. Nothing at all. His eyes glittered, and her treasonous heart fluttered at the sight of his smile. Do you need help? No, sir. She tried her best not to sound offended. I do not need your help. Perhaps a pull is the better word? That did not sound any better, but she refrained from comment. Milori extended a hand to her. Clarion could do nothing but stare at it for a few moments. What is this? He held her gaze. Just trust me. Very tentatively, she took it, and was surprised to find that his skin was pleasantly cool. She didn't know what she was expecting. That he would be carved from ice, too? That his very touch would freeze her, even through her mittens? No, he was just like her, flesh and bone. Both of them lingered, their hands a bridge between worlds. Then, with a gentle tug, he guided her through. As Clarion passed through the veil of snow, she bit down a gasp. The temperature plummeted as winter enfolded her. When she opened her eyes again, she had left everything she knew behind. Despite herself, she let out a breathless laugh and looked up at Milori. This close, she was struck by the true color of his eyes, a stormy gray, with the faintest touch of glacial blue. She could see his expression softening as he gazed back at her, and she was still holding his hand. Heat flooded her face. Clarion all but snatched her hand back. Sorry, and, thank you? It's not worth mentioning. He flexed his fingers as if working out a cramp, then took a single step back from her. The snow crunched beneath his weight. Snow. She was really in the winter woods. Some of her embarrassment forgotten, Clarion tipped her head back to the sky and spun in a slow circle. Clouds drifted overhead in a thick gray sheet, limned by the fiery light of sunset. She opened her mouth to catch the falling snowflakes, and they melted on her tongue almost instantly. She was so strangely delighted with it all, she didn't know that she'd ever felt so giddy. Is it what you expected? There was a touch of surprise in his voice. Her breath plumed in the air, and even that was wondrous. It's beautiful. For a moment, he did not reply. If she didn't know better, she'd say he looked almost flustered. There's a lot more to see. Follow me. All right, she said, hoping she didn't sound too eager. And with that, he led her into the forest. Only the crunch of their footsteps and the soft rustle of wind-stirred branches filled the silence. Clarion found she didn't mind it. The quiet here wasn't eerie but almost cozy, as though all the world were asleep. She had expected desolate landscapes and swathes of monochrome, lifeless earth. But everything was spectacular, from the intricate pattern of frost on the leaves to the sunlit icicles hanging from the trees. Here, everything sparkled, as magical as pixie dust. Soon, the terrain grew rockier and steep. Her breaths came heavier, puffing out of her in little white clouds. Wind rushed down the mountainside, sending the tails of her coat whipping behind her. The fur lining of her hood tickled her cold-stung face. She was certain she was bright red. Milori, meanwhile, remained as pale as the snow-covered earth. He flushed neither from exertion or the chill. Even as they ascended, he did not fly but insisted on walking alongside her. Stubbornly chivalrous, she noted. After what felt like hours, they crested the peak of one of the mountains. What she saw stole her breath away. From here, she could see all the winter woods sprawled out before them. It was a land of brilliant white and deepest green, with rivers and lakes clearer and bluer than she'd ever thought possible. In the distance, she could see the winter fairies' homes carved from ice and molded from snow, gleaming in the moonlight and glowing softly from within. How had anyone thought this place so terrible? Here it is, he said softly. She could hear the reverence in his voice so plainly, one she felt, too. What was there to say, really? She'd never seen anything quite like it. After a moment, he added, our destination is the Hall of Winter. You can see its glow from here. He pointed, and Clarion squinted to see a faint aura of blue gilding a distant mountainside. That's a long way to walk. He flashed her a small smile. There's a faster way to travel. If you suggest carrying me. Certainly not. He looked almost insulted, which made her grin. I take it you don't have sledding in the warm seasons. Sledding, she echoed. He approached the base of a fir, where a few wooden planks carved into circles leaned against its trunk. He dusted the snow off 2 of them and carried them over to her. Clarion did her best not to look utterly perplexed. What are those? He plopped them down on the ground at her feet. Sleds. I see, she said, but she did not see at all. And what do we do with these? We ride them down the mountain. Clarion gawped at him. What? That's absurd. He shrugged and climbed onto one of them. We'll see. It's been a very long time since I've done this. You're serious, then, she said disbelievingly. All she could think about was just how high they'd climbed, and just how slick the hard-packed snow beneath her feet was. Forget nightmares. This would surely be the end of her. She couldn't deny that the obvious foolishness of the prospect made it more enticing. When was the last time she'd gone on a real adventure? This is a common pastime among winter fairies? During happier times, yes. He looked up at her through his eyelashes. Of course, if you'd prefer, we can walk. No. No need. Clarion did indeed feel ridiculous as she perched on the other sled. There were rough-spun ropes looped into holes drilled onto each side, what Milori informed her were meant to pass for handholds. And now what? We go. What does, hey? He did not wait. With a smirk, one she very much resented, given how it made her stomach twist into an impressive knot, he pushed off the ground. His sled edged closer to the slope of the mountain and then careened down. Well, there was nothing else to do but follow him. Determined not to think about how dangerous this was, Clarion went after him. The terror, and the rush, was immediate. She had never flown this fast in her life. The forest rushed by in streaks of green and white, and the snow hissed below her. Her stomach bottomed out as the sled skipped over the snowbanks and slick ice, threatening to overturn midair, but she kept a steady course. The wind whipped at her face and tore her hair from its braided coronet. It came loose around her shoulders, fluttering wildly around her. Snow, knocked from the branches overhead, crashed to the ground. At the bottom of the slope, Milori was climbing out of his sled, too slowly. Clarion was going to crash headlong into him. Look out, she shouted. He glanced up. Without hesitation, he took flight, neatly avoiding her. She whizzed by him only to strike an embankment. The sled soared into the air, then hit the ground hard. The force of the impact threw Clarion from her seat. With a cry of surprise, she went tumbling out of the sled and landed directly into a cushion of deep snow. Clarion! For a moment, she lay there, staring dazedly up at the sky. I'm alive. That's good. Milori's face soon eclipsed her view. And you're all right? I think so. When her senses returned to her, she crawled out of the clarion-shaped hole she'd left in the ground. He offered a hand to her. This time, she took it without hesitation and allowed him to pull her to her feet. Snow caked her wild hair and clung to her eyelashes. His expression was so full of concern. She couldn't help laughing. How exhilarating that had been. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had such pure, silly fun. For just 1 minute, she was not the soon-to-be queen of Pixie Hollow. She was just a fairy playing in the snow. Milori stared at her with a peculiar expression. What is it? She asked. Nothing, he said hastily. He reached for a loose strand of her hair, and she stopped breathing entirely. For a moment, she thought he meant to tuck it behind her ear or brush off the ice that clung to it. But he must have thought better of it, for his arm dropped back to his side. She reminded herself sharply not to be disappointed. "It's just, you seem different here. It suits you." "Oh." Clarion took a step closer to him and injected a challenge into her voice, if only to conceal that thwarted spark of yearning. "What is that supposed to mean?" "Ah," he said. "There you are." She glared up at him, but he did not back away from her. If anything, the space between them seemed to shrink as he considered her. "I only mean to say that you seem happy here." His tone turned almost gentle. "It's nice." How could she not be? In the gathering dark, with someone who saw through her, this seemed to her a place she almost belonged. An entire world made of starlight, glittering in silver. It occurred to her that no one had ever said that about her before. Was she unhappy in the warm seasons? "Thank you." She tucked the wayward strand of hair behind her ear. "Shall we keep going?" Side by side, they set off for the Hall of Winter. Moonlight filtered through the bare branches of the trees and cast Milori with a silver glow. He had a preoccupied frown notched in his brow, as though searching for a way to break her pensive silence. "At last," he said, "I must ask. How did you enjoy sledding?" It surprised her enough that she let out a soft laugh. How serious he made it sound. "I loved it." "Despite your crash landing?" "Maybe even because of it. It made me feel more alive than I have in a long time. I confess, she trailed off. If she finished that sentence, he would almost certainly mock her for it, or at the very least think her ignorant. But she supposed he'd chipped away enough at her armor tonight. "I didn't think winter would be so much fun." He raised an eyebrow. "What, did you think we stood around like ice sculptures?" "It's a reasonable assumption." She tried and failed to keep the indignation out of her voice. "We've only seen you during seasonal transitions. And at a distance. I'll have you know we thought you all to be rather standoffish." He let out a soft huff of laughter. "The feeling is mutual, rest assured." She smiled despite herself. "I asked the queen what she knew of the winter woods, and she told me it was a place crawling with monsters." Just then, another gust of wind lifted the fresh snowfall from the ground. It enshrouded them in white, and pierced her through with cold. Clarion shivered, half from the chill, half from the knowledge that in full dark, nightmares could emerge from the shadows at any moment. "Crawling with monsters," Milori echoed with some wonderment in his tone. "So why did you agree to come here with me if that's what you thought? You could have been attacked. Or I could have spirited you away." "Could you have?" Clarion asked, unable to keep her own amusement out of her voice. "I mean no offense, but you're not very frightening." "No?" He tilted his head at her, and his eyes were practically aglow with something like mischief. "How do you find me, then?" Her face burned, and her heart fluttered. How infuriating, she thought, that a single look from him was all it took to fluster her. Impertinent, for one. Milori seemed quite delighted, judging by the tiny smirk he was clearly trying to keep off his face. "My apologies, Your Highness." "You're forgiven," she said primly, with a cant of her chin. After a moment, she dropped the act and sighed. "Truthfully, I've always wanted to come here. I can see this very mountain from my room. Every night, I look out at it, and I've always thought, I don't know. It must seem silly to you, but I thought it looked sad. I'm glad to know that it's not. It's very much not. Indeed, this close to the village, the twinkling sound of laughter and work songs reached her. Clarion drank it in eagerly. Through the trees, she spied flashes of a river frozen solid. Here and there, she could see fairies dancing across its surface with knives attached to their feet. It was all too puzzling and entirely magical. What are they doing? Milori steered her away from them by the shoulders. Another time, perhaps. You've fallen enough today. The trees gradually thinned, then gave way to a clearing at the foot of the mountain. Clarion stopped dead at the tree line. A massive door, made entirely of ice, loomed before them. It was carved with a snowflake insignia and washed blue in the ethereal light emanating from behind it. This, Milori said, is the Hall of Winter. Wow, she breathed. He guided her toward the door. Great pillars of ice rose from the earth and towered over them, marking the walkway from the woods to the entrance. When they stood before it, Clarion reached out to touch the pane of ice. Milori grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Before she could protest, he said, "Before we go in, I should warn you about the keeper." Clarion stilled. He'd mentioned the keeper once before, in a tone that suggested he commanded respect, and maybe a healthy dose of awe. He paused for a moment. Then, he settled on his warning, "He's eccentric." That was not what she expected. That could mean anything, but she supposed it was not worth pressing the matter. She would see for herself soon enough. "Right," she said. "Understood." Satisfied, Milori laid his hands against the massive doors. The intricate carvings responded to his touch. They lit up, so bright it bathed his face in blue. With a groan, they opened. Clarion tried not to gasp as they passed through the threshold. It was a palace made entirely of ice. The ceiling towered above them, supported by columns of ice and dripping with wickedly gleaming icicles. Sculptures of snowflakes hung suspended above them, emitting that same eerie blue glow. Even the floor was solid ice. It took a moment for her to find her balance and not go sprawling with every step. All around her, the walls were lined with shelves of dark wood. Each one was filled to bursting with books and scrolls and tablets. "This is incredible." Milori was surprised, clearly, for he smiled a little. "It is." His voice, quiet as it was, resonated through the hall, deep and rich. The light played across his face. Clarion had to avert her gaze to keep herself from staring at him. Just then, a long shadow fell across the floor. A terrible sound tore through the silence, a growl. Then, the sound of claws dragging viciously across the ice. A nightmare. Chapter 12. Clarion reached for her magic, and braced herself for the helplessness that would come when it did not answer her. But when the beast emerged from the stacks, it did not bear the sinister aura of a nightmare. It was not made of oily shadows, but of flesh and bone and fur. Hardly reassuring, Clarion thought, when it was staring them down with its lips pulled back from its teeth in a snarl. It stood almost 3 times their height, with a thick gray coat and yellow eyes that bored into the very heart of her. Clarion instinctively scrabbled backward. "What is that?" Milori said, "That's only Fenris." "Only?" How could he be so calm in the situation? "You've named it." "I didn't." Milori extended his hands, as though calling the creature to him. "He's the keeper's wolf." The wolf, Fenris, slumped toward Milori on his belly with his ears pinned flat to his head. When he reached them, Fenris laid his massive chin at Milori's feet and swished his tail against the ice. Clearly, the two of them were friends. Clarion laughed breathlessly, if only to dispel the tension building within her. She had roped Petra into some dangerous schemes, but even she had her limits, or perhaps a scrap of self-preservation. "And you have one of these beasts?" "No." Milori patted Fenris's muzzle. "I've always been partial to owls myself." "Owls?" Clarion could not keep the horror out of her voice. They were dangerous predators, at least in the warm seasons. "The keeper has a soft spot for misunderstood creatures," Milori said after a moment. Now that neither of them was paying attention to him, Fenris let out an aggrieved-sounding sigh. The force of his breath swept Clarion's hair back from her face. "Fenris here is quite harmless. He's still a pup. But even as adults, wolves are skittish and easy to befriend if you have food." "I don't have anything for you." Clarion tentatively scratched his ear. It flicked, as though a fly had landed on it. "Fenris," a good-natured voice called from somewhere in the stacks. "What is all this fuss about?" "Oh." A winter fairy flitted into the atrium. He was short in stature, with a kindly face and hair like a tongue of white fire. He was wearing a rather serious-looking suit, but when his eyes landed on them, his expression lit up with an unbridled, unself-conscious enthusiasm. "Milori." "Keeper." Milori's entire demeanor changed. His answering smile made him seem instantly lighter. "I've brought you someone." This was the keeper? Clarion had expected the keeper of fairy knowledge to be more retiring. The keeper, however, was exuberant. He turned his attention to Clarion, adjusting his spectacles as he came closer. "A warm fairy, eh? It's been a long time since one of those has crossed into winter." "You've seen warm fairies before?" Clarion asked. "Oh, no. I wish. I've read stories, though." Fenris trotted over to the keeper, his tail wagging, and whined softly. The keeper absently patted the top of his head. "Apparently, warm fairies used to come here all the time, way back when. Do a little ice skating, make snow fairies." "That sounds delightful." Clarion had no concept of skating or snow fairies, but the fond way he spoke filled her up with wonder. "I'd love to read those." The keeper brightened. "Well, perhaps later," Milori interjected, clearly sensing a tangent. "She isn't just a warm fairy. Clarion is the queen of Pixie Hollow." "Queen in training," Clarion amended, with a pointed look in Milori's direction. He looked far too pleased with himself. The keeper gawped at her. Then Milori smiled at him, almost indulgently. "Someone can read our book at last." Our book. Clearly, this was something they'd been working on together for a long time. The look on the keeper's face could only be described as exultant. "You can?" "I hope so," said Clarion. The thought of crushing his hopes was almost unbearable. "But I'm not sure yet." "Excellent." The keeper grabbed her by the arm and all but dragged her deeper into the library. "Keeper," Milori groaned, with the long-suffering resignation of someone who knew it was pointless to protest. He followed, with Fenris padding along just behind him. The labyrinthine shelves seemed to rearrange themselves the farther they went. Clarion absently studied them as they passed, the gilded titles illuminated by the ice sconces glowing with soft blue light. At last, they arrived at their destination, a square of empty space, hemmed in on all sides by the stacks. A table filled much of the area, cluttered with piles of books and quill pens. "Wait just one moment," said the keeper. The keeper released her and retrieved a set of gloves from his pocket. After pulling them on, he soared upward, nearly to the ceiling, until he found what he was looking for. He freed a massive leather-bound tome from the shelf, and almost dropped from the weight of it. Clarion held her breath until he brought it safely back to ground level. With utmost care, he laid it on the table. No wonder Milori said he couldn't bring it to the border. It was indeed ancient, with thin, yellowing pages. The cover was peeling and worn, and while Clarion could see there had once been an illustration, the paint had faded with time. All that remained now were strange shapes carved into the leather, shimmering faintly with dormant power. "What is this?" she asked. "I don't know," the keeper said, far more cheerfully than she would have expected. "It's been in the collection for a long, long time. It's written in a lost language. But it's filled with illustrations of nightmares." A shudder passed through her. "What do you need me to do?" "It's sealed with runes that respond to governing talent magic," the keeper replied. "I suspect it's like a cipher. Once you unlock it, you should be able to understand the language it's written in." Dread constricted her throat. "I've never learned to unlock anything with governing talent magic." "Try," he said encouragingly. "It should come naturally. If only." "All right." She reached out to take the book from him, but he gasped. "Swap out your gloves first, if you don't mind. It's very fragile." Milori muttered something that sounded like archivists. Clarion peeled off her damp mittens and slipped on the pair of gloves the keeper handed her. The book was delicate beneath her touch, the spine groaning as she cracked it open. It promptly coughed up a cloud of dust. She leafed through the delicate pages, skimming over the illuminated drop caps and the strange little doodles of monsters in the margins. The illustrations were indeed striking, framing handwriting in a language she had not seen before. Amorphous black shapes with cruel violet eyes stared back at her. Here and there, golden swirls of magic pierced the darkness. She closed the book again, staring down at the gilded runes shining on the front cover. But nothing about them grabbed her. They did not rearrange themselves into meaning. She'd let them down. How could she have ever thought otherwise? She should have told Milori from the start that she couldn't access the full range of her governing talent magic. Her stomach twisted with shame. "I'm sorry. I don't think I can help you." Both their faces fell. "I suppose it was a long shot." Milori's brow furrowed in thought. "But then—" "You have an idea?" the keeper asked. "The runes on the Hall of Winter's doors activate at my touch," he replied. "Perhaps the book will respond to Clarion's." The keeper shrugged. "It's certainly worth a try." "One more try, then." Clarion slipped off her gloves and set them aside. She drew in a deep breath. This was it, she supposed. If this, whatever this was, didn't work, then how could she ever hope to master her magic? No. Just one more try. With trembling fingers, Clarion laid her palm against the surface of the book. Golden light shot out from it. The keeper shouted, half in surprise, half in delight. Even Milori's face was bathed in its warm light, his eyes sparkling with triumph. Clarion withdrew her hand, but something of their wonder had seized hold of her, too. She felt almost giddy, watching the air twinkle with lingering magic. What's happening? Not a clue. Once again, the not knowing seemed to thrill the keeper. Try reading it now. When Clarion opened the book again, the writing on each page glowed gold with her magic. Pixie dust lifted from the ink, glimmering in the darkness like starlight. Through the scintillating haze, the words slowly took shape in her mind. Long ago, when the pixie dust tree was still but a sapling, children's dreams, both good and bad, traveled over Pixie Hollow, she said, or did she? Clarion could hardly tell if the voice she heard was her own, because the words certainly were not. They slipped out as though by recitation, the story unfolded in her mind so clearly, she could almost see it like a reflection on still water. It was a legend, she realized. It went like this. Each night, as they crossed the skies above the never sea, those dreams knotted together and lit up the night like an aurora borealis. In those times, there were dream talent fairies who gathered up the dreams like shorn fleece and brought them back to their homes. All through the night, they spun dreams into thread on their spinning wheels. Come morning, they gathered up their thread and wove it through the branches of the young pixie dust tree so that the children's hopes and wishes protected and nourished the tree as it grew. Spinning dream thread was long, arduous work. Nightmares had to be separated out in the process, for they contained a sinister power. They lay on the workroom floor like scraps of black fabric. In the daylight, they burned away, but one night, a tenacious few escaped the notice of the dream talents. With that glimmer of freedom, they tore through Pixie Hollow. They could change shape like smoke but seemed to remember the shape of the fears that birthed them. Monsters, insects, vicious dogs, any beast a child could conjure, attacked that night. They lashed out with rending claws and teeth. But more terrible still was their magic. Any fairy who was struck by it fell into an unbreakable slumber, tormented by their worst fears. And just before daybreak, when the nightmares would burn away like fog, they found refuge in the darkest places, biding their time until night fell once more. The Queen of Pixie Hollow was consumed with worry for her subjects, and for the fragile pixie dust tree, only just a sapling still putting out its first leaves. The dream talents could not destroy the nightmares, and so, they advised the queen to build a prison, one they would seal with a barrier woven from dream magic. The only question that remained was where to put it. She and her ministers debated for hours, until the queen's dear friend, the Lord of Winter, offered to house it deep in winter, as his realm was farthest from the vulnerable tree. He would watch over it himself to ensure that no nightmare ever again escaped. With that one act, he gained a new title, the Warden of the Winter Woods. One night, the dream talents set a trap for the loose nightmares, ensnaring them in nets of dream thread. They transported them to the winter woods, where the frost talents had bored a hole into a frozen lake. They plunged the nightmares into those dark waters, then laid the tapestry of the dream talents barrier. The moment the frost talents repaired the ice, sealing away the nightmare's terrible power, the slumbering fairies awoke. From that day forward, all nightmares were transported to their watery prison in the winter woods. There, the monsters squabbled among one another like starving animals, until, on one visit, the dream talents realized they had fallen unsettlingly quiet. Over centuries, the oldest of the nightmares, feeding on all that trapped bitterness and despair, had grown powerful enough to unite them. Like a queen bee at the center of her hive, it commanded the others, mindless but for their longing to escape, to destroy. It terrified the dream talents, what they had allowed to fester. When the pixie dust tree grew to its full size, dreams no longer lit the skies. Over time, fewer and fewer dream talents arrived in Pixie Hollow, until there was one, then none at all. Such is the way of nature, Clarion murmured. Things rise and fall according to its designs. With that, the book ended. The magic coursing through her went dormant, and the pixie dust cloud shattered, raining softly over the table. Its warm glow on the ice faded, and the eerie blue light filled the room yet again. None of them spoke at first. Clarion could hardly process it, an entire talent of fairy, lost to time, that could have roused her subjects and contained the nightmares. What were they meant to do now? Milori's thoughts, evidently, had followed the same path. He frowned at the keeper. Have you ever heard of dream talent fairies? No. He was practically vibrating with excitement. At least someone was heartened by what they'd learned, Clarion thought. This is an entirely new discovery. It makes sense now. Gloom settled over Milori. The barrier they created is deteriorating, and there are none of them left to fix it. There's nothing we can do. Clarion pulled her hand back from the book and worried her lip with her teeth. Perhaps there were no more dream talents, but if she had learned anything from Petra over the years, it was that there were no unsolvable problems. They just hadn't landed on the right solution. There must be something, she said. When the nightmare attacked the autumn forest, I was able to drive it off. It was almost as if it was repelled by my magic. I'm not entirely sure why, but... Queens of Pixie Hollow are born from stars, aren't they? The keeper asked. When Clarion nodded, he continued. Sunlight burns them, so it makes sense to me that the nightmares are repelled by your magic. The sun is a star, after all. Hope sparked in Milori's eyes. Then you can destroy them. Clarion held up her hands. No. I can't. But you just said. I can't control my magic. The confession slipped out before she could stop it. All my life, I've tried, but I can't. It has never come easily to me, and I fear it never will. I'm very sorry to disappoint you. She blinked hard against the threat of tears. How humiliating to be so overcome in front of them. Milori looked as though he was about to protest, but the keeper rested a hand on his shoulder to still him. Maybe there's something else you can do, the keeper said. After a brief pause, his glow intensified as another idea struck him. If memory serves, queens aren't born from just any star, but a star that a child has wished upon. Maybe dream talent magic lives on in you, in all governing talents. It's possible you could repair the barrier. If there's one thing stronger than fear, it's hope. Maybe, she said quietly. How desperately she wanted to believe that. But now that the magic had bled out of her, she was becoming painfully aware of the chill in the air. Her teeth chattered, and her wings felt stiff beneath her coat. Every breath was a thin wisp of white in the dark. Milori laid a hand against Clarion's elbow. His touch was feather-light, almost tender. You're shivering. Clarion forced herself to smile. It's nothing to worry about. It isn't nothing. We need to get you back to the warm seasons. For the first time, with that iron and ice in his voice, she understood why his forebears had once been known as Lords of Winter. Clarion tried to glare at him but found she had little fight left in her. Take Fenris, said the keeper, his demeanor turning serious. Go. Relief softened Milori's voice. Thank you. Come, Fenris. Clarion. With that, he flitted toward the exit, and the wolf obeyed. His nails clicked on the ice floor as he trailed after Milori. Clarion passed the gloves the keeper had given her back to him. Her fingers had gone quite pale, which she did her best not to notice. Thank you, keeper. He tucked them into his pocket. Any time, Your Highness. She lingered for only a moment before following Milori, tucking her mittens back on as she walked. As soon as she stepped out into the winter night, a gust of icy wind tore at her. Her entire body ached from how violently she shivered, and the tips of her ears burned with cold. She pulled her hood over her ears and nestled deeper into the fur lining. How sweet it would be to crawl underneath her covers with a cup of tea. Milori stood a few paces away, illuminated by the spill of moonlight and the glow of the ice. Fenris lay at his side, his yellow eyes narrowed and fixed on Clarion. It froze her where she stood. The sight of Milori, practically luminous, the starlit space between them glittering, made her heart flutter. Her boots crunched in the snow as she approached him. He offered his hand to her. She accepted it, and with her free hand, she took a fistful of Fenris's fur. Up you go. With that, Milori took flight. He pulled her upward and steadied her as she clambered onto Fenris's back. The wolf gave a half-hearted growl to show his displeasure. Clarion patted his shoulder. Sorry, boy. Fenris huffed. As soon as she was settled, he rose to his feet. The shift of his weight threw her off balance, and she had to cling to his fur to keep herself from falling. Whoa! Milori was beside her in an instant, hovering midair and braced as if to catch her. When it seemed she would not plummet, rather humiliatingly, she thought, into the snow, he relaxed. I suppose I should have warned you to hold on, Milori said, only a little apologetically. Let's go. He took off, and the wolf chased after him gamely. For the second time that evening, she felt as though she were soaring, even with her wings bound. Out in front of them, Milori was little but a glimmer of light against the darkness of the woods, weaving and dodging through icicles and branches heavy with snow. Clarion nearly laughed as she processed what exactly she was doing. If anyone from the warm seasons saw her like this, imagining their stunned reactions delighted her far more than it should have. At the very least, it chased away some of her gloom. Milori led them to the border of winter and spring. As soon as Fenris lay down, Clarion slid off his back and hurried over the bridge. When she crossed into spring, she undid her buttons with numb, trembling fingers and let her coat pull at her feet. The chill of winter still lingered on her skin, but she unfurled her wings, stiff, but still golden and whole. Milori's anxiety dropped off him, and the relief brightening his face made her feel oddly flustered. He descended from where he hovered and sat on the bridge. How do you feel? Physically? I'm all right. She rubbed her hands together, pleased to find that the sensation was slowly returning to her fingers. She withdrew a few paces backward, until she stood far enough away that the chill emanating from winter could not reach her anymore, and sighed. I'm only disappointed I couldn't be of more use. I don't know where we go from here. But knowing our realms used to be so close. They couldn't let Elvina go through with her plan. I know. After a moment, more hesitantly, he asked, what do you make of what the keeper said? If there's one thing stronger than fear, it's hope. Clarion absently plucked snow from her hair. That he has more faith in me than I do myself. Milori frowned at her. I think you're capable of far more than you know. Her chest constricted with the sudden force of her emotion. How can you say that? You've only just met me. As if it were the most obvious thing in the world, he said, because you were made for this. I feel it when I look at you. Perhaps it's your magic. Perhaps it's you. Whatever it is, you have an aura about you. You command respect, yes, but more than that, you inspire hope. It is the first time I have felt it in a very long time. Clarion's face warmed. She felt overwhelmed, so much so, she forgot how to speak entirely. Oh. Milori's expression went endearingly blank, as though it occurred to him belatedly that he'd said all that aloud. Forgive me, he said hastily. I don't mean to. No, she cut in. Please, don't apologize. That's the kindest thing anyone has ever said to me. Was she made for this? Clarion had never believed it. But with his gray eyes steady and earnest on hers, she could almost convince herself it was true. Maybe, if she allowed herself to entertain it, if she pretended, just for one moment, that she was equal to the crown that would soon be hers. Maybe she could do this. A Pixie Hollow, fully united and safe, was worth fighting for. As much as it frightened her, she had to try. For the sake of the winter fairies. For the sake of Rowan and the others. If there was any chance that they could break the nightmare spell over their subjects, it was worth the risk. Tomorrow, Clarion said, with far more conviction than she felt, take me to this prison. I want to put the Keeper's theory to the test. Chapter 13. When Clarion awoke, her pillow was damp with melted snow. If it weren't for that, she might have believed she'd dreamed her excursion into winter. But then, there was the coat shoved into the very back of her closet. All of it had been real. A library carved from ice. Riding a wolf through the snowy thickets. A book describing talents long gone. And a white-haired boy who ferried her through the cold. I think you're capable of far more than you know. Maybe dream talent magic lives on in you. It seemed too much to hope for. But tonight, she would find out for certain whether she could seal the barrier and wake her subjects from their slumber. They weighed heavily on her mind this morning. And so, as soon as she readied herself, she asked Artemis to escort her to Feverfew Fields, where the healing talents performed their work. It was one of the most peaceful corners of summer, a meadow carpeted with feverfew and dotted with clear springs. Drinking from them had a calming effect, so the healers always kept vials of their water on hand. Clarion couldn't help feeling a twinge of relief that it was still untouched. Not all of Pixie Hollow was so fortunate. Yesterday, a swarm of nightmare aphids had descended on autumn's pumpkin patches and cotton puff fields, draining the very life from them. She had not seen it herself, but Artemis had relayed the rumors she'd overheard from the other scouts. By the time the sun peered above the horizon, Clarion and Artemis had arrived at the clinic, a space nestled into the hollowed-out trunk of a maple. They landed on one of the toadstools that served as the clinic's front porch, which was cluttered with an assortment of rocking chairs. Lights burned in the window, even at this early hour. Healing talents took shifts at all hours to ensure they were always available to help fairies in need. Clarion hesitated in front of the door, breathing in the bitter citrus smell of the feverfew. A terrible mixture of nerves and guilt roiled in her stomach. She had not come to visit Rowan or the others since they'd been attacked, and she did not know if she could face them. "Ready?" Artemis asked gently. Her voice and steady presence grounded her. Ready was perhaps a strong word. But she could do this. Clarion nodded. She knocked, and a healing talent opened the door. She wore a fluted white gown of calla lily, and her black hair was tucked into a nurse's cap. Only a few wavy strands escaped and settled against her ochre skin. "Good morning," she chirped, then visibly startled when she registered exactly who was standing on her doorstep. "Oh, Your Highness. I wasn't expecting you as well. What brings you here?" "I'd like to visit the Minister of Autumn." Although she already knew the answer, Clarion couldn't help asking, has there been any change in his condition? The healer's wings drooped, as did her smile. "No, sadly. I'm sorry to not have better news. We've been working hard on an antidote, but I know you're all doing your best," Clarion said gently. "Will you take me to him, please?" With a bow of her head, the healer led her and Artemis to the sick ward, past a curtain of string-of-pearl succulents. Clarion stopped dead in the doorway as nausea threatened to overtake her. She had never seen this room so full. 11 cots, dressed with moss and milk thistle seeds, were laid out on the floor with 11 still bodies on them. The eerie silence of the room settled over her like the chill of winter. "I'll leave you two to visit," the healer said. Clarion moved quietly through the rows, her glow tracing the haunted features of each fairy they passed, until she stopped at Rowan's bedside. His brow was furrowed as he dreamed his troubled dreams, and his auburn hair fell in a messy spill across his pillow. The sharp lines of his cheekbones looked even more prominent. The sight of him like this made her heart squeeze. It frustrated her as much as it pained her, to feel so helpless. "I'm sorry," she whispered. When she closed her eyes, something brushed against the very edges of her awareness. She couldn't place the sensation exactly. It was as fleeting and inexplicable as a shudder in broad daylight, a sense that something was amiss, even when nothing appeared to be. With each passing moment, whatever it was, swirled into focus in the theater of her mind. A wisp, cold and dark, giving off little sparks of sinister light, wound itself around Rowan's mind. Was this the magic that bound him in his slumber? When she focused her attention on it, she reeled back with shock. Chills erupted over her skin, and her lungs emptied in a rush. Her ribs constricted, so tightly she felt she could not draw another breath. Clarion had never known what his fear had looked like, but she imagined it felt something like this. She stumbled back a step from the minister. "Your Highness." Artemis was beside her in an instant, steadying her by the elbow. Her gaze was fixed warily on the minister. "Are you all right?" It took a few moments for Clarion to find her voice. "I think so." Slowly, Artemis eased her hold on Clarion's arm. "What happened?" "I don't know, exactly." Clarion rubbed her temple. With some distance between them, terror eased its grip on her, enough for her to think more clearly. She'd been able to see the nightmare's lingering power, like a knot or heavy chains binding him into the realm of his nightmares. Could this confirm the Keeper's theory? However small, she had some connection to the Dream Talent's faded magic. She just had to hope it was enough to repair the fraying barrier they'd left behind. For all their sakes, she could not fail tonight. "You've come to visit." Clarion startled, and Artemis bowed her head with a murmur of "Your Majesty." Alvina had emerged from a back room with a healer, her hands folded and her expression solemn. The succulent curtain rustled softly behind her. Here in the early morning light, Clarion noticed just how exhausted the queen looked. "Yes," Clarion said. "I wanted to check on them." Alvina only nodded. They'd had the same idea, after all. It struck Clarion that this, at least, connected them. No matter how their ideas differed, they shared both grief and love for their subjects. After a moment of silence, Alvina said, "You have a meeting with the Minister of Summer tomorrow." Clarion sighed at the reminder of her schedule. "I do." Later that day, you'll have a consultation for your coronation ball gown, and the final fitting for your coronation gown. You've only 2 more weeks before. "I know," Clarion cut in, with a touch of impatience. Alvina stared at her, stunned. When it occurred to her that she had interrupted the Queen of Pixie Hollow, she lowered her gaze deferentially. She hadn't intended to be so rude, but the thought of ball gowns and menus and ceremony, she could not bear it, not when she was surrounded by all the fairies she had failed to protect. But what else could she do but pretend? "I mean, yes, I'm aware." "Thank you." Alvina composed herself and gestured out over the sick room. "It is good of you to worry for them, but I want to ensure your focus is on your coronation, and mastering your magic before then. I am handling the nightmares." "I have been focused." Alvina arched an eyebrow. "The Minister of Spring told me you seemed distracted when she saw you last." "It's only nerves." Clarion hesitated, crossing the room so that she floated beside Elvina. And I can't help worrying some. Even if your plan succeeds, it won't awaken these fairies. Elvina's expression darkened, but she laid a hand on Clarion's shoulder. We will find a way. In the meantime, we will ensure no one else falls. My plan is progressing. Our royal tinker has been assisting me. Petra, Clarion said, half on reflex. Elvina seemed incapable of remembering her name. Right. Rationally, she knew she should not have felt disappointed. It wasn't as though Petra could disobey the queen so easily, not when her position as the royal tinker could be taken from her. And yet, it still stung. That's good, Clarion managed. She is very talented. Elvina seemed to relax some at that. Then try not to trouble yourself too much. I am handling this. Of course, she said. But all she could think was, no. I am. Just before sunset, Clarion threw her coat, mittens, and boots into a bag. She pushed open her balcony doors and stepped into the golden hour light. Sunshine trickled thick as syrup through the branches of the pixie dust tree, patterning the earth with dappled shadow. The leaves sighed softly in the breeze, as if wishing her farewell. Off again, Your Highness? Artemis sat in her usual perch, leafing through a book. Already, Artemis had grown so accustomed to their routine, she could not be bothered to glance up from whatever it was she was doing. Clarion squinted at the cover. The title looked suspiciously like the love language of flowers. Clarion snorted. What are you reading? Nothing. Artemis snapped it shut and glared. Then, recovering her decorum, she cleared her throat and added, Please do not stay out too late. I won't. She smiled innocently. She likes daffodils, by the way. Artemis flushed. Clarion waved, then took flight toward winter. By the time she arrived, Milori was already waiting for her, and he wasn't alone. A snowy owl, twice as tall as he was, stood beside him. Her blood ran cold with apprehension. Ever since she was a new arrival, it had been drilled into her that birds of prey were among the greatest threats to fairy kind. And here was Milori, patting it as though it were as docile as a mouse. Truly, winter fairies feared nothing. What, she said, is that? This is Noctua, Milori replied, as though that were a perfectly comprehensive answer to her question. After a moment, he added, She's a snowy owl. He had told her he was partial to owls. You weren't joking. The owl's yellow eyes gleamed in the gathering dark. She moved with the cagey erraticism Clarion had never much trusted in birds, her head swiveling unnaturally on its neck. She was tethered by one of her terrifyingly clawed feet. Milori held the end of it like a leash. I would never joke about owls, he said solemnly. Then you're mad. Milori only smiled. Would you like to meet her? Clarion swallowed her groan of dread. Oh, yes. I'd love nothing more. She dropped her bag and retrieved her winter gear. Once she'd fastened the last button on her coat, she stepped over the border and let the cold of winter flow over her like water. As she approached, she couldn't help thinking Milori looked the warmest in the setting sun, with his wings shot through with shades of burnished gold and faintest red. And now that she forced herself to look closely, she could not deny that Noctua was a beautiful creature. Her feathers gleamed as white as the snow, as white as Milori's hair. A crystal charm dangled from a cord wound around her neck, reins hung down her back. We're going to ride her, aren't we? Clarion asked, as cheerfully as she could manage. Well, Milori took hold of the reins and untethered Noctua's leg. It will be faster than walking. Are you sure about this? Clarion asked. You're about to face nightmares willingly, he said, and you're afraid of an owl. She resisted the urge to smack his arm. "I'm not afraid of her." He gave her a wry half-smile, as if to say, "Right." To his credit, he only asked, "Shall we?" "If we must," she muttered. With a resigned sigh, Clarion climbed onto the owl's back. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐿 swiveled her head 180 degrees to fix her with an inquisitive yellow stare. Clarion considered immediately throwing herself to the ground again. If this beast took off with Clarion still on her back, she would plummet to her death with her wings bound down as they were. Never had a fairy been afraid of heights until now. Fortunately, Milori soon joined her. "Hold on." Clarion locked her arms around Milori's waist. He nudged the owl onward. Without hesitation, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 took flight. The wind buffeted her face. Her stomach lurched. Clarion held in her scream as they soared toward the darkening sky. She pressed her forehead between his shoulder blades, if only to keep herself from watching how quickly they were leaving solid ground behind. "I hate this." Milori laughed, a warm sound that almost made it all worth it. Almost. When she finally allowed herself to look, the view was spectacular. They'd flown high enough that Clarion felt as though she could reach out and pluck the pale moon from the sky. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's wings cut through the low-hanging clouds, dragging trails of white behind them. Then, they dove. Her hair whipped wildly around her, dancing among the thickening flurries. Milori guided 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 to a branch and slid off her back. Then, he offered Clarion a hand and helped her down into the snowbanks. Clarion spun in a slow circle, drinking in their surroundings with a mounting dread. In this section of the winter woods, the trees grew strange. Their pale trunks rose in straight, stark lines, and their bark was whorled and knotted with dark shapes that looked like eyes. The branches overhead clawed at the sky, and just ahead, she could see a break in the trees. A shudder worked its way through her, and something deep in the back of her mind said, "Run." It was the same voice she'd heard when she'd been confronted with the nightmare in autumn, towering over her with its horrible violet eyes. Something about this place was wrong. "Where are we?" "A place few go," Milori said grimly. "Follow me." When they emerged from the shadow of the birches and into a clearing at the foot of the mountains, it took a moment for Clarion to process what exactly she was looking at. A vast lake stretched out before them, frozen solid and glaring up at the moon like a solid black eye. Everything in her balked at it. "Run." "This," Milori said, "is the nightmare's prison." When he stepped onto its surface, Clarion reluctantly followed him. Faint protective magic glimmered and winked within the ice, but she could vaguely make out the churning of dark waters beneath. The empty, void-like depths unsettled her more than she cared to admit. And then, a flash of something, a violet eye, she realized, fixed balefully on her, caught her attention and made her blood run cold. No, that wasn't water. Whatever was underneath the ice was alive. "The nightmares are beneath the lake." "Yes," Milori said. "That's right." Clarion's heart twisted at the bitterness in his voice. She could not imagine the burden he carried. Not only did he need to worry about his subjects, but also these creatures he was utterly powerless against. What would it be like to know you were responsible for them? To spend your days listening, watching, waiting, for something you could not prevent? Milori, she trailed off. What could she truly say to comfort him? He looked toward her, his lips parting as though he meant to reply. But just then, it felt as though every nightmare in the lake turned toward her. The awareness of them prickled along her skin. That instinctual desperation to flee rose up within her again and sent a racking shiver down her spine. She mastered it as best she could and followed Milori toward the center of the lake. With each step, the nightmares seethed. They seemed to shrink away from her every footfall. "Here we are." Instantly, Clarion saw the problem. The ice was fissured. In the daylight, it would hardly be noticeable. But here in the darkness, it was seamed with a sinister glow, as though whatever was contained beneath was beginning to bubble up. She crouched beside the shattered surface to examine it more closely. She could make out the golden threads of the dream magic barrier. Here, it had grown as thin and tattered as an old quilt. A few nightmares had slipped through the magical barrier and pulled just beneath the ice like a spill of ink, hungrily gnashing their teeth. Terrible understanding unfurled through Clarion. They're going to shatter it. Exactly, he said. I've tried to seal the cracks with ice, but each time I return, it's as though I did nothing. It didn't surprise her to hear that. Although the larger ones remained trapped beneath the net of dream thread, these would persevere until they created a gap wide enough to escape through. The others only had to bide their time until the magical barrier deteriorated enough to let them through as well. Unless, of course, she could fortify it. Clarion closed her eyes and concentrated on the frayed, ancient fibers of dream talent magic. She could see them, bright as starlight, shimmering in the darkness behind her eyelids, the same way she'd been able to detect the nightmare's power in Rowan's mind. When she imagined closing her fingers around that golden thread, happiness bloomed within her. She wanted to draw it around herself like a sweater, to nestle into its comforting warmth. It really did not feel so different from her own magic. But she could also sense how faint this dream's power was now. If she could weave starlight into the holes time had worn into it. She called on her magic. As golden light emanated from her skin, a hiss, muffled beneath the thick layer of ice, rose up beneath her. Cold sweat gathered on the back of her neck as she focused her energy into her hands. Her first thought was not control but protect. Her magic threaded itself into the tapestry of dream magic. As the nightmares held in rage, her power illuminated all the world in gold. Milori stared at her with open awe, his lips parted softly. She had to tear her eyes away from him to maintain her focus. Once she finished stitching the threadbare segment of the barrier, Milori could freeze over the shattered ice. Something rumbled deep within the prison. The ice shuddered beneath her feet. Her magic flickered like a guttering candle, and she felt her work unraveling like a row of knit stitching pulled loose. A jolt of panic shot through her. "Can you hold on?" Milori shouted. "I think yes." A resounding boom echoed through the clearing as a nightmare threw itself against the barrier. Clarion wobbled, then lost her footing on the slick ice. Her stomach bottomed out as her feet slipped from beneath her. The connection with her magic snapped, and she landed hard on her back. Her breath whooshed out of her, and a sharp pain radiated through her wings. It hurt. And yet, all she could dwell on was the frustration. She'd been so close. All that remained of her attempt was a fine layer of pixie dust on the moonlit ice, its glow fading like a dying ember. The shadows swam menacingly underneath her, exuding a palpable malice. "Clarion," Milori called. "Are you all right?" Before she could respond, there came the low sound of splintering ice. Just behind Milori, a dark shape rose like smoke from the depths of the lake. It swirled, then expanded like a drop of ink in water. Clarion could make out the shape of wings. They unfurled and blocked out the meager light of the moon. "Milori," she whispered. All the color drained from his face. Slowly, he turned to face it. The smoke-like form of the nightmare writhed and bubbled until it took recognizable form, a raven. One by one, 10 violet eyes blinked open on its body, all their pupils rattled, as if struggling to focus. Its talons flexed experimentally. Then, it beat its wings, once, twice, sending a fetid gust of air their way. It rose higher into the sky, with all its eyes fixed on her. The nightmare raven shrieked, then dove toward her. She did not think. She rolled. A bright pain seared through her, but the nightmare's talons drove into the spot where she'd been lying only moments before. The beast recovered almost instantly, rounding on her again. Her heart pounded so loudly in her ears, she could scarcely hear the sound of her own ragged breaths. Its very presence was skin-crawling, muddying her mind with nothing but the steady refrain of run, run, run. The nightmare launched itself at her. The terror she tried to suppress simmered far too close to the surface. She couldn't stop it. She couldn't do this. She couldn't. A blast of frost knocked it off course. The raven landed in a heap on the ice, dissolving into smoke before it reformed, more horrific than before. Its wings sprouted, many-jointed and dripping viscous shadow as it took to the skies. It let out another cry, so piercing that Clarion felt it resonating in her very bones. It dove, its talons outstretched toward Milori. "Noctua," he shouted. "Now." Noctua screeched, a sound of pure fury. She descended on the nightmare like a snowstorm, all thrashing wing beats and rending talons. They tore across the sky, a scrabbling tangle of black and white. Clarion watched with her heart in her throat until Noctua managed to free herself, with a trail of smoke dripping from her beak like blood. Clarion decided that perhaps she would have to revise her opinion of owls. The nightmare seized its opportunity. With a beat of its crumbling wings, it ascended until it was silhouetted by the pale face of the waxing moon. Then, with a final cry, it dove and vanished into the woods. Clarion crumpled to her knees, then drove her fist into the ice with a shout of frustration. How could she have been so inept? She'd had it, and then she'd let it escape. As the adrenaline wore off, she began to shiver all over with nerves. Her heavy breaths misted in the air. "Clarion." Milori kept his voice level, but Clarion recognized strangled panic when she heard it. "I'm so sorry. I never should have." "Clarion," he repeated, more firmly this time. "You're bleeding." She glanced down. A stain of red blossomed on her arm. Now that she'd noticed it, the pain and the cold flooded in. She clutched her wound to stanch the bleeding but shivered at the sensation of her wet skin already cooling. Oh! Her coat sleeve had torn. "Don't panic." Clarion blew out a steadying breath. As long as her wings remained insulated, she wasn't in any danger. Milori soared over the short distance between them. "Are you all right?" "It's only a scratch," she said hastily. "A deep one, yes, but it wasn't life-threatening." "I'm sorry. I wasn't able to do it." "No. I'm the one who should be sorry." Milori's expression was agonized. "I put you in danger." Milori carried far too much guilt already. She refused to let him add her to his ledger. She jabbed a finger at him. "You didn't do anything." "I put myself in danger, and as the soon-to-be queen of Pixie Hollow, I won't hear otherwise." He looked very much like he wanted to press the matter, but he thought better of it now that she had pulled rank on him. "I'm going to repair the damage they did to the ice. After that, we should get you to a healer." Clarion clutched her forearm tighter, shuddering at the feeling of blood weeping through the gaps in her fingers. "Yes, I think that's a good idea." Milori hesitated, as though she would keel over if he looked away for even a moment. With a frown, he turned away. Clarion watched the rise of his shoulders as he drew in a deep breath. Swirls of ice crystals poured from his extended hands like mist, sparkling in the moonlight. Frost bloomed across the ground in fractal patterns, then crystallized over the shattered ice, like broken ceramic repaired with guilt. When he finished, he whistled for Noctua. The owl came to him immediately, hooting softly in acknowledgement. As soon as she landed, he leaned his head against her beak and murmured, "Thank you." Noctua fluffed out her feathers contentedly. Seeing the bond between them, and just how quickly Noctua had leapt to protect him, hit Clarion somewhere tender. "She's incredible," Clarion said softly. Milori brightened. Even 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐒 seemed to preen. She really is. Milori's smile faded after a moment. Can you get on? I'll have her take us to the healing talents. I think so. Clarion clambered onto 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻𝐒's back as gracefully as she could. When she steadied herself, she frowned down at her arm. I might have a hard time holding on, though. I'll make sure you don't fall, he replied without hesitation. Never had Clarion met anyone in the habit of making such solemn oaths so readily. She couldn't dwell on it, for when Milori joined her, he wrapped an arm securely around her waist. A flush crawled up her neck at his sudden closeness. No, she supposed she wouldn't fall. The scent of pine and cold water and the promise of snowfall radiated gently from his skin. His presence blunted the skin-crawling sensation of the nightmare's wrath boring into her. Like this, she could almost believe she was safe. Without thinking, Clarion turned her face into the crook of Milori's neck and tried not to notice the way his breath hitched. Chapter 14. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻𝐒 brought them to a sprawling holly bush where the winter healing talents had established their clinic. All of its leaves were sharp and silvered in the flood of moonlight, and sprays of red berries dripped from the snow-covered branches. Everything was impossibly quiet at this hour. Clarion heard nothing but the flutter of 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻𝐒's wings as she landed. Milori helped her down from her seat and led her through a hollow cut in the holly branches. Pale light filtered in through the gaps in the leaves, patterning the hard-packed ground and setting the frost aglow. As they walked, the path began to slope downward. It's underground? Clarion asked, with some surprise. Just slightly, Milori replied. It keeps it insulated from the wind. Clever, Clarion thought. It was noticeably warmer in here than it was outside. Even so, her every breath plumed in the air. The cold seeped through the tear in her coat, but she clenched her teeth to keep them from chattering. They came to a stop in front of a curtain of lichen. She tried not to notice the blood beating on her fingertips, and how it pattered onto the ground. Hello? Milori called softly. The curtain parted, and a healing talent's face appeared. She had umber skin and white hair that framed her face in tight curls. Like the healers in the warm seasons, she wore a gown of white. This one, Clarion noted, was made from primroses. Milori, her smile faltered when she took in Clarion, and it was replaced with momentary shock. Clarion knew she must have looked quite a sight. Blood had dried on her hands and soaked into the beautiful coat Petra had made her, staining the gold a livid red. Half her hair had come loose from its braid and hung bedraggled and partially frozen around her shoulders. Who is this? This, he said wanly, is Princess Clarion. Clarion watched at least 10 emotions pass over the healer's face before she settled on dismay. And how, may I ask, has she ended up in this condition? He winced. We ran into some trouble. I can see that. Concern bled into her voice. And you? I'm fine, he said quickly, holding up his hands. Good. The healer rearranged her expression back into stern displeasure, but Clarion could see the fondness she had for him, a kind of familiarity born from knowing each other for a long time. It astounded Clarion how casually Milori's subjects spoke with him. To be more careful with her going forward. Chastened, he replied, I will. I like her, Clarion whispered to Milori, unable to help her teasing smile. I thought you might, he said. This is 𝐒𝐿𝐴. I'm honored to meet you, Your Highness, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said with a bow. I only wish it were under better circumstances. Me too, Clarion said, momentarily stunned. How unusual, to be treated with both respect and warmth. How she wished the warm seasons were more like this. 𝐒𝐿 ushered them through the lichen curtain and into the ward. Clarion froze in the doorway, her hand clasped to her chest. The room was filled with cots built from platforms of snow and covered with a latticework of twigs. All of them housed fairies trapped in their tormented dreams. There were far more of them here in winter. Clarion's heart ached for them, and for Milori, who surveyed the room with an expression of pure guilt. "It's not your fault," she wanted to say, but 𝐒𝐿 urged her along. She stationed Clarion on a cot piled high with blankets. Clarion pulled one around her shoulders and sighed in relief. Milori leaned closer and murmured, "Will you be all right alone for a few minutes?" "Of course," she said encouragingly. "Go." He nodded, gratitude plain on his face. Within a few moments, he'd flitted across the sickroom floor and begun speaking with another healer in low tones. Every now and again, he cast a worried look out at the slumbering fairies. 𝐒𝐿, who had been fussily arranging the blankets and pillows around her, said, "He's been in here every day, you know. Are you warm enough?" Clarion tore her gaze away from Milori, embarrassed that she'd been caught staring. "I am, thank you." "Has he really?" 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "There's nothing he can do, but he feels responsible," Clarion filled in. She knew that particular feeling well. "I know he cares a lot." "Yes. He's beloved in winter." 𝐒𝐿 paused for a moment, as if choosing her next words carefully. "I'm glad he found you. It's been a long time since we've seen him so hopeful." Clarion tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She regretted it when she felt her skin warm with a blush. "It's nothing I've done. As you say." She smiled knowingly. "Well, let's take a look at you." Clarion let the blanket slide off her shoulder and offered her arm. The sight of the blood made her stomach turn, but she had not inspected the wound closely. The torn fabric of her coat clung to her skin, concealing the worst of the wound from view. 𝐒𝐿 clicked her tongue disapprovingly. "You can't remove your coat, so I'm going to need to cut the sleeve to get a better look." Clarion cringed. Petra was going to kill her for brutalizing her masterpiece this way, but that was a problem for another time. "That's fine." 𝐒𝐿 nodded and withdrew into another room in the clinic. Here in the main room, it was dark and cozy in the candlelight. Everything sparkled in the light refracted through the icicles dripping from the ceiling. The shelves lining the walls were cluttered with books and kettles, acorn shells filled with tinctures and sea glass bowls of dried herbs. The air smelled earthy and green. Until now, Clarion had never realized just how many things grew in winter. How had anyone ever believed it was devoid of life here? She let her attention drift back to Milori, who had begun assisting the other healing talent. They moved from bedside to bedside, helping each fairy drink sips of water. Her heart fluttered with a terrible fondness. How had she ever thought him cold, even for a moment? A few minutes later, 𝐒𝐿 returned with a woven basket, a stone mug that steamed in the cold, and a delicate set of fabric shears. She cut away the blood-mottled sleeve, and Clarion hissed in pain as the wound was exposed to the freezing air. 𝐒𝐿 set down the scissors on a side table with a clack and bent down to inspect her more closely. She turned Clarion's forearm carefully this way and that. "It's clean, but it's fairly deep. I'm going to need to stitch it for you. It should heal quickly, but you'll need to keep a wound dressing on for tonight." Clarion felt a small measure of relief that she would not have to explain away her injury or commit to the questionable choice of wearing long sleeves in summer. "All right." 𝐒𝐿 rummaged through a basket and procured a thin hooked needle, as well as a poultice of juniper, usnea, and linseed wrapped in a leaf parcel. She worked in silence, cleaning and suturing the wound. Clarion stared resolutely at the wall, willing herself not to flinch with every tug of the thread through her skin. When 𝐒𝐿 finished slathering on the poultice and applying a bandage, she handed her a mug. "What is this?" "Balsam fir and wintergreen," 𝐒𝐿 said. "It will help with healing and inflammation." Clarion brought the cup to her lips. It smelled resinous, and tasted it, too. But it warmed her hands, and right now, that was all she could ask for. "Thank you." 𝐒𝐿 gave her a stern look. "Try not to irritate the wound before it closes. Don't do anything strenuous." "I won't. I'll send you home with this poultice, too. Apply it once per day." She narrowed her eyes. "Don't forget." Clarion could see how Milori allowed himself to be fussed over. 𝐒𝐿 was quite forceful. With a laugh, Clarion said, "I won't." "Good." 𝐒𝐿 studied her pensively. "I hope you'll come back soon, Your Highness, although maybe not here. There's a lot to see in winter that has nothing to do with that dreadful lake." She paused, and her expression brightened as something occurred to her. "Milori is a very talented ice skater, you know. I'm sure he'd teach you." Clarion beamed. "I would love that." She just had to figure out how to stop the nightmares before Elvina's plan took shape. She could not abandon the winter fairies to the nightmares. She refused. That conviction filled her up with a determined fire. As soon as 𝐒𝐿 moved on to the next patient, Milori reappeared at her side. "How are you feeling?" Clarion offered him a small smile. 𝐒𝐿 had cleaned the blood from her skin. Now, all that remained was a neat line of stitches. She caught him studying it, a lock of white hair falling out of place as he tilted his head. She resisted the urge to write it. "Much better," she said. "A little cold. We should get you home." Home. More and more, she dreaded leaving winter. Right. Good idea. Outside, Noctua waited for them, her white feathers fluffed and gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The two of them climbed on, and this time, when Milori hooked an arm around her, Clarion found herself grateful for the close contact. Her bare forearm stung in the cold, and the wind slipping beneath the tattered half-sleeve chilled her to the very bone. Noctua took flight toward spring, and the thickening flurries swirled around them. Even in darkness, winter was breathtakingly beautiful. Endless forests of pine dusted in snow reached toward them. Clarion tipped her face toward Milori's until she could see his profile limned by starlight. Like this, unguarded and lost in thought, he looked so serious. It's been a long time since we've seen him so hopeful. She couldn't believe she'd had that effect on him. And yet, if it was true, she wanted to pull him out of his gloom as much as she could. Well, that didn't go entirely as planned. She startled a laugh out of him. It was a nice sound, made sweeter for how rare it was. "No, it certainly didn't. But we'll find a way," she said. "Next time will be better." "Next time," he echoed, as solemn as a promise. "I'll need to get my coat repaired first." She plucked at a loose thread on her sleeve. "I'm not sure how long it will take." It took a few days for her to make it the first time. "I don't mind," he said. "I'll wait for you." Clarion frowned as he fixed his gaze straight ahead. There was something terribly vulnerable on his face. Loneliness. How could he not be? He spent his time poring over unreadable books or standing at the border or patrolling a prison he could not guard. He was so duty-bound, and forever bound to fail. "I could come visit you," she said, and immediately wished she could rephrase. It sounded far too eager to her own ears. She cleared her throat and added, "If you're going to be there waiting anyway. We can strategize on what our next steps are." Matching her feigned nonchalance, he replied, "As you wish." She gave him a look that said, "As I wish?" Apparently unable to maintain the facade, he relented. I would like that. She did not mistake the faint pink burning on the tips of his ears. Well, then, she said. I'll see you tomorrow. His lips curled into a soft smile. Tomorrow. A strange lightness, a sort of giddiness, filled her up inside. Even though they soared high above the winter woods, Clarion had the distinct sensation of free falling. Between the nightmares and Milori, she'd landed herself in far more trouble than she'd bargained for. The next morning, Clarion and Artemis stood outside Petra's door at first light. Despite the danger she'd found herself in, Clarion had awoken in a strangely good mood. That was, of course, until she processed that she was about to ruin Petra's day, if not her entire month. In her pack was the ripped, blood-stained coat Petra had so generously sewn for her. If there was any good news to be taken from the entire ordeal, it was that the boots had escaped the scuffle with little more than a scratch. Are you going to knock? Artemis asked. Clarion realized she had been staring at the door, and that she'd been clenching her jaw. She willed her face to relax. I'm mentally preparing myself. Artemis shot her a look that landed somewhere between sympathetic and pitying. Surely she'll understand. We'll see, Clarion replied skeptically. Even Artemis didn't sound fully convinced by her own words. You may have to intervene. I stand at the ready. Good. With a sigh, she knocked. Petra, it's me. Barely a second passed before Petra flung open the door. She looked weary, but like she had been up for quite some time. Her face was already streaked with grease, and the heat of her forge emanated steadily from within. Do you have any idea what time it is? Clarion smiled innocently. Dawn? Exact. She cut herself off with a strangled squeak when she spied Artemis. Oh. Good morning. Good morning, Artemis replied stiltedly. Clarion let her gaze volley between them for a moment, trying not to let her exasperation show. Are you going to invite us in? Petra groaned but stepped aside to admit them. You have that look in your eyes again. What is it this time? Best just to get it over with, Clarion decided. She cleared a new pile of detritus from Petra's kitchen table, then appended the contents of her bag onto its surface. Petra let out a soft wail of dismay. What have you done? Clarion winced. I might have gotten into a little accident. Artemis pinned her with a flat stare that said, you could have handled that better. All my hard work, ruined. Completely ruined. Petra picked up the jaggedly cut sleeve of the coat. After a moment's inspection, she hurled it across the room with a yelp of surprise. Is that blood? Keep your voice down, Clarion hissed. Yes, it's blood. It's nothing to worry about. Petra seized Clarion's shoulders and shook them. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Artemis shift, as though debating whether or not to intervene. In the end, she let out a long-suffering sigh and folded her arms behind her back. What do you mean it's nothing to worry about? Petra demanded. There are monsters on the loose, and you've suddenly decided to gallivant around the winter woods, and now you show up on my doorstep with blood on your clothes? As much as she resented the suggestion that she was gallivanting, when Petra put it like that, Clarion supposed it sounded a little bad. It looks a lot worse than it is. I'm not hurt. Not badly, anyway. She pulled up her sleeve to show Petra the thin strip of gauze bound to her forearm. Mercifully, it concealed the stitches underneath. Petra let her go and slumped heavily into an armchair. Something in the far corner of the room tipped over and clanged to the ground. Petra hardly flinched. I know I said I didn't want to know, but I've decided the not knowing is much worse than the alternative. What is going on with you? There was something in her voice deeper than her usual anxiety. There was a real plea there, and Petra was staring at her with an accusation in her eyes. I feel like I don't know you anymore. She hated disappointing Petra and not knowing how to stop. But if she couldn't be honest with her, what friendship did they really have anymore? Clarion couldn't lose her after everything they'd been through together. If I tell you, Clarion said, you have to promise not to tell anyone. I didn't tell anyone you were going into the winter woods before, she said defeatedly. I hate keeping secrets, though, Clarion. You know I'm terrible at it, but I'll try. For you. With as much levity as she could muster, Clarion said, you have to promise not to scream either. Petra glared at her, which Clarion chose to take as agreement. About 2 weeks ago, when the nightmare was first spotted in Pixie Hollow, I went to the border of winter. I thought I'd find a trail there. I didn't, but there was something else there, well, someone. She took a deep breath. The warden of the winter woods. Petra looked on the verge of either fainting or combusting. The warden of the winter woods? You met the warden of the winter woods? Just listen. Clarion took hold of her elbow. I was a little skeptical at first. He isn't all that bad once you get to know him. How reassuring. Petra laughed breathlessly, the sound fraying at the edges. Then, something dawned on her. You've met multiple times, then? A few. Petra gasped. Did you cross the border to see him? Clarion flushed. Yes. But... You're sneaking out to see a boy? Petra sounded positively disgusted, but there was no real bite to it. She'd never had much of an eye for sparrow men. The very notion of finding one comely enough to risk life and limb for was surely confounding. Artemis made a sound that sounded suspiciously like a stifled laugh. It's not like that. Clarion protested, and she realized too late it was not exactly a denial. Petra's eyes gleamed with vicious triumph. We've found a way to stop the nightmares. Which is why I need your... And this is what stopping them looks like. Petra jabbed a finger at the coat crumpled in the corner. You should have no part in it. It's too dangerous. Clarion could not keep the frustration out of her voice. I'm so tired of being told things are too dangerous. But they are. I know it's never been a concern for you, but some of us are happy tucked away in our nooks. Petra. No. Don't use your queen voice on me, she said, almost pleadingly. I won't do it. I can't watch you come home like this again. I'm a tinker, not a healer. I can patch up your coat, but not you. For a moment, they remained in brittle silence, staring at each other across the darkness of Petra's workshop. Clarion felt monstrous, indeed. Was this really what Petra thought of her? That she was some kind of reckless instigator who had ignored her discomfort all these years? Artemis, clearly sensing they needed space, wordlessly slipped out through the door. When it clicked shut behind her, Clarion found her voice again. She had to fight to keep the hurt out of it. I wouldn't ask if I had another option. There's no one else I can rely on. Petra sighed fretfully. Both you and Elvina are depending on me for your schemes to work. Being in this position isn't easy for me. I know. Guilt plucked at Clarion. But her plan is misguided. It's the duty of the queen to ensure the well-being of her subjects, not to leave an entire realm to fend for itself. Petra frowned and absently picked up a pair of sewing shears, the conflict clear on her face. I'm sorry that I've put you in this position, Clarion continued, and I'll be as careful as I can. But I can't walk away from this. I won't, whether I have your support or not, because for the first time, I feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Petra groaned, a telltale sign that her surrender was nigh. Fine. Fine. Consider it my coronation gift. But if it comes back to me in tatters again... It won't, Clarion cut in breathlessly. Thank you, Petra. Keep your gratitude. She turned back to her work table and began rearranging her tools. Just live. Clarion's breath caught in her throat. I will. Chapter 15. Your Highness? Clarion startled awake, and found herself rather undignifiedly slumped over her writing desk. At least she managed to avoid falling out of her chair in surprise. She turned toward the door, where a harried-looking sewing talent hovered over the threshold. Artemis loomed just behind her, wearing an apologetic expression that seemed to say, I tried to stop her. Hello, Clarion said blearily. Her fingertips tingled with numbness from her pillowing her head on her forearm. Late afternoon sunlight poured through the window, a fact Clarion felt a small measure of dismay about. She'd been asleep for hours, and she could hardly recall when, exactly, she had drifted off. She certainly hadn't intended to take a nap. Hazily, she retraced her steps. After her spat with Petra this morning, she'd arrived late to the weekly council meeting, where she proceeded to spill the contents of her teacup all over her notes as well as the Minister of Spring's new gown. When she returned to her room, still hot with embarrassment, she'd attempted to decipher the swirl of tea and ink in her notebook. That must have done it. Clearly, staying up late and waking up early were not agreeing with her. I don't mean to interrupt, the sewing talent said delicately. But you have a dress fitting. She had entirely forgotten that she had a dress fitting today. Patch, the royal seamstress, would no doubt be displeased at her lateness. She'd already made a gown for her coronation, but Clarion would need a new one for the ball. Thank you. Clarion dug the heels of her palms into her eyes. Shall we go? The sewing talent led her to Patch's studio. Helper talents, including dusting talents and polishing talents, bustled through the corridors and trailed after organizer talents. Clarion had taken to calling the latter Elvina's trusted circle of decorators. They flitted through the palace, barking orders at their assistants and appraising every detail of others' work. She noted that her sewing talent guide conspicuously and expertly avoided them. When they at last arrived, they were greeted with an abrupt "There you are." Patch floated in the center of her studio. She was of narrow frame, angular features, and a birch-white complexion, as though she had not seen the sun in some time. Her dark brown hair was woven into a neat braid that lay neatly against her elegant cloak of black calla lily. A length of tailor's tape was draped around her neck like a serpent. While Patch styled herself in dark garments, there were bolts of fabric in every imaginable shade piled on the shelves that lined the room. Half-finished garments covered the dress forms scattered throughout the space, and the whole studio seemed to glow in the sunlight, which reflected off the mirror sitting in its ornate frame, and glimmered on the skeins upon skeins of spiderweb Patch had gathered in baskets. Just outside the window, a vast web stretched between the branches of the pixie dust tree, each strand like a thread of gold in the afternoon light. This was where Patch sourced the silk for her spectacular embroidery and lace. No doubt, Phil, her orb weaver companion, was basking in the center of her web. But what struck Clarion when she entered the room was the Minister of Summer. Aurelia sat in an armchair, drowsing in the wash of sunlight with one elegant hand propping up her chin. She wore a gown of sunflower petals, their vibrant gold contrasted with her deep black skin. As always, she looked as radiant and luminous as summer itself. Minister, Clarion said, surprised. What are you doing here? Aurelia's golden eyes rested on her curiously. I missed you earlier. Realization dawned on Clarion. She'd missed her meeting with Aurelia, all because she'd fallen asleep. Oh, no. I am so sorry. It happens. Aurelia waved a dismissive hand. It's nothing I can't discuss with you here. I wanted to get your opinion on the menu for the coronation ball. I've brought some of my cooking talents, but Patch has banished them from this room. Patch skewered the minister with a glare. Because if they smudge that gown, Peace. Aurelia stifled a yawn. It can wait until you're finished. Good. Patch wasted no time in ushering Clarion behind a privacy screen. There, her gown for the coronation ball waited for her. The fabric glittered brilliantly and moved through her hands like water. Clarion slipped out of her gown, doing her best to conceal her injured arm from view. Patch, if she noticed it at all, did not remark on it. She laced her into the ball gown with a practiced ease, then guided her by her shoulders to the mirror in the main room. What do you think? In truth, it was the most beautiful thing Clarion had ever owned. The skirts of the gown were a spill of golden fabric, unfurling into a long, elegant train. The sleeves, made of sheer fabric, trailed to the floor. When she moved, they billowed behind her like a cape. In this, she almost felt like a queen. It's perfect, Patch. I love it. Clarion saw both Aurelia's and Patch's approving gazes reflected back at her. Excellent, Patch said, clearly pleased. I'll just make a few final adjustments. The 20 minutes passed in a blur. While Patch slid pins into the hem and sleeves, the Minister of Summer excused herself for a moment, only to return with her retinue of cooking talents. Patch radiated a palpable discontent as they set up what seemed to Clarion an entire tea service in the corner of her studio. If I find a stain on anything, even so much as a drop. You won't, Aurelia said, completely unperturbed. The two of them began to bicker, but Clarion could hardly focus on what they were saying. With no one speaking to her directly, all the things she tried to keep at bay closed in on her, her looming coronation, the nightmares, Milori. She had to get back to Winter as quickly as she could. Eventually, once Patch finished sticking her gown full of pins, she led her back to the privacy screen so that she could change back into the gown she'd arrived in. Patch folded the ball gown almost reverently over her arm, then called, "She's all yours, Aurelia." When Clarion re-emerged, Aurelia had installed herself at the table the cooking talents had set up in the corner. Atop one of Patch's ornate spider silk lace tablecloths was one of the most decadent spreads Clarion had ever seen. A tiered stand showcased an impressive display of tarts, some filled with thin rounds of squash and tomato, others with slivers of apricots and blackberries. Beside it was a bowl of watermelon gazpacho, garnished with a sprig of mint and a drizzle of olive oil. There was even a plum cake, with pockets of jam that smelled of cardamom and cinnamon. Everything burst with the colors and scents of summer. It evoked pure joy, or it should have. Looking at it all made Clarion feel oddly cold. How could she sit here planning a party after what she had seen in Winter? So many fairies depended on her to save them. But right now, Aurelia sat before her with something like anticipation in her expression. Clarion forced herself to smile as she took her place across from Aurelia. Everything looks incredible. Aurelia relaxed some. We can make any adjustments you'd like. Clarion stared down at the spread. She hardly knew where to begin, and hardly knew how she would manage to get through this, when stress had stolen most of her appetite. Still, she filled her plate with a small sample of each dish and began to eat without tasting much of anything. Halfway through her first mouthful, Aurelia let out a sigh. Your Highness, is something the matter? I can see that you're somewhere else. Clarion swallowed without fully chewing. No, nothing. Aurelia fixed her with an assessing golden stare. The same thing that kept you from our meeting, perhaps? She winced. It's just everything is happening too quickly. Each day, coronation loomed larger over her, and she felt more and more as though she could not keep her commitments to everyone. Time slipped through her fingers. And now, she feared not even her closest relationships were solid anymore. Aurelia grew pensive. Especially on the mainland, summer is a season of opposites, a time where you want to do nothing and do everything. Humans are equally likely to spend an entire day lying in the grass as to stay up all night dancing beneath the stars. The heat has that effect on them. How she wished she had such luxury. I see. What I mean to say, I suppose, is that summer encourages us to savor our time in whichever way we choose to. Clarion lowered her eyes to her plate and absently pushed a tart with her fork. Perhaps it was sound advice, but she could think of no way to apply it. There was far too much pressure and far too much at stake for her. I'm finding it difficult to savor this time. Aurelia frowned at her. Like summer, this brief moment before you ascend the throne is fleeting. Think of it, then, as a time to be awake to what you want, and who you want to become. I've always wanted things I shouldn't, she told Milori once. But now, she wasn't so certain. When she allowed herself to dream, she thought of Pixie Hollow, united and safe. She thought of the warmth of winter, where respect did not mean distance. She thought of Milori. Those moments of freedom and happiness had felt something like power. What would it be like if she got out of her own way? If she trusted her instincts? If she did what felt right, not what she had been taught? Conviction felt like sunlight, illuminating her from within. Maybe her heart had never really steered her wrong. That evening, Clarion returned to the border. Here, sitting cross-legged on the bridge between spring and winter, she could feel the barest whisper of the cold over her skin, and the snow-laced breeze winding itself around her wrist. It felt as though it beckoned her closer, inviting her to drift over the pale grass, frozen stiff with lacy hoarfrost. She'd never escape the pull of it now that she'd experienced firsthand what a magical place it was, one where there were libraries carved from ice and mountains you could traverse by sled and fairies who made friends of wolves. How sad that no other warm fairy had experienced what she had. Clarion shivered when she sensed another presence. When she looked up, she caught the exact moment Milori began descending from his flight. Clearly, some part of her was attuned to him or perhaps sought him out. He landed delicately on the earth beside her, the glow shed from his wings silvering the snow like moonlight. This time, she did not admonish herself for the answering lurch of her heart. What harm was there in allowing herself this? "You're back." It warmed her to see his pleasantly surprised expression and know he had looked forward to this meeting as much as she had. "I did promise I'd be here tonight," Clarion countered. "Besides, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 told me you could teach me to skate. I have to come back for that." "Did she?" Surprise flickered across his features, before he schooled them into composure. "I imagine that's because she didn't see you fall off your sled. Who knows what will happen when we put you on the ice?" Clarion glared at him, but she found she could not muster much heat at the twinkling in his eyes. Slowly, he lowered himself to the ground beside her. They sat almost knee to knee in the darkness, close enough to touch. The very thought prickled along her skin like electricity. Ridiculous, she scolded herself. They'd been far closer than this last night. But then, that had been out of necessity. Somehow, this felt far more vulnerable. Especially when he was looking at her like this. Clarion could not name what exactly she saw there, but it made a terrible longing rise up within her. "I'll teach you one day." His voice was low, almost wistful, as though he'd lost himself in a reverie. It took a moment for Clarion to recall what they'd been discussing. "I'll hold you to it," she said, only a little breathlessly. Milori traced the very edge of her sleeve. How is your arm? Fine. Clarion pulled the fabric to her elbow and turned her arm over. She'd removed the dressing earlier and had been shocked. The wound beneath looked days older than it was. No swelling, no complications. She offered him a teasing smile. You should put more faith in your healers. He huffed out a breath. I do. But I'm aware of how lucky we are it was only a minor wound. If anything worse had happened. Milori. Clarion reached across the border and rested her hand on his forearm. He went terribly still, then raised his eyes to hers. Her glow bathed his face in gold and set his pale eyes ablaze. For a moment, she was acutely aware of the sensation of his skin, cool and smooth against her own, and of the bitter cold of winter, like another comforting hand laid atop hers. The thought made her chest ache. Please don't blame yourself, she continued. It was my choice to cross. I knew the dangers. And even if I had been seriously injured, it would have been my fault, not yours. Just like it was her fault what happened to Rowan. She breathed through the sudden rush of shame. That isn't true, he protested. It is. If I had a better handle on my magic, we wouldn't be in such a precarious position. No one would be trapped in a nightmare. Neither of our realms would have to worry. But I don't, and so I can't save anyone. She had not known these feelings were so close to the surface. She could not bear to look up at him with them pouring out of her. Now that she had opened the floodgate, she found she could not stop herself from giving voice to them. What kind of queen will I be? I am the only fairy in the entirety of Pixie Hollow who can't do the one thing she was born to do. Milori laid his hand over hers, chasing away the familiar chill of the air. She hadn't realized she'd begun digging her fingers into his arm. She certainly hadn't realized how close she had come to weeping. Slowly, she loosened her grip on him, and she was left with nothing but the blunted edge of her despair. After a moment, he let her go, and Clarion withdrew her arm to the warmth of spring. The lack of contact felt more like a loss than it ought. You mustn't blame yourself for things beyond your control, Milori said. She laughed thickly, blinking through the room of tears that threatened to spill. She swiped her fingertips beneath her eyes. You can't just turn my advice back on me. Not until you take it yourself. In that case, I retract it. He smiled, just barely. You're not the talentless queen you believe yourself to be. You can use your magic, even if it isn't to your standards. I saw it myself. So rarely, Clarion protested. Besides, I'm barely conscious of it when I do manage to wield it. That hardly counts. Start there, then. Clarion let out a startled laugh. Are you really going to give me a magic lesson? Humor me. He angled himself toward her, drawing one knee into his chest. What do you feel in those moments? In the moments it comes easiest? Clarion sighed, leaning back onto the palms of her hands. She tipped her head back toward the sky and watched the light slowly drain. Fear. During the nightmare attack in autumn, it came to me in an instant. Milori leaned forward, intrigued. And when it slips away from you? Where exactly was he going with this? I remember myself. I remember to master my fear. To control my will and shape it. Drawing on my power, I think, is easy. It's molding it into anything useful. She trailed off at his expression, caught somewhere between incredulous and concerned. Why are you looking at me that way? It's nothing. He hesitated. It's only that it seems to me that trying to suppress your fear is hindering you. In fact, you seem to access your power easiest when you're trying to protect others, when you're afraid for others but brave enough to act. He was giving her another meaningful look, one that seemed to say, that is the kind of queen you will be. Clarion averted her eyes. He had an inconvenient knack for challenging her worst opinions of herself. He made her sound almost noble. Maybe. She frowned. But that's what 𝐒𝐈𝐒 told me I should do. She said that our power is easiest to access when your mind is clear. Perhaps she conceptualizes it differently than you do. Milori held out a hand. In an instant, the very air before him began to sparkle. Delicate ice crystals glimmered in the sunset, swirling and coalescing into an orb of ice in his palm. No one taught me to do this. That is the case for most winter fairies. I don't say that to confirm what you fear, but, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but it's possible that advice might have done you more harm than good. You already know how to harness your magic. All fairies do. What would happen if you let go of what she told you? Stubborn resistance flared to life within her. 𝐒𝐈𝐒 wouldn't have misled her. At least, not intentionally. All Clarion's life, 𝐒𝐈𝐒 had been the image of a perfect queen, everything she knew she should model herself after. Naturally, that extended to the way she wielded her magic. But Milori's assessment made a terrible kind of sense. Every time Clarion tried to control whatever spark of magic she'd clawed from the wellspring of starlight within her, the walls in her mind slammed down. It baffled her that someone who had known her for such a brief period of time had pierced to the heart of her. Think of it as a time to be awake to what you want, and who you want to become. I'm not sure how. It will come to you, he said. You were made for this. His reassurance made that voice within her, that nasty self-doubt that had plagued her for weeks, settle and fall quiet. Encouraging, she replied. But hardly practical. Milori considered it for a moment. You said your magic comes to you most easily when you're afraid. Maybe it's not fear, but when you're fully immersed in a moment, whether it's positive or negative. You're suggesting I stop thinking so much? He smiled that wry little smile again. With a curl of his fingers, the orb of ice in his hand shattered into a fine dusting of frost. It sparkled against his skin until the wind carried it away. Something like that. It wasn't a terrible theory. You want me to try now? If you'd like, he said. Why not? She had nowhere else she wanted to be. Clarion closed her eyes and tried to. No, she could not try. That rather defeated the purpose, when the entire point of the exercise was to simply be. And yet, it was so difficult to be fully present when she could feel Milori there. Self-consciousness would make this entirely impossible. She opened her eyes again, prepared to tell him she couldn't manage it, when the sight of him silenced her every protest. He was gazing at her like she was something to marvel at. His expression went soft and unguarded when he noticed her staring back at him, as though he hadn't expected to be caught but did not mind it overmuch. There was no mistaking the wide-open yearning in his eyes. He had looked at her like this once before, she realized, the very first time she'd crossed into winter. She wondered exactly how long he had wanted to kiss her, and felt very foolish, indeed, for being so oblivious. And yet, Milori sat as if frozen. Snow fell only an inch away from her in a glittering, tantalizing whirl. This close to the border, to him, her breath was a soft plume of white in the air. Clarion shifted closer, until the cold washed over one shoulder, then the shell of her ear. It was a strange sensation, half of her safe in the warm seasons, half of her nipped with cold. Carefully, almost reverently, she let her fingertips trace the line of his jaw and tipped his face toward hers. The space she held between them was a question, one he answered readily. His hand came to cradle the side of her neck, and although his touch chilled her skin, warmth flooded through her. Clarion leaned fully into winter and kissed him. As his lips moved against hers, something bubbled up within her like spring water until it spilled over completely. Happiness, she thought, far purer than any she had ever felt, and magic. She felt it trilling in her bones and weaving through her fingertips, eager to apply itself. This time, it did not feel like something she had to master. It felt like a river, like a deep and inexhaustible well. It flowed forth until her entire body radiated a soft golden light. Milori drew back, just barely. His forehead rested against hers as they shared the same tremulous breath. Her eyes fluttered open, and she would have sworn that the stars above them shone brighter. Their brilliance was reflected in the pale gray of his eyes, and sparkled all around them, as though the constellations had been drawn down to earth. Pixie dust glimmered on her eyelashes and the sleeves of her gown. It danced joyfully through the air and gathered in Milori's hair like snowfall, painting all the world in gold. Had she done this? When he spoke, his voice was low and full of wonder. "You're incredible." For perhaps the first time, she believed it. Chapter 16. A few days before the coronation ball, 𝐒𝐈𝐒 summoned Clarion to her study. Clarion's first thought was she knows. Clarion did not know how, exactly, but she supposed she should have expected it all to come crashing down eventually. Milori was not an easy secret to keep, after all, especially not since that night on the border. Perhaps 𝐒𝐈𝐒 had noticed how distracted she'd been and sent someone to follow her. Or perhaps there was something undeniably different about her. On a foolish impulse, Clarion had inspected her face in the vanity mirror, searching for some evidence of what she'd done written in her features. She traced the curve of her lower lip, still chapped and aching with the memory of his kiss. She could still recall every detail as though he stood before her now, the cold of his skin, the heat of his gaze, the brightening glow of the stars all around them. Nothing had changed, not truly, and yet, she felt consumed by the immensity of it. It might drive her mad, just how often she dwelled on it. Her stomach dipped and churned almost constantly, for the very thought of him threw her into sudden free fall. Her heart was sent aflutter at the slightest provocation. She'd scarcely eaten a thing since they parted, too full of nerves or excitement or whatever feeling this was. She did not wish to examine it too closely, for as much as it thrilled her, it terrified her. She'd resolved not to see him until her winter gear was repaired. Some distance, she reasoned, would restore her to her senses. But Petra had delivered the repaired coat to her just an hour ago, and Clarion's good sense had not returned, had not so much as glanced back since it left her. Even in his absence, Milori was haunting her, just as he was undoubtedly still haunting the border of spring. Unless, she thought, he regrets it. Because surely, he did. It had been impulsive and ill-advised, considering the dangers that Pixie Hollow faced. They'd both gotten swept away in the moment, and tonight, she would have to confront the bitter reality that anything between them was impossible. Oh, what was she going to? "Your Highness?" Artemis asked. "Is everything all right?" Clarion startled, banging her knee on the underside of her desk. Hissing out a pained breath, she swiveled around to face her guard. Artemis stood beside her bedroom door, wearing a rather peculiar expression. It belatedly occurred to Clarion that Artemis had informed her of 𝐒𝐈𝐒's summons some minutes ago. Yes, of course. Clarion smiled sunnily, if only to hide her embarrassment. "Why do you ask?" Artemis seemed to be struggling with a polite way to respond. After a moment, she said, "Your glow." Clarion glanced down. Now that Artemis had pointed it out, she supposed it was much brighter than usual and tinged with a rosy flush. And had the sunlight intensified since she last checked? Now, she supposed she understood why 𝐒𝐈𝐒 always cautioned against getting carried away by passion. Also, Artemis said, with the air of someone about to deliver grave news, "The pixie dust tree is blooming." Clarion stood and approached the glass doors of her balcony. Indeed, the branches just outside frothed with forget-me-nots and delicate white roses. She glared at them. The tree could be so cheeky sometimes. It's nothing to worry about. Clarion drew the curtains, eager to block out all the reminders of her mooning. I was lost in thought. Artemis nodded, obviously unconvinced. Shall I escort you to the queen? Clarion supposed there was no sense of waiting it, but she was not exactly keen to hear whatever choice words 𝐒𝐿 had in store for her. What do you think she wants? I imagine she wants to discuss the scouts' reports, Artemis replied, with only a touch of confusion. One of her helper talents had them delivered earlier. You reviewed them, she trailed off, as if she were not entirely convinced on that last point. Of course I did. According to scouts' reports, the nightmares had not stopped their onslaught. Just last night, one shaped like a cat had chased away an entire stable of mice on the outskirts of Tinker's Nook. The stalls and carriages both were now little more than wreckage. And 2 days before, a fish-shaped nightmare, enormous enough to swallow the reflection of a full moon, had swept a number of water talents' houses from the bank of the river. Everyone mustered as much cheer as they could, but Clarion could sense the unease that had begun to creep into even the daylight hours. But she did not dare hope that 𝐒𝐿 wanted her opinion. Well, Clarion said with a resigned sigh, let's go. Clarion found the door to 𝐒𝐿's study ajar. Bracing herself, she announced her presence with a soft knock, then stepped inside. Artemis trailed after her as she slipped past the rows of royal portraits and into the flood of afternoon sun. 𝐒𝐿 was seated on a chaise longue, reading through a document. Today, she'd foregone her crown, and her hair fell around her shoulders in loose, soft waves. Clarion could see the thin strands of silver, seeming to glow like cold starlight. She looked far more relaxed than Clarion had seen her in some time. Some of the tension bled out of Clarion, replaced with a faint twinge of affection. So much, too much, really, weighed on her. Clarion had not fully appreciated just how heavy the crown sat until now. You wish to see me? 𝐒𝐿 set aside the document she'd been reading, and when she looked up, she smiled. Clarion. When was the last time she'd been greeted so warmly? Clarion tried not to let the surprise show on her face as she took a seat in an armchair. It seemed her secret was still safe, and that Aria had not told the queen about their missed appointment. Thank the stars. A teapot stood steaming on the table between them, along with a small jar of honey. 𝐒𝐿 leaned forward to pour them each a cup. I apologize for how busy I've been, she said, passing one to Clarion. I would have called on you sooner. Clarion drizzled honey into her tea from a wooden dipper and inhaled the earthy scent of carrot blossom. There's nothing to apologize for. We've both been busy. She took a hasty sip of tea to conceal her expression, and the flush surely blossoming across her face. It was only partly a lie. She had kept up with preparations for the coronation, of course, and spent a good deal of her time worrying about how little she could do until Petra repaired her coat. Only a beat of silence lingered before 𝐒𝐿 set down her teacup. I have good news to share. Clarion perked up. Now, that was a welcome announcement. Good news seemed in short supply these days. What is it? My plan is nearly ready to put into action. Clarion had made the grave error of taking another sip of tea just after speaking. She nearly choked on it now. It is? It took some trial and error, 𝐒𝐿 continued. The magic woven between our realms is strong, of course. But magical bonds can be severed like any other, with the right tool and technique. Clarion's blood ran cold. And what is that? No simple tool could sever it, and my magic alone is too weak. 𝐒𝐿 rose from her seat and drifted to her desk. Clarion had not noticed it before, but an elegant metal object rested on a cushion there. It was only when 𝐒𝐒𝐿 picked it up that she realized what it was, the bladeless hilt of a sword. The crossguard was intricately wrought, fashioned into the shape of interwoven branches putting out leaves, because of course Petra would make even a weapon a work of art. Affixed to its heart was a sunstone, its glass-like surface swimming with orange light. If she looked closely, she could see a flame blazing bright within it. Clarion had encountered only one other gem like this, the moonstone used to transmute moonlight into blue pixie dust. But on the summer solstice, a day of great significance for governing talents, our power will be at its height. Petra has built this to channel our magic. The gem shone with the golden light of 𝐒𝐿𝐿's magic, and a blade of pure starlight flickered to life. If you wield this blade on the solstice, you will be powerful enough to cut through the bridges. After that, nothing and no one will be able to cross between winter and the warm seasons. Petra had done it. Of course she had. Normally, Clarion might have been proud of her friend's brilliance and her uncanny ability to solve seemingly unsolvable problems. Besides, this was what she had always wanted, for her inventions to be of value. And yet, Clarion could feel only horror at what Petra had wrought. But then, it struck her what exactly 𝐒𝐿𝐿 had said. When I wield it? Beneath the harsh brilliance of the blade, 𝐒𝐿𝐿's face was blanched a severe white. It has to be you. It will be an auspicious start to your reign and instill confidence in your subjects. They will see that you have guaranteed Pixie Hollow's safety from the nightmares forever. Not all of Pixie Hollow, Clarion thought. She could not manage a reply. She could hardly fathom such a terrible thing, a blade powerful enough to rend open the very fabric of Pixie Hollow. No matter the dangers the warm seasons faced, this could not be right. Once, she might have yielded. She might have even agreed. But after everything she and Milori had been through, after how close they'd come, she could not hold her tongue in the face of such a misguided plan. This can't be the only way. The starlight blade faded until 𝐒𝐿𝐿 was left holding the empty hilt once more. Without the light glittering in her eyes, 𝐒𝐿𝐿's expression grew unreadable, almost cold. You're displeased. Clarion stood up so quickly, her chair scraped against the floorboards. If 𝐒𝐿𝐿 was shocked by the sudden outburst, she did not let it show on her face. Of course I am. I can't understand how you're satisfied with this course of action. You have taught me how to rule. You know very well that we work to ensure each season arrives to the mainland when it should. This goes against the natural order of things. If she had learned anything these past few weeks, it was that each season was essential. Milori had not shared with her winter's wisdom the way the other ministers had, but he hadn't needed to. She'd seen it for herself firsthand. Winter taught endurance, how to hold on to hope, even in the longest, darkest nights. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 regarded her impassively. Perhaps you were right, when you confronted me before. I have not taught you everything you need to know. Her unruffled calm made the heat of Clarion's anger fizzle. Guardedly, she asked, No? I have told you before that winter is self-sufficient. It is for the best that they remain that way. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 placed the sword's hilt on her desk and folded her hands. There is a story passed down among queens. It is time I shared it with you. Slowly, Clarion settled back into her chair. As furious as she was, she could not deny her own curiosity. 𝐒𝐿𝐿's stiff shoulders relaxed now that she'd wrested back control of the conversation. Once, as hard as it may be to believe, the warm seasons and the winter woods lived in harmony. The cadence of 𝐒𝐿𝐿's voice changed, as it always did when she shared a story of Pixie Hollow's history. Of course, it was a very long time ago, a time no one alive remembers. Understanding the danger the nightmares posed, the first queen of Pixie Hollow arranged for them to be imprisoned deep within the winter woods. She also entrusted the warden of the winter woods with the responsibility of guarding that prison. For a time, everything was peaceful. But eventually, he grew resentful of his duty. He gathered his scouts and organized a rebellion against the queen. What? Clarion cut in. But why would he do such a thing? Sensing that she now had Clarion's full attention, 𝐒𝐿 smiled wryly. The full details of their conflict have been lost to time, unfortunately. Perhaps he grew bored, or perhaps he believed he should rule over all of Pixie Hollow. The queens of Pixie Hollow have a great many responsibilities and much power. Perhaps he was dissatisfied with his lot, having no jurisdiction over anything but his barren realm. None of those explanations satisfied Clarion. Their realms could not have been driven apart over something as petty as ambition or boredom. She couldn't believe that, not after she had visited winter herself. Not after she had fallen in love with it. Barren was the very last word she'd used to describe it. It was beautiful and vibrant, a season that anyone would have been proud to rule. However, 𝐒𝐿 continued, I have a theory of my own. I believe that nightmares have an influence over winter fairies. She paused, letting that ominous statement hang over them like a blade waiting to fall. It slid beneath Clarion's skin like winter's chill, filling her with a terrible, prickling unease. An influence? You have seen how insidious nightmares are, how they can sink their claws into a fairy's mind. Who's to say they cannot do it while you're still awake? 𝐒𝐿 smoothed her hands over her skirts. Besides, I cannot imagine what effect it must have, living beside so many for so long. If the prison has weakened enough to release them into the world, surely their power has leaked out as well. Clarion felt sick at the implication, at the thought of all the fairies she'd met at the mercy of monsters. You believe the nightmares caused the warden's betrayal? It's possible, yes. 𝐒𝐿 approached Clarion with slow, measured steps, then perched on the edge of her chaise longue. Now that they were at eye level again, the weight of her words felt suffocating, inescapable. It is a shame. It means that the warden of the winter woods can never be fully trusted. Clarion couldn't believe it. She refused to believe it. She dug her fingers into her knees, if only to keep herself from fleeing. Why didn't you tell me this before? I did not want to overwhelm you with too much information at once, especially when you already seemed so concerned about the winter fairies. Clarion felt those words like a slap. They were all but a confirmation of her worst fears. 𝐒𝐿 did not think her capable of handling the truth or her duty. 𝐒𝐿 leaned over and rested her hand on Clarion's arm. 𝐒𝐿's skin felt feverishly hot, as though each of her fingers were a searing brand. But now, you know everything that I do. And on the day of your coronation, you will fulfill the very last of our inherited duties. The Queen of Pixie Hollow must guard the warm seasons against the nightmare's influence. Clarion's boldness, briefly suppressed beneath the weight of her old insecurities, flared viciously back to life. She could not listen to another word of this. If that's true, then we should help the winter woods, not cut them off. We are in no position to help them. 𝐒𝐿's tone brooked no argument. It's far too dangerous. We do not know how to combat them. And so you'd force me to abandon the winter fairies to their fate? Clarion's voice trembled. Shall I let the nightmares destroy their homes? Pick them off one by one? This is not pragmatism, 𝐒𝐿. This is monstrous. I will not do it. 𝐒𝐿 stared at her with open shock. When she recovered, Clarion was struck at how quickly she gathered her royal bearing around her like armor, how she could wear a simple robe like her full regalia. Her tone was frosty when she spoke again. This is for the greater good. I know you have an interest in the fairies of the winter woods, but you must put them out of your mind. They have survived this long on their own, in the most brutal of conditions. They will endure this as well. But they shouldn't have to. Clarion bit down on her tongue. Taking her silence as acquiescence, 𝐒𝐿 sighed, as though trying to collect the fragments of her shattered patience. "You will understand in time, Clarion. Your kindness is an asset, but it is also a heavy burden to carry. You cannot hurt so much for others." "I will take that into account," Clarion replied. "Now, if you'll excuse me. I feel suddenly ill." She did not wait for Elvina's reply before fleeing her study. Once she made it to her room, she pulled the box Petra had sent her from where she'd hidden it beneath her bed. She untied the fastidiously knotted ribbon, then yanked off the lid. Inside was her coat, pristine and whole. Clarion could not help hugging it against her chest. She did not care how ridiculous she looked, kneeling on the floor with her face buried in the fur-lined hood. It wasn't as if there were anyone here to witness it. Once she breathed through the worst of her panic, she tried desperately to sort through the jumble of her thoughts. Whether or not what Elvina told her was true didn't matter. All she knew was that Elvina had handed her a problem almost too overwhelming to shoulder. She and Milori had only until the summer solstice to seal the nightmare's prison, or Elvina would doom the winter woods to an eternal isolation. Chapter 17. Every minute that Clarion waited at the border passed at a glacial crawl. She paced restlessly along the riverbank, the hem of her mended coat billowing behind her. As she watched the tree line, all she could envision were nightmares unspooling from the shadows, a ravening, bilious black. Winter sealed away as if behind a wall of glass. The roots binding them together severed by her own hand. She could not stomach this vision of herself, the cold and remote queen who weighed lives like grain on a scale. A blade of starlight held above her head, smoking with her power. The magic of the pixie dust tree, emptying into the river like blood from a mortal wound. Monstrous, she told Elvina. The dark churn of her thoughts only served to compound the dread of seeing Milori again. She'd spent so many hours reliving that kiss, and imagining what she might say to him when they met again. Such concerns felt terribly far away now. And yet, her anticipation built with every second that slipped away. Thankfully, she did not have to suffer long. Milori was never late. In fact, he was early. The sun had not yet begun to set when he arrived. Snow swirled around him as he landed on the bridge between their realms with silent grace. Despite it all, her heart fluttered at the sight of him. She'd hardly realized how desperately she'd missed him until he was standing here before her. Clarion found herself torn between the impulse to armor herself with distance and to run headlong into his arms. The guarded look on his face and the rigidity of his shoulders, at least, made her choice easy. It wounded her to see such plain confirmation of what she'd feared. Nothing could exist between the two of them. Clarion drew her coat tighter around herself as she stepped onto the bridge, sighing at the feeling of magic humming beneath her feet. Words evaporated as she stared up at him. As always, his stark beauty was like a blade of ice to the heart. Frost glimmered on his pale eyelashes, which were drawn low over his gray eyes. He was avoiding her gaze. Clarion. He spoke her name with such careful formality, it was as though he'd called her Your Highness. It prickled her all over with its chill. Milori. The uneasy silence stretched thin between them. When she could bear it no longer, she blurted out, "There's something you should know." At the same time he said, "I wanted to." Their eyes locked, and heat bloomed across her face. His lips were still softly parted, whatever confession he'd been prepared to make hanging in suspension. A look of singular vulnerability passed over his expression. Clarion could not help wondering if she'd been mistaken. Hope welled up within her, but no, she could not allow herself to read anything into it. It was only that their halting exchange had flustered them both. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Please. You first." Clarion drew in a breath to compose herself. Now that he'd ceded the initiative to her, she felt more clear-headed. Where to begin? Somehow, the dangers 𝐒𝐒𝐿𝐒's plan posed to the winter woods felt like safer skies to navigate than her feelings. I spoke with 𝐒𝐿𝐒 earlier. Clearly, that was not what he had expected her to say. Milori blinked, disoriented, as if rousing himself from a troubling dream. Some of his nervous energy fizzled out, but she could see him wrestling with the desire to ask for more details. Ever patient, he replied, I see. Even in spring, she felt impossibly cold at the memory of what she and 𝐒𝐿𝐒 had discussed. She crossed her arms over her chest to ward off a shiver. She told me that the first warden of the winter woods attempted to overthrow the queen of Pixie Hollow. In her mind, that is the reason our two realms have nothing to do with each other anymore. Worse, she believes the nightmares held some sort of power over him. That it might be possible for it to happen again, and she could not force the words out. She did not want to even say it, nor did she want to ask him the questions fear had sparked within her. Do you think it's true? Do you harbor the same resentment the first warden did? Clarion watched his expression fill with certainty, slowly, then all at once. He looked as though he'd at last pieced together something that had been puzzling him. You worry that it might be true, he said. There was no accusation in his voice, only a resigned sort of understanding. Guilt pierced through her. How could she believe that, when he and his people had been nothing but kind to her? She clasped her hands together to keep herself from reaching for him. Only to the extent that I worry for you. You've never given me a reason to doubt you. He frowned as confusion overtook him once more. I have never seen a nightmare hold any power over someone who was still awake. I don't think it's possible. That's a relief, she murmured. Surely, there would be some sort of sign. You haven't noticed anything. Milori shifted on his feet, his gaze skirting away from hers again. I haven't slept well in days. Other than that, no. Dread pulled within her. You don't think? It isn't nightmares that keep me awake, Clarion. His voice was impossibly gentle, and so soft, for a moment, she thought she had misheard him. When he turned his eyes back to her, the intensity and earnestness she found there made her ears warm. The sense memory of their kiss awakened, skipping across her skin and heated trails and stoking her glow to a rose-colored blaze. There had been something like devotion in the way he'd cradled her face, an oath sworn in every brush of his lips against hers. Oh, she had been such a fool to believe a sparrow man like Milori would do a single thing without the intention of committing himself fully. Oh. It was a bare exhalation of sound. You didn't come back. Equal parts pain and relief suffused his every word. At first, I worried that something had happened. Then, I convinced myself that you regretted it. No, Clarion said, through a humorless laugh. I didn't regret it at all. I only regret that I panicked, and that my fear has given you cause to worry. That was what frightened her the most, the feeling that her heart now beat outside her chest. He stood before her, close enough to touch. And yet, it wasn't close enough. Clarion feared she might never be satisfied until they could truly share in one another's worlds. And now that she knew 𝐒𝐿𝐒's plan, it terrified her, to think that the two of them could be separated forever. She could not avoid telling him what she'd learned any longer. There is much more to say, I know. She took a step closer to him, until she could feel winter's cool caress her face. She closed her fingers around his forearm and squeezed gently. But that isn't everything 𝐒𝐿𝐒 told me. As he drank her in, the hope faded from his eyes. What is it? 𝐒𝐿𝐒 is close to putting her plan into motion. We have until the summer solstice before the bridges between winter and the warm seasons are destroyed. All the color drained from his face. When he recovered enough to speak, he said. I didn't think it was possible. The despair in his voice chilled her. I didn't either. But we still have daylight left. I'm ready to try again. If she failed. No, it hardly bore thinking about. She would not fail a second time. Gathering her nerve, she said, I think you and I were meant to do this together, to solve the problem of the nightmares for good. You and I, he echoed, as solemn as a vow. Perhaps it was a bold declaration. But what they'd found felt a little like destiny, especially when the space between them crackled with possibility. If we seal the prison before the sun fully sets, none of them will have a chance to leave for the night. She canted her chin, hoping to project more confidence than she felt. Milori watched her through hooded eyes, some of his initial resistance giving way to something like admiration. Clarion continued before she could lose her nerve. After that, everyone under the nightmare spell should awaken, just like when the dream talons first sealed the nightmares away. Very well, he said, with only a touch of reluctance. But if we're going to make it to the prison before sundown, we'll need to fly. At that, Clarion's facade faltered. You mean with 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒? Of course, we don't have to, Milori said, with the tiniest of smirks playing on the corner of his mouth. However, we would need to reconvene tomorrow and begin hiking much earlier in the day. She bit down on a groan. Fine. Call her. Milori looked far too pleased. He brought 2 fingers to his lips and whistled. The sound cut through the serene stillness of the woods. Somehow, the silence deepened, as though the entire forest were holding its breath. Only a few seconds passed before 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒 appeared, bursting from the cover of pines and carving a dark shape against the reddening sky. With a defeated sigh, Clarion did up the buttons on her coat and stepped into winter. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒 ruffled her feathers and let out a soft hoot as Clarion approached. This time, at least, she did not shrink back. I think she likes you, Milori said. If you want, you could ride alone this time. The suggestion filled her with unwelcome visions of plummeting to her untimely end. She reached up to take hold of the reins. No, I very much do not. Milori rested a hand on her waist, prepared to lift her. The cold of his touch seeped into her coat, and Clarion had to battle the urge to lean into him. His tone all fond amusement, he said, the queen of Pixie Hollow has truly met her match. 2 could play at that game. Clarion flashed him a coy smile. Or maybe I want to be close to you. That, apparently, silenced any smart reply. Feeling a flush of triumph, Clarion began to climb onto 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒's back. With a boost, she found her seat easily, and did not flinch when 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒 swiveled her head to appraise her from the corner of her golden eyes. Perhaps she imagined it, but Clarion could have sworn she saw a glimmer of approval there. Milori settled behind her. He locked one arm around her and gathered the reins in his free hand. Ready? His breath ghosted against her ear. A pleasant shiver worked its way down her spine. Ready, she replied. With that, they took flight. They dodged through snow-laden pine boughs and around the icicles refracting the shell-pink sunlight. When they broke through the canopy, the view stole Clarion's breath away. Endless expanses of snow and cold waters glittered, illuminated in the golden hour. Everything was so small from this height, and with her wings bound beneath her coat, exhilaration prickled at the edges of her wonder. Cold wind sent her hair snapping behind her and nipped at the tip of her nose. Flurries danced wildly before her, each snowflake stained in warm shades of pink and gold as the sun settled like a lit ember in the crook of the mountains. Then, they dove toward the shadow of the woods. Below them, the round eye of the frozen lake locked onto her, as though every nightmare seething beneath it sensed her presence and loathed her. Instinctual terror quickened her pulse, and the wound on her arm throbbed with the memory of what had happened last time they had come here. But she could not afford to lose her nerve now. The pines enfolded them, and Noctua landed on a low-lying branch. Even from here, the miasma that settled like dense fog over the ice crawled over them. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Even Noctua fluffed out her plumage with unease. Without thinking, Clarion scratched the top of her head to soothe her, then slid off the owl's back. Her boots crunched in the deep snowfall. Milori landed beside her, his gray eyes fixed on the prison lurking just beyond the row of gnarled birches. Another wind gusted through the trees and shredded into her coat with icy claws. A veil of snow lifted off the ground, blotting out the fading sun. All of it felt like a warning, leave this place. Shall we? She asked Milori. One moment. He threaded his fingers in hers, and Clarion did her best not to melt. His touch grounded and thrilled her more than she cared to admit. Hand in hand, they trudged through the snowbanks until at last they emerged onto the edge of the frozen lake. As long as she lived, she would never grow accustomed to the sheer presence of it. The silence here was unnatural, as though the lake swallowed all the sound. Dread settled over her shoulders like a mantle of steel. Clarion did her best to breathe through the weight of it. She stepped out onto the ice. Its treacherous surface gleamed, but she could still make out the hazy shapes of nightmares rippling beneath her boots like dark water. As she and Milori made their way to the center, the nightmares shrank back and lashed out by turns. She avoided the thin cracks in the surface, which groaned beneath her weight. She shuddered to think of what would happen if she fell into the lake's depths. By the time they made it to the center of the lake, the daylight was a bare sliver of red on the horizon. She could practically feel the nightmare's hunger and anticipation bubbling up from the cracks. They swirled together, reaching longingly for their freedom. It was now or never. Reluctantly, Clarion let her hand drop from Milori's. She crouched beside the new fissures in the ice, letting her awareness drift to the dream magic barrier just underneath, to its thinning strands and loosening weaves, just barely holding back the beasts it contained. It had grown even more threadbare since they were here last. Her magic itched to mend it. Her first instinct was to reach for what felt familiar and comfortable, to master herself, to focus, to strain. Instead, she closed her eyes and felt her feet planted on the ice, the way her chest rose and fell as she breathed. Perhaps if she tried to see herself the way Milori did. You were made for this. Calm certainty filled her up. Energy crackled just beneath her skin, and her glow intensified. Clarion rested her palm flat against the ice and let her magic surge through her. Golden light swirled down her arm and coalesced in the palm of her hand. Milori's awestruck eyes reflected the glow of her power. Clarion let it soar. Starlight flowed into the ice and wove itself around the fraying dream threads. It fortified them and, stitch by stitch, spanned the tiers. Her magic lit the ice from within, bathing her in marbled golden light. As the nightmares roiled within their prison, their shrieks rattled her very bones. They lashed out with torrents of negative emotion, the sting of rejection, the stomach-churning sensation of humiliation, the sharp terror of something come back to haunt her. All she could see were gnashing teeth and baleful eyes. All she could think of was that terrible future version of herself, isolating winter with a single cut. All her worst fears felt too close to the surface, urgent and undeniably real. Pressure built behind her eyes. Her hands began to tremble. But with one last loop pulled taut, her work was done. The repaired barrier shimmered like a layer of spider silk gauze. Through the stitches, she could just barely see the nightmares, snarling and snapping as they shrank back from their new confines. Milori, she called. Now. He extended his hands, and frost bloomed across the shattered ice. The wails of the nightmares grew more muffled until she could not hear them at all. The light of the barrier dimmed beneath the frozen surface of the lake, and night settled softly into the space it left behind. As her vision adjusted to the starlit dark, she gazed out at their handiwork. The ice itself seemed to glow. With the prison sealed, the oppressive atmosphere lessened, and Clarion imagined this was what this place had been like centuries ago. Beautiful. Milori let out a soft sound of disbelief. When Clarion turned to him, she was struck with another pang of longing. Moonlight gilded the ice and draped itself over him. Like this, he was lustrous, an effect not helped by the way he was beaming at her. We did it. She couldn't help grinning back at him. We did. She could hardly believe it. After weeks of fear and uncertainty, they'd freed their subjects from the nightmares. She barely had time to process it. Because with a flutter of his wings, Milori lifted off the ground. He took both her mittened hands in his own, and then flew backward, until she was gliding along the ice after him. Milori, she protested through a laugh. She had half a mind to dig her heels in, but his joy was infectious. She surrendered and let herself skate across the surface. He spun her to slow their momentum, one hand coming to rest against her waist to steady her. Come with me. I want to show you something. When he was so unguardedly happy, how could she possibly deny him anything? Of course. Anywhere. Milori took her to a vista atop another mountain's peak. It afforded a view of the winter woods, most strikingly, the vast frozen lake. The mirror-smooth ice now sparkled with veins of gold. Soft golden light illuminated the surrounding darkness. Beyond it, she could see the Hall of Winter, gleaming cold in the moonlight, and the enclaves of winter fairies' homes glowing like fireflies in the dark. And there, luminous and golden, was the pixie dust tree. It seemed impossible that she should be standing here, staring back at the place she'd spent all her life, a place she believed she would never leave. But it was not the view Milori had brought her to see. On a precipice overlooking the Nightmare's prison was a massive sculpture carved entirely from ice. Clarion approached it, tipping her head back so that she could appreciate it fully. The statue was of a sparrow man, with his hand resting on a sword at his hip. A diadem, carved with the snowflake insignia of winter, sat on his brow. A cloak trimmed in the fur of an animal billowed behind him. His wings, shot through with moonlight, glittered like winter itself. He looked strangely familiar, almost like Milori, with his stoic countenance and weary eyes. Here it is, said Milori. This is the first warden of the winter woods. It's said that this statue was commissioned by the Queen of Pixie Hollow herself. The Lord of Winter, Clarion murmured. Yes, he said, after a pause. I suppose he was also known by that title. This did not look like the memorial of a sparrow man who had risked everything for the sake of his pride. It looked like someone who, even in death, had not forgotten his duty. As she circled the statue, her gaze snagged on the plinth. It was covered in lichen and densely packed snow, but she could see something written just beneath it. She knelt beside it and scraped off the rime with her mitten. Piece by piece, it fell away. She scrubbed until she could make out the carved inscription. In the ice and in the hearts of all of Pixie Hollow. The memory of the Lord of Winter, a true friend and steadfast protector, is preserved forever. Just beneath the final line was a faint carving. Clarion recognized it as the royal insignia, the pixie dust tree framed by the wings of a monarch butterfly. Clarion's heart ached at the sight of it. This was not the sort of statue built for the living, which meant Elvina's story was completely wrong. There had been no rebellion that had driven their realms apart, no treachery. It comforted her as much as it puzzled her. What happened, then? She asked. How did we end up this way? I don't know. Milori crouched beside her and gazed up at the statue. In his writings, he emphasized that the nightmares were not something the Queen should worry about. I suppose his successor wasn't as close with the Queen's, and so, perhaps we just drifted apart over time. I suppose it's a trait we all share, to want to shoulder this burden alone. I understand the necessity of that worldview, Milori had told her when she shared Elvina's philosophy. Clarion rested a hand on his arm. You haven't. I haven't. He smiled ruefully. You are not the only fairy in Pixie Hollow who believes they can't do what they were born to do. For generations, every warden of the Winter Woods has upheld their duty unfailingly, except for me. What happened to both our subjects is entirely my fault, and I asked you to fix my mistake. Entirely my fault. Hadn't she thought the exact same thing, kneeling among the wreckage of the autumn forest? But listening to him say it, she realized how terribly unfair it was. No one should take on so much. I owe you an enormous debt, he said. And as you share the news with your subjects, if you want to blame me. How can I blame you? She cut in. What could you have done? He fell silent. You owe me nothing. If anything, I owe you. She took his hands in hers. So forgive yourself. This would have happened one way or another. You and I were just the unlucky ones who had to fix what our predecessors couldn't. For so long, you and I have wasted our energy trying to live up to them. But you are good enough on your own merits. Milori lifted his gaze to hers once more, and all the world grew as still as deepest winter. The snowfall seemed to slow to a halt, the wind ebbed to a bare whisper. The emotion glittering in his eyes knocked her breathless, and it occurred to her then just how close they were. Her breath misted in the narrow space between them. I hope you know the same is true for you. Milori carefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. His knuckles lightly traced her cheekbone as his hand fell away. You will be an excellent queen. And although her heart soared to hear him say it, the reminder of her coronation made reality crash over her like a wave. It felt cruel to meet him just before she would have to let him go. Gone would be her days of sneaking into winter. Gone would be whatever this was between them. Because the moment that crown was placed upon her head, she would spend the rest of her life in the palace, her days taken up by meetings and hearings and ceremonies. She would become the cold star, high in her tower, looking down on all that she'd sworn to oversee from a distance. As Clarion, she could care for him. But the Queen of Pixie Hollow could never truly be with him or anyone else. Milori clearly sensed the turn of her mood. Is everything all right? Yes. She forced a smile. I'm only cold. He did not look convinced, but he said, then let me get you back to spring. Clarion kept her silence on the journey back to the border. He did not push her, even though she could feel his concern washing over her. It was only when she stood on the edge of the bridge that she whirled around to face him. She could not force both of them to languish without closure, not again. Besides, she had promised him that they would finish the conversation they'd begun. I have to confess, she said, that I lied. Everything is not all right. Oh, he said, in a tone that suggested he did not know whether he ought to feign surprise. Can I ask what troubles you? She couldn't decide if she should laugh or weep. How could she possibly answer that question? Now that they'd done what they set out to do, they had no reason to see each other anymore. I'm going to miss you. Is that all? He asked. You can come back tomorrow. I can't. Frustration and longing both bubbled up within her. If only it were that simple. My coronation is in just over a week, Milori. Our duties as rulers will keep us apart from one another. Her words landed like a sucker punch, sending him reeling. Milori shook his head, just barely. She could see he wanted to argue, but he only said, I see. I like you, she continued breathlessly. Far, far too much. Then I don't understand why. It scares me. How much I want you. How painful it would be to lose you. I meant what I said. I don't regret a thing. I am glad it happened, but it cannot happen again. Going forward, we should maintain a formal distance between us. Before it becomes too painful. As the seconds ticked by, the stricken look on his face softened gradually. He took a wary step closer to her, as if he were afraid of chasing her away. With his voice pitched low, he said, I do not think I've been subtle about it, but I feel I should tell you that I like you, too. Clarion couldn't help laughing, even through the threat of tears constricting her throat. She leaned her forehead against his shoulder, if only to hide how much his words had affected her. She supposed she had known for quite some time how he felt, but to hear him admit it aloud, it made this, whatever it was, real, something she could lose. Is that all you've taken away from what I've said? I don't believe our duties require that we stay away from one another. But I shall argue my point another time. When she dared to glance up at him again, he averted his gaze. If she did not know better, she'd say he looked nervous. I wanted to invite you to winter's coronation ball. It is to be held in your honor. The quiet vulnerability in his voice, hidden behind that veneer of courtly grace, took a hammer to her defenses. Must he always make things so difficult? Milori. You can attend in an official capacity, of course, as our guest of honor, he hastened to add. Your subjects in winter are very eager to meet you. She considered it. Good sense dictated that she should decline his invitation. It would be far simpler to make this a clean break, to not torture herself any further by being around him. But if she wanted to bridge the distance between winter and the warm seasons, she would have to learn to endure it. With time, perhaps these feelings would fade to little more than a memory. In the meantime, she would have to practice. Attending, of course, would pose a logistical challenge. But how difficult could it really be to sneak away from her own coronation ball? Once she fulfilled her ceremonial duties and exchanged pleasantries with the right fairies, no one would notice if she slipped away for an hour or two. She would be back before anyone knew to miss her. Clarion plucked at the sleeve of her coat. I don't have anything to wear to a winter ball. Clearly, he knew he had already won, because a smile curled on his lips. You are the queen. You can wear whatever you'd like. A terrible fondness bubbled up within her chest. Then I suppose I'll have to go. You will? As soon as his excitement sparked, he smoothed it over. Everyone will be very happy to see you. Well, she said, the feeling is mutual. Too late, she registered that she had not withdrawn from him, that she had not wanted to, despite the distance she knew very well she should hold between them. It would be a simple thing, to rise onto her toes and kiss him as she had the other night, to thread her fingers into his snow-white hair. His gaze trailed down her face and lingered, just for a moment, on her lips. He was right that he had never exactly been subtle. Clarion knew, down to the stardust in her bones, that he would let her. And yet, he stood as still as a sparrow man carved from ice. You're going to get cold if you stay much longer, he murmured. Before she could think better of it, she said, I've been told it suits me. It took only a moment for him to realize that she had turned his own words back on him. A glimmer of bittersweet yearning lit his eyes, and Clarion knew then and there that she had crossed a line she might never recover from. Perhaps it would have been better not knowing what she was missing. Perhaps it would have been better to pine than to mourn. Chapter 18. Since they had sealed the prison, no nightmares had descended on Pixie Hollow as they slept. No one had awoken to find their work destroyed. No one else had fallen prey to their terrible spell. No one had stirred from their nightmarish slumber, either. When Clarion had visited the clinic, the eerie silence of the room settled over her. Staring out at the sleeping fairies, she'd gone numb with uncomprehending shock. but the devastation that followed was like an icy wind, slicing through her and hollowing her out. She did not understand. They'd sealed the prison, so why hadn't it worked as it had in the past? Perhaps she should have known better than to put so much faith in stories. She and Milori might have prevented any more monsters from escaping, but until they found a cure for their spell, this nightmare was far from over. And now they had only 1 week to end it. At the very least, Pixie Hollow had finally, tentatively, let down its guard. Although the new development clearly confounded Elvina, she had announced the curfew would be lifted for tonight's coronation ball. Clarion, however, did not feel much like celebrating. She could not content herself with what she'd achieved until she made sure that this was well and truly over, until she saw Rowan and the others awaken and Autumn arrive on the mainland with no delay. There had to be some way to free them. But how? Clarion turned over the question as she dressed for the ball, alone and melancholy in her quarters. It still did not feel entirely real that in 1 week's time, the crown would be hers. Perhaps it never would until she'd proven herself worthy of the title. Her balcony doors were ajar, letting in a cool wash of evening air. The delicate, grassy scents of lady's mantle and freesia reached her faintly. Purple and yellow flowers waved on the branches, as if trying to catch her eye. The pixie dust tree had put out new growth over the last few days. In the language of flowers, it said, "I am here for you." Clarion marveled at how attentive it was being lately. She could not help wondering if it knew she was trying to protect it. She stood in front of her mirror, feeling utterly ridiculous and decidedly unqueenly. She had stepped into her gown after severely overestimating her ability to do up all the tiny buttons that ran along her spine. The fabric gaped open on the back and threatened to slide off her shoulders. As if on cue, 2 sharp knocks sounded on the door. Relief flooded through her. Someone had come to rescue her at last. "Who is it?" "Artemis, Your Highness." "Oh, good," she replied. "Come in." The door swung open. Artemis stood on the threshold, dressed in her full scout's regalia. Clarion admired her jacket, all tailored lines and black fabric and gleaming golden buttons, and noted that her sword was not purely ceremonial. She wore the same blade she always carried at her hip, but she tucked it into a more ornate scabbard. It was filigreed in intricate whorls of gold in the shape of flowers. To Clarion's great shock, she'd even done something about her hair. It shone like the polished shell of an acorn, slicked back and tucked neatly behind her ears. Despite her immaculate uniform, she looked weary and a little sad. Clarion supposed she understood. Tonight, there would be a knighting ceremony for scouts who had risked their lives on patrol over the past few weeks. It was the highest honor they could achieve, bestowed by the queen herself. Clarion did not need to ask to know it was something Artemis wanted, and something she deserved, after she had saved Clarion's life. Artemis took in the scene before her. Evidently moved by Clarion's plight, she asked, "Do you need help?" Clarion shot her a grateful look in the mirror. "Please." Artemis flitted over, then immediately set to work fastening the buttons with practiced, efficient ease. When she finished, she adjusted the train, letting it fan out like a spill of water. Now, Clarion could appreciate the full effect of the gown. The fabric glittered as bright as starlight, its brilliance casting a twinkling, ever-changing glow on the walls. Just minutes before, she'd plaited her hair. One of the garden talents had left a garland of forsythia and daisy petals for her to weave into her braid. All that remained now was to apply her maquillage. "You look lovely," said Artemis. "So do you." Clarion warmed at the compliment, but she could not shake just how bittersweetly pensive her guard looked. "How are you?" Artemis seemed somewhat surprised but replied, "Fine." Clarion raised an eyebrow. "Really?" There was a moment of silence as Artemis registered the question behind her question. Her mouth twisted into a moue of discomfort. Ah. Honestly, Clarion thought. Scouts and their determined stoicism. Perhaps it was unprofessional to push the matter, but her well-being mattered to Clarion. You deserve recognition, too, you know. It doesn't matter, Artemis said hastily. I have done my best to help in the small ways I can. All I want is the good of Pixie Hollow. Clarion turned away from her own reflection and fixed Artemis with a meaningful look. No one could truly be so selfless. But you want more than that. Artemis hesitated. I suppose I do. For the second time in all the years they'd known each other, Clarion had dragged Artemis to the very edge of her vulnerability. She did not know if she could convince her to take the leap. She perched on the edge of her bed and placed her chin in her hands. Once, you told me that you'd led with your heart over your head. That's why you were assigned to be my guard. What happened, exactly? For a moment, Clarion thought she might change the subject entirely. But Artemis heaved a long sigh and settled on the bed beside her. The mattress dipped beneath her weight. Artemis sat with her spine rigidly straight and her hands clasped over her knees. Back when I first arrived in Pixie Hollow, she said, there was something of an ongoing situation. A hawk had happened upon us and tried to establish its territory in the autumn forest. None of the animal talents could manage it or convince it to go elsewhere, so it was up to the scouts to handle the danger it posed. I was something of a firebrand back then. At this, Clarion suppressed a snort of laughter. Artemis gave her a wry smile, but it faded quickly. I'd gotten into a skirmish with it, and I was poised to drive it off. I had it in my sights, after me and a friend in my unit cornered it. But she'd underestimated her pixie dust ration. She fell. Fairies' wings could not support their weight without pixie dust. And if they were battling a hawk, no doubt they'd found themselves high above the forest floor. Oh, Clarion murmured. Artemis bowed her head, and her black hair curtained her face. I saved her, but I let our target go. Others were lost as a result of my mistake. My superiors determined that I was not level-headed enough to make the right decisions in battle. My instincts meant that I was better suited for guard duty. A good queen must focus on the task at hand, 𝐒𝐈𝐒 had said once, and help at scale. Her heart lurched at the pain in Artemis's voice, a pain Clarion knew intimately. She could not have turned her back on someone she could have saved either. Was that really what it meant to be responsible and level-headed? To protect the hypothetical many over the one in front of you? I'm not sure I would call that a mistake, Clarion said softly. Artemis looked up at her, a startled hope shining in her eyes. Had no one ever absolved her of this? Soon enough, Clarion would be able to officially reinstate her. She'd been punished, and she'd punished herself, for long enough. I don't know that I would have done any differently. It was brave, what you did. Clarion knocked her shoulder against Artemis's. You have a good heart, Artemis. We need more fairies like you in the scouts. A faint smile curled on Artemis's lips. Haltingly, as though she did not trust herself to speak, she said, That's kind of you to say. Clarion returned the smile. It's true. Before Artemis could reply, another knock sounded on the door. It's me. Clarion brightened at the sound of Petra's voice. It was something of a tradition for them to get ready for balls together, but between their schedules and the tension over winter, she hadn't known whether to expect her. The door's open, Clarion called. Petra entered the room, and Clarion felt as much as she heard Artemis's sharp intake of breath. She could not blame her. Petra was always beautiful, but tonight, she was utterly resplendent. The bodice of her gown was fitted, but the skirt flared into graceful tiers of ivy. Her red curls had been tamed and gathered into an elegant knot at the nape of her neck, with a few ringlets artfully framing her face. When Petra's gaze landed on Artemis, she let out a strangled sound of surprise. Artemis rose to her feet automatically, and the two of them stared across the room at each other in silent awe. It took all of Clarion's strength to refrain from commenting. Instead, she moved from her bed to her vanity. Artemis broke the silence first. "You look nice." A flush crawled up Petra's neck, and self-conscious panic overtook her. She nearly stumbled into the wall behind her. "What? Why do you say that? Is there something on my face?" "No, Artemis blinked, clearly unsure how to handle the situation. "I said it because I meant it." "Right." Petra still looked deeply skeptical, but almost pleased. "So," Clarion interjected. Both of them startled, as though they'd forgotten she was there entirely. "Petra and I need to finish getting ready." Clarion picked up a cosmetic brush, then a shallow pot of eye paint. Inside was a gold pigment made from a mixture of clay and pixie dust. "Do you want any, Artemis?" Artemis examined her as though assessing a threat. "No, thank you. I'll leave you to it." Clarion lifted one shoulder. "Suit yourself." Petra shrank back against the wall as Artemis brushed past her. When the door clicked shut behind her, Petra crossed the room in a flutter of ivy skirts and fire-bright curls. "You didn't tell me she was going to be here." "She's always here." Clarion twisted the lid off her eye paint. Unable to resist, she added, "She's off duty tonight, you know." Petra's face lit up. "Really?" Clarion gasped. She had not intended to catch Petra out, but now she'd all but confirmed what she'd suspected for years. She jabbed the brush at Petra. "I knew it. There's nothing to know." Petra looked ready to snatch the brush away from her, or else flee out of the nearest window. It did nothing to tamp down the spark of mischief. "Oh, I think there is." "It doesn't matter, anyway." Petra buried her face in her hands. "She's terrifying." Clarion resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "Just ask her to dance." "She's not going to bite you." "She might stab me, though," Petra said darkly. Clarion grinned. How easy it was to fall into this pattern with her. It felt so normal that she'd nearly forgotten about their last fraught conversation. She'd nearly forgotten that tonight, she would have to slip past her. "Both you and 𝐒𝐈𝐒 are depending on me for your schemes to work. Being in this position isn't easy for me." The memory, the reminder of the distance wedged between them, twinged painfully. If Petra knew she planned to sneak out to winter tonight, she would try to stop her. And now that it was clear their plan hadn't fully succeeded, she needed to speak with Milori more than ever. There had to be something they could do, anything to prevent 𝐒𝐈𝐒 from using what Petra had armed her with. Petra's expression softened with concern. "What is it?" "There's just a lot on my mind lately. Coronation things." Clarion forced a smile. In an effort to busy herself, she shuffled a few glass bottles of fragrances around. They clacked together, too loud in the fragile silence. "Come here. Sit." Petra perched gingerly on the edge of her bed. Clarion swiveled to face her, nearly knocking their knees together. She dabbed her brush in the eye paint, then took Petra's chin in her fingers. "The usual?" "Yes." After a moment, she added, "But it has to look especially good." "For no particular reason." "Of course not," said Clarion, with only a touch of impishness. Bracing her wrist against Petra's cheekbone, Clarion daubed gold onto Petra's eyelids. Her bracelets clinked together softly, and Petra's steady breath fanned out against her skin as she worked. Clarion fell into a practiced rhythm, feathering and layering the pigment across her brow bone. When she finished with Petra's eyes, Clarion switched to her fluffiest brush and dusted pixie dust across Petra's cheekbones. It was all she needed. Anything else would conceal her freckles. "Open your eyes," Clarion said. She did, and Clarion's heart skipped a beat. The gold of the paint and the fierce red of her hair drew out every shade of green in her eyes. They were the color of a sunlit summer forest. Perfect. Clarion set down her brush emphatically. "She's going to fall in love with you." Petra wailed inarticulately in protest, and despite the fear and the stress, Clarion laughed. For a few more hours, maybe she could pretend everything was as it always had been. By the time they arrived at the ball deep in the heart of summer, the festivities were already in full swing. Clarion, Petra, and Artemis passed beneath the fairy circle, a ring of red-capped mushrooms, and into the ballroom, announced by the bright, resonant tone of a herald talent's voice. The sight of it stole her breath away. Glowworms, suspended from low-hanging branches, cast a soft blue aura over the grass. Every so often, fireflies pierced the darkness with pinpricks of light as they drifted through the air. Even without their aid, the entire clearing was impossibly bright, bathed as it was in moonlight. At its center, a spring burbled, made into a spectacle by the water talents gathered around it. With a wave of their hands, droplets rose from the surface and refracted the light of the moon. Delicate strands of water wove through the air and dissipated into a shimmering curtain of mist. In the very back of the ballroom, Clarion spotted her destination, a makeshift dais on the moss-covered stump of a sapling. From here, Clarion could make out the hooked points of 𝐒𝐿𝐒na's crown and the radiance of her wings. When she craned her neck to get a better look, she glimpsed Commander Nightshade hovering just beside her. Soon, she would stand beside them as 𝐒𝐿𝐒na presided over the knighting ceremony. They passed by banquet tables, each of them piled high with the cooking talent's hard work. Every dish was as good as a love letter to summer and its bounty: honey cake topped with honeycomb, blackberries, and slivers of fig, delicate blueberry tarts sprinkled with coarse sugar, peach jam and golden bread, tomatoes sliced thick and served with a dusting of salt and basil, glasses of red currant wine, pickled radishes and rainbow chard, sweating jars of water flavored with orange blossom and mint, rhubarb and strawberry streusel. Clarion's mouth watered as she looked at it all. But most striking were her subjects, all of them dressed in their finery. Fairies lounged on the petals of night-blooming flowers, preening beneath the light of the full moon. Others sprawled atop the mushrooms or fluttered aimlessly through the air, speaking in low tones with their friends. Normally, their excited chatter would all but drown out the sound of the orchestra's music. But tonight, the atmosphere was tinged with melancholy. The slumbering fairies, clearly, were on everyone's mind. As they navigated their way through the clearing, the crowds parted for her and conversations fell to a hush. All around her, Clarion could hear deferential murmurs of "Your Highness." Many curtsied or bowed to her as she drifted by. Artemis was a comforting presence beside her, guiding her toward the dais like a pirate ship's prow cutting through the waves of the Never Sea. Clarion gave her a quick nod of acknowledgement before floating up to join the queen and the commander of the scouts. 𝐒𝐿𝐒na raked her gaze over her, with her ceremonial scepter clutched loosely in her hands. Whatever she saw there satisfied her, for she said, "You look like a queen tonight." The pride glimmering in her eyes made Clarion feel off-kilter. How long she'd yearned to be told as much, and how strangely hollow it felt to hear it now, when 𝐒𝐿𝐒na did not know what she had done. "Thank you." 𝐒𝐿𝐒na turned toward the gathered fairies. The orchestra played one last, shivering note that dissipated into the humid summer air, and with that, the silence was complete. "Welcome, all. Thank you for coming to the coronation ball held in honor of Princess Clarion, who will be crowned your queen 1 week from today." 𝐒𝐿𝐒na paused when her voice faltered. Clarion frowned. She'd never seen 𝐒𝐿𝐒na waver, especially in front of her subjects. But now that Clarion was studying her closely, she could see that 𝐒𝐿𝐒na's face was quite wan. It has felt like a long time since we could all gather like this. While those injured in the attack are at the forefront of our thoughts, the dark shadow that has fallen over Pixie Hollow is finally lifting. A smattering of tentative applause broke out across the clearing. When it died down, 𝐒𝐿𝐒na continued. And so, I would like to begin the evening by honoring some of our brave scout talents. They have worked tirelessly to ensure our safety. Each night, they risked their lives by patrolling the skies. They evacuated areas as needed, provided thorough reports, and helped with the repair of any damages the nightmares caused. Tonight, they will be recognized with the highest honor a scout can achieve, knighthood. Clarion glanced at the scouts, standing in neat, orderly rows just in front of the dais. Although most of them were beaming, she could focus only on Artemis. She stood in the back of the group, with such open longing on her face that Clarion had to look away. All Knights of Pixie Hollow, please join me. A small collection of scouts rose into the air and came to hover behind 𝐿𝐿𝐒na in a semicircle. Each of them wore a pin on the lapel of their coat, an iridescent shard of abalone in the shape of a star, glistering against black fabric. Please step forward when you're called, 𝐿𝐿𝐒na intoned. Clarion watched as one by one, the chosen scouts stepped forward and knelt before 𝐿𝐿𝐒na. Even with their heads bowed, she could practically feel the happiness emanating from them. They deserved it, truly. But Clarion could not help the bittersweet feeling curdling within her, knowing Artemis had missed out on what she so desperately wanted. I hereby induct you into the honorable order of the Knights of Pixie Hollow. 𝐿𝐿𝐒na tapped both of their shoulders with her scepter. Rise, knight, and be recognized. When the last of them had been knighted, the crowds broke into whoops and cheers. In the chaos, a serving talent flitted up to the dais and handed Clarion a delicate flute. It chilled her skin, and when she glanced down, she saw that it was a glass of lemonade garnished with a sprig of rosemary. Now, 𝐿𝐿𝐒na called out over the noise, your future queen will speak a few words. Clarion's throat went dry as all the attention in the clearing focused on her. She floated forward and swept her gaze out over her subjects. This was the very first time she would address them on her own, and she found the reality of it far more intimidating than the idea of it. The languid heat of summer settled over her, or perhaps it was her own nerves making her feel so hot. Good evening, she said, her voice uncertain. I want to echo what Her Majesty said in thanking you for coming tonight. I will save my speeches for Coronation Day, but in the meantime, I will say that I appreciate your coming to celebrate this occasion more than I can say. Enjoy yourselves tonight, and dance in my honor. So, she lifted her glass. To all of you, and to brighter days ahead. The glittering sound of glasses clinking together traveled through the clearing. Clarion swallowed a sip of her lemonade, if only to dispel the bitter taste in her mouth. She did not deserve to be celebrated when she still had not roused the slumbering from their spell. As the orchestra struck up another tune, 𝐿𝐿𝐒na rested a hand on Clarion's shoulder. Although she did not speak, Clarion understood her meaning. You did well. Go on, said 𝐿𝐿𝐒na. Enjoy the rest of your night. I will. A bolt of anticipation shot through her. Now, with her obligations fulfilled, she could pay a visit to her subjects in winter. All that remained was slipping away undetected. As she flitted through the ballroom, she watched fairies pirouette through the air to the soaring tune of the music talents. The dance would wear on late into the night, until all the world was alight with showers of pixie dust and starlight. All her life, she'd known very well what it felt like to be lonely in a crowd. But she had never felt it more acutely than she did tonight. Seeing the others holding hands, twirling and laughing as they switched partners, reminded her of all the things she would never, could never, have. A hand locked around her arm, yanking her from her thoughts. When she whirled to face whoever had accosted her, she found herself staring down at Petra. Clarion's stomach twisted into a knot. Just my luck, she thought. How was she going to escape now? I saw a pretty isolated corner over that way, Petra said, sounding as though she had been talking for a few seconds already. What do you think? Actually, Clarion said, extricating herself from Petra's grip as gently as she could, I'm not feeling well. Oh, no. You can't use that excuse if I'm not allowed to. You're not allowed to abandon me here, where people could talk to me, Petra shuddered, or worse. What could possibly be worse than that? A lot of things. For example, Petra cut herself off. No, don't distract me. If you're leaving, I'm going with you. No, Clarion said hastily. I mean, no, you don't have to do that. Petra regarded her suspiciously. Why? Because, she groped for an excuse. I just want to get some air for a few minutes. You should stay and enjoy the party. Enjoy? Petra spluttered. You know I don't enjoy parties. What is really going on here? Clarion laughed, a brittle sound even to her own ears. Nothing is going on. Oh, really? Petra planted a hand on her hip. Then why are you trying to run away from me? She could be so stubborn sometimes. I'm not, Clarion said, trying to keep her mounting frustration out of her voice. Evidently, she failed, because Petra regarded her with a somewhat stung expression. Have I done something? No, of course not. Clarion glanced over her shoulder fretfully. She really needed to go. I just want to be alone. Color rose in Petra's cheeks. I can't apologize to you if I don't know what you're upset about. A few nearby fairies cast curious looks their way. Clarion grabbed Petra's wrist and steered her toward the very edge of the fairy circle, where the shadow of the woods reached between the archway of the mushroom caps. The light from the party glittered on the pixie dust on the bridge of Petra's nose and set her red hair ablaze. Yet here in the near darkness, Clarion felt oddly chilled. She wrapped her arms around herself and fixed her gaze on the ground. Clearly, she was not going to escape without being honest. I'm not upset with you. It's only that you didn't want me to talk to you about winter. Petra took a reflexive step backward. This is about winter? What business do you have there? The attacks have stopped. But no one has woken up, Clarion countered. And Elvina showed me what you made for her. Oh. Was that really all she had to say? When Clarion looked up, Petra was staring back at her, her face as pale as winter. I told you how I felt about her plan, and I thought you agreed with me. Clarion's voice wavered with an emotion she hadn't realized was so close to spilling forth. There were so many things she wanted to say, but she did not want to lash out when she was hurting. It was not Petra's fault. Her obligation was to the crown, not to Clarion. Even so, Petra's involvement had made things quite difficult for her. It doesn't matter. I'm doing the best I can to solve the problem my own way. Slowly, Petra's wounded expression morphed into one of determination, but the flush did not fade. High emotion always stained her face bright red. And that's really what you're planning to do now? Clarion did not appreciate the judgment in her voice. Guardedly, she said, I've done everything expected of me tonight. I'm trying to keep Pixie Hollow safe. Petra let out a soft, frustrated sound. In a ball gown, Clarion? I'm not naive. You're not going to investigate a cure. You're going to see the warden. Clarion reeled back. Did Petra resent Milori for taking up Clarion's time, or did she truly think Clarion lovesick enough to put a boy over her duties? Either way, she bristled all over with indignation. And what does it matter if I am? Petra stared at her disbelievingly. Your coronation is in a week. which means I must stay inside until then," she replied bitterly, "and speak to no one you disapprove of." "No. It means you need to be more responsible. It's too dangerous to play these games." Petra's glow intensified, burning orange at the edges. "You've already gotten hurt because of him. You've become distant, and you're exhausted all the time. And sneaking off tonight, when everyone is looking to you to reassure them that things will be all right. It's a bad idea. But you have never listened to me. Then again, who does? No one takes me seriously, because I'm just the one who's afraid of everything." The pain in her voice doused the hottest flames of Clarion's anger. But Petra's words had cut deep. "You think I'm being selfish. You think I'm not taking my role seriously." Clarion held those words behind her teeth. She could not remember the last time they'd fought like this. As much as she was burning to defend herself, as much as she wanted to fix whatever had broken between them, she did not have time for this. No matter what Petra wanted to accuse her of, this was about Pixie Hollow as much as it was about her feelings. She did not owe her an explanation. Clarion squeezed her eyes shut, as if that could prevent her tears from falling. Furiously, and as carefully as she could, she swiped them away. She could not reapply the gold to her eyes, and she could not meet the winter fairies looking as though she'd just been crying. "I have to go. Clarion, please." Swallowing down her hurt, Clarion slipped into darkness and headed toward winter. Chapter 19. If only Petra had just let it lie. If only she had not goaded Clarion into a confrontation she wasn't prepared for. If only, if only, if only. Clarion stewed in her thoughts while she fetched her coat from where she'd stashed it in the knothole of a nearby tree. She hugged it to her chest, inhaling the familiar scent of winter clinging to the fur trim. It brought her no comfort, it only served as a bitter reminder of how much she owed to Petra. Drawing in a deep breath, she did her best to fold up all her hurt feelings and file them carefully away. She could not afford to become maudlin right now. Tonight's journey into winter, after all, was purely to fulfill her royal duty. She could manage her emotions, as any competent queen could. And yet, all she wanted was to retire for the evening, to brood over how she'd officially torn apart her relationship with her best friend. Although the sun had fully set, Clarion could have found the border of winter and spring blindfolded by now. Her wings knew the way, every stone jutting from the earth, every turn of the river, every branch elbowing out into the path, guiding her to the only place that felt like home. Spring seemed to sense her sadness tonight. Willow branches trailed soothingly along her arms, and she could have sworn the cherry blossoms bloomed wilder than they had before. Their petals tangled in her skirts and settled gently on the surface of the moonlit pond she passed. When she made it to the border, Milori was waiting for her. Slowly, she descended from her flight. The train of her gown pulled around her, and as the hem dissolved into pixie dust and motes of golden light, it stained the water and ice with brilliant gold. In the full dark, Milori was a sketch in charcoal beneath the glow of a star-flecked sky. She found she couldn't look away from him. She'd never seen him in the trappings of his rank before. He wore a cloak of spider silk brocade, dyed a pale blue and embroidered with frost-like patterns in delicate silver thread. It was fastened around his shoulders with a brooch of solid ice, gleaming coldly against the fabric. A circlet of icicles, both fragile and imposing, was nestled in his white hair. He'd left it unbound, so it fell like a spill of moonlit water down his back. For a moment, they stared at each other, the air thickening with all the things left unsaid between them. How had she ever believed she could keep her feelings out of it when they reunited? Perhaps Petra hadn't been entirely wrong. At last, Milori broke the silence. The fur-lined hem of his cloak shifted as he bowed to her. We're here to escort you to the ball. She trailed off when she spotted 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒. She was perched in the branch of a spruce a few yards away, watching them with a look that veered too close to exasperation for Clarion's liking. If even an owl could sense the tension, things were bleak indeed. Of course. He nodded at the coat draped over her arm. May I help you with your coat? She hesitated. She'd wanted was a strong word, but the point stood to maintain some distance between them, but what harm could there possibly be in so small a gesture? She handed it to him. I don't see why not. Milori held it out for her so that she could slide her arms into the sleeves. Once she had let it settle over her shoulders, she fastened the buttons. She knew she must have looked rather ridiculous, wearing this patched-together coat over the most elegant ball gown she owned. But when she glanced up at Milori again, he was watching her as if the entire ensemble were the most striking thing he'd ever seen. What is it? She asked. Nothing at all. He offered her his arm. Shall we? She tucked her hand into his elbow. How proper. It is the first time Pixie Hollow's royalty has graced this realm in an official capacity, he said, only a little winkingly. I intend to make a good first impression. He turned, and as she moved to follow him, she slipped into winter. The cold that washed over her felt cleansing. Summer and her coronation ball seemed terribly far away now. As he led her toward 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒, Milori let his shoulder knock gently into hers. Is there something on your mind? For a moment, she considered lying. Is it so obvious? Milori's response was a half shrug that said, painfully so. After a moment, he asked, is it the nightmares? In part. She worried the inside of her lip. I'm sorry. I'd meant to check in with you sooner. The attacks have stopped, but no one has woken up. Clarion ached at the somberness of his voice, at the weary shadows still carved beneath his pale eyes. How she yearned to take away some of that burden. I don't understand what we did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. Milori kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, seemingly lost in thought. The instructions weren't exactly clear. Besides, there was always a risk that the legend would lead to a dead end, but it wasn't for nothing. Sealing the prison has given your subjects peace of mind for the first time in weeks. Tonight is evidence of that. I suppose so, she murmured. Still, I can't help feeling guilty, like we've forgotten the slumbering. It feels wrong to celebrate without them. I'm not sure it's wrong to hold what moments of joy we can find. Her heart gave an answering flutter. That low, gentle tone of his felt almost pointed. It was a lovely sentiment, one she wished she could believe applied to her, to them. Clarion held her silence, lest something regrettably whimsical or melancholy slip out. With her current mood, she couldn't be sure which it would be. At any rate, he barreled onward. The tips of his ears burned red. The keeper and I have begun searching for other texts that might provide some answers. It could take some time, however. The Hall of Winter is vast, and admittedly rather disorganized. Each keeper has had their own system of classification, and none of them has managed to make it consistent across the entire collection during their tenure. There is still an entire section with shelves arranged by color. Clarion almost smiled at the thought. How magical that an entire library could be transformed into a rainbow. I wish I could help. Me, too. He hesitated. If you'd like, I can write to you with our findings. After her coronation, she supposed there would be no one monitoring her correspondence. All right. He nodded. There's something else troubling you? Clarion let out a heavy sigh. Her breath unfurled in a white cloud. I'm afraid it will sound ridiculous in comparison. Petra and I got into an argument at the ball, and it's weighing on me." When they reached 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐒𝐈𝐒, he took her reins. "These ones," she noted, "were made of a much finer material. Apparently, even birds had finery," and hesitated. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Did she?" Some part of her did, of course. But she feared that once she picked open the wound, there would be no stemming the tide. She would have to think about how Petra had almost enabled the worst possible outcome for Winter. But worse still, she would have to consider the role she herself had played in driving a wedge between them. It wasn't as though Petra's concerns were unreasonable. Venturing into the winter woods as a warm fairy was objectively dangerous. Perhaps she should have spoken to her instead of throwing up walls. Perhaps she had not listened to her properly for a long time. Grimacing, Clarion shook her head. "It will pass soon enough." He did not look terribly convinced, but he did not press the matter. "As you wish." She and Milori climbed onto 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐒𝐿's back, something that was becoming almost second nature to her now, she realized. She no longer had to hold on for dear life when the owl beat her wings, carrying them into the skies. Here, nestled safely in Milori's arms, Clarion felt something like peace. She dared to look down. Beneath the veil of night, all the snow was stained a muted blue. It took her only a few minutes to realize that Milori was steering them to an area she had never seen before. Below them was a river, frozen solid and gleaming like a vein of glass. From this height, she could make out the milling crowds atop the ice, and scattered here and there along the riverbanks, a few booths, lit from within with a cheerful orange light. Milori slowed 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐴. She beat her wings to hover nearly in place. When he spoke, Clarion could feel his voice, rumbling in his chest and curling softly over the shell of her ear. "I should warn you that this might be somewhat overwhelming." She shot him a wry look. "You doubt me?" "Never," he said softly. "It's only that they know what you've done for them." Oh. She supposed that would make things different. In the warm seasons, no one knew that she and Milori had sealed away the nightmares. "Thank you for the warning. But I think I'm ready." A spark of mischief glittered in his eyes. "Then prepare to make quite an entrance." They made quite an entrance, indeed. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐴, descending on the winter ball in a swirl of white feathers and pixie dust. The owl slowed their fall with a few flaps of her wings, kicking up the topmost layer of snow. It eddied wildly around them as they landed just outside the festival grounds. Even over the rush of the wind, Clarion heard the winter fairies' cheers. In an instant, the crowds pressed in around them, and she caught snatches of her name, spoken not in a reverential hush but with excitement. It was such a foreign concept, she could hardly make sense of it. "Our guest of honor has arrived," Milori called out over the commotion. Somehow, the noise intensified. Clarion could only laugh breathlessly as she stared out over their faces. She did not think anyone had ever been so happy to see her. She could only hope she did not disappoint them. Milori leaned close enough to murmur in her ear, "I did warn you." "You certainly did." As Clarion dismounted, the wind tugged loose glittering trails from the hem of her gown. Together, she and Milori waded into the veritable sea of fairies. They could make little progress toward the river, however, when she was stopped every few paces. "Welcome to the winter woods, Your Highness." A fairy with an elegant white braid draped over her shoulder beamed at her. "I wanted to give you this, if you'll accept it." She held out a jasmine blossom encased in frost, glittering and perfectly preserved. It was beautiful, and an incredibly kind gesture. It must have been difficult to fetch it. Jasmine grew only on the very edge of winter and spring. Clarion took it gently, afraid to snap the delicate petals off. "Of course I will." "Thank you so much." The words had no sooner passed her lips than a sparrow man took the fairy's place. He offered her a figurine carved from ice. A small token of our gratitude, Your Highness, that you risked your life to protect ours." "Oh," she said, a little overcome. She accepted the figurine gingerly, cradling it in the palm of her mittened hand. It would melt if she held on to it, if not now, then when she returned to the warm seasons. She marveled at the fragile beauty of these ephemeral things. "It's my pleasure." By the third fairy who approached her, Clarion realized that something of a line had formed. It astonished her to see so many fairies waiting to speak to her. Her interactions blurred together eventually, a whirlwind of clasped hands, exchanged names, and gifts, so many, she did not know how she would get them home, or where to put them even if she could. Winter fairies, so long separated from the warm seasons, were apparently keen to share what they had to offer. Their generosity and warmth astounded her. Between this reception and her fight with Petra, the world felt far too raw, all her emotions just a pinprick from spilling forth. This had been overwhelming, indeed. When the initial excitement died down and the crowds thinned, a kind fairy loaded her things onto a sleigh and offered to take it to the border after the festivities. The very last of her subjects waiting to see her was Milori. Clarion felt no small measure of relief to see him. "How are you holding up?" "Perfectly," she said, and she meant it. "A little tired, though." He looked a little apologetic. "Shall I take you home?" "No," she said, perhaps too hastily. In truth, she never wanted to leave. "Not yet. I haven't visited any of the booths." "That is a must before you go." Milori offered her his hand. Giddiness, irrepressible and bright, unfurled through her at the sight. "Come with me, then." She took his hand. "All right." He led her toward the frozen river. As they approached the festival, the night brightened. Candles burned on every available surface, stones, tables of ice, logs, and cast everything in rosy hues. The river absorbed all the candlelight and seemed to glow in the darkness. All along its embankment, the winter fairies had set up painted wooden booths, their roofs ice-like cakes with a thick layer of snow and dripping with icicles. Each one offered something different: spiced cider, butternut squash soup garnished with fragments of pomegranate seeds, salads of dark greens and delicate slivers of beets, candied nuts chopped into fine pieces, pastries glazed with citrus, toffee puddings and caramel sauce. Clarion insisted on trying some of everything. All around them, fairies skated across the ice and drifted through the air as they danced. They wore clothes of pure white and deepest red. Clarion paused to admire the frost lacework and ice gems glittering at their ears and wrists. How different even their fashion was here. "Would you like to join them?" Milori asked. Clarion whirled to face him, flustered to have been caught staring with such yearning. It took her a moment to process that his question sounded suspiciously like an invitation. "Do you dance?" "I can," he said, theoretically. "But I find I rarely have reason to." "I'm shocked," she replied with a grin. She could hardly imagine him dancing. "Me neither." "Well, I suppose that isn't entirely true. I've always wanted to dance." He made a pensive sound. "Why haven't you?" "Queens don't dance." "In winter, they might." He met her eyes meaningfully, and her throat went dry. "Besides, you aren't queen yet." Clarion flushed to have her words turned back on her. She shook her head at him in fond exasperation. With every moment that passed, it became more and more difficult to remember why exactly she'd insisted on maintaining some semblance of distance between them. What he said was true, she wasn't queen yet. And he was looking at her with such hope, it seemed almost cruel to deny him. Why not allow herself one last night of freedom? Putting on airs of defeat, she sighed. She drew a step closer and tipped her chin up to meet his gaze. "I suppose I can't argue against that." Milori's lips parted mutely. Clarion felt a small thrill that she seemed to have rendered him speechless. Clearly, he hadn't expected her to acquiesce so easily. But after a moment, he recovered enough to ask, "Then may I be so bold as to ask for your first dance?" It took all her strength to maintain her teasingly aloof tone. "You may." Distantly, she registered that the music talents had struck up another song. Slowly, she rested one hand on his shoulder, the other slid into his. He settled into the frame of the dance, drawing her closer with a hand on the curve of her waist. The familiar, comforting chill of his skin enveloped her, along with the scent of evergreen and fresh fallen snow. And although he claimed he rarely danced, he guided her through the steps with practiced ease. They were among the only couples on the ground. It was freeing to take up so much space, to never fear colliding with someone else. The fabric of her gown billowed around them as they twirled, gathering up snow and starlight. "How have you enjoyed your first winter ball?" he asked. "It's incredible." "It's so," she struggled to find the exact word, but the most paradoxical one fit best. "Warm." Milori seemed pleased, but his expression soon grew thoughtful. "This is what it could be like, if you wanted it to be." For the first time, Clarion allowed herself to envision it. When she was queen, it would be within her power to change things in the warm seasons. Although 𝐒𝐈𝐒 had imparted her wisdom to Clarion, her time in winter had shown her it was not the only way forward. How sweet it would be to rule not from an impartial distance but with warmth. Perhaps, then, she would not have to be alone. The very thought filled her up with a yearning greater than any she'd ever known. When the song ended, Milori did not let her go immediately. Clarion resisted the urge to lean her head against his shoulder. But while her heart longed to stay, the cold had made itself known. Her fingers were going numb, and the tips of her ears stung. "I should get back to summer before they notice I'm gone." If he was disappointed, it did not show on his face. But she could read his reluctance to let her go, broken only by the shiver that gripped her. Even after he dropped her hand, his palm still rested steadily on the small of her back. "Of course. Let's get you out of the cold." A solemn mood had come over them both. The flight back to the border passed in silence. Clarion could focus on little but the feeling of finality. Milori clearly felt it, too. He held on to the reins with a white-knuckle pressure, as though he could cling to these last few moments. She leaned her head back against his shoulder, letting her eyes fall half-lidded. From this vantage point, she caught glimpses of his loose white hair, unspooling like ribbons into the dark. Noctua alighted, then immediately fluffed out her feathers. Her head seemed to recede into them. With the sun long since sunk below the horizon, the temperature had plummeted. Ice floes drifted on the river's current, as glossy as sheets of black glass in the moonlight. When Clarion dismounted, her boots sank deep into the snowdrifts. She hesitated, tipping her head back to peer up at Milori where he remained perched on Noctua's back. In his diadem, frozen into jagged points, he looked so much like the statue of the Lord of Winter, as forlorn as he was formidable. Wind swept through winter like a mournful sigh. It set his cloak billowing, and the thickening flurries drifted between them like a curtain. She could not bring herself to say her goodbyes. "This is what it could be like," he'd said, "if you wanted it to be." After everything, did they not deserve happiness? "Milori," she began, at the same time he said, "I." He cleared his throat. "Go on." Clarion let out a shaky breath. "Will you come down first?" Without hesitation, he dropped into the snow beside her. She still had to look up at him, but here on level ground, it felt less like he would slip away from her. She tugged her mittens off, one after the other. Gathering her nerve, she said, "I've been thinking." Milori's voice was barely audible. "About what?" "About what you said." Her words left her in a rush. Any hope of being articulate had fled her entirely. Her mittens fell to the ground. She twined her fingers in the fabric of his cloak where it met at the dip of his collarbone. Holding his gaze, she said, "I don't want to leave." Milori looked as though he had been waiting his entire life for those words. A dam had given way within him, and the emotion burning in his eyes broke over her like a wave. His hands came to rest over hers, his fingers encircling her wrists. She could feel the wild thrum of his heart beneath her touch, the chill of his skin seeping into hers. "Then don't," he murmured into the bare space between them. "Don't." As though it were the simplest thing in the world. What else was there to do? She stood on her toes and kissed him. For a moment, they remained suspended in a sort of tender disbelief. Then, his lips parted beneath hers, and Clarion felt herself catch flame. She tasted cocoa and cinnamon on her tongue, swallowed the hitch of his breath as she melted into him. His fingers threaded into the hair at the nape of her neck, angling her chin up toward him as he deepened the kiss. The pins holding her flower crown in place came loose, showering the earth at her feet with white petals and sweet pollen. His every touch set her nerves alight with both languid heat and searing cold. Breathless, she pulled back. But even that small distance pained her. How she resented her own limitations right now, her body's inability to tolerate his roam for long. "I'm freezing. We can't have that." His lips brushed against hers with every syllable. Neither of them seemed willing to part. He gathered her into his arms and slowly walked her backward. Clarion laughed unsteadily, winding her arms around his neck for balance. He stopped only when they were bridged between worlds, her feet planted on the frost-laced moss, his in the shallow dusting of snow. But even here in spring, the cold clung to her. Snow sparkled against her eyelashes, and the breath she shared with him plumed softly in the air. This, she thought, was enough. They could make this work. In that moment, there was nothing and no one but the two of them. And then, a familiar voice cut through her joy, Clarion. "Alvina." Chapter 20. Alvina descended on them like a falling star, her glow blazing bright with the force of her anger. Milori did not let go of Clarion immediately, his fingers curled almost protectively around her upper arms. As much as she appreciated it, she would have much preferred to vanish entirely. To dissolve and be carried away like dandelion seeds on the wind. This could not be happening. When Alvina landed on the edge of the riverbank, Clarion nearly shrank back from her. Over the years, Clarion had seen many sides of Alvina. Although she was an understated fairy, Clarion had come to understand and anticipate the subtle shifts of her emotions. Far too many times, she had seen her disappointment, but never anything like this. Her face was contorted with barely leashed fury, all the planes of her face carved in stark shadow and orange light. But what stung even more was the sight of Petra and Artemis behind her. Petra hovered a short distance away, halfway concealed behind a blueberry thicket. Even so, Clarion could see how distressed she looked, her hands knotted together, her hair pulled loose from its elegant updo, her lip bitten raw. Clarion cut her gaze to Artemis, who gave a subtle shake of her head. Clarion read her meaning. "I had nothing to do with this." There was no doubt in Clarion's mind what had happened then. After their fight at the ball, Petra had told Alvina where Clarion had gone. Mortification had churned sickeningly within Clarion. But now, betrayal seared through all her humiliation, all her indignation. As much as it wounded her, it did not surprise her. "What are you doing here?" was all Clarion could think to ask. This, apparently, was not the expected or desired reply. Alvina's aura flared brighter with outrage. Am I to understand that this is what has consumed you over these last few weeks? This is what has made you so curious about winter? I expected better of you, Clarion. This is my responsibility, Milori cut in. There was no trace of coldness in his voice, only an unbearable earnestness. Despite the diadem around his brow, he seemed willing to kneel. Clarion shot him a disbelieving glare. Of course he would attempt to take on the brunt of 𝐒𝐿𝐒's wrath himself. It is not. I sought her help in remedying my mistake, Milori continued, undeterred. Everything she has done has been at my behest. Forgive me, your majesty. 𝐒𝐿𝐒 stared at him as though he were little more than an insect, far beneath her notice. The disgust on her face made anger spark bright within Clarion. Now that she knew what 𝐒𝐿𝐒 believed of winter fairies, she knew it was pointless to argue. No matter what he said, it would never satisfy or convince her. Still, Clarion could not allow Milori to accept the blame for this. He could not martyr himself any longer, he had already done so in 100 different ways. He was meant for so much more than that. For too long, winter fairies had been ignored and maligned for something they had nobly volunteered for. Clarion could not stand here and be complicit in it any longer. The burden the wardens of the winter woods had taken from the queens of Pixie Hollow was immense, they deserved to be honored for it. You're wrong about him. Clarion stepped in front of Milori, as though she could shield him from 𝐒𝐿𝐒's open disdain. About all of them. The winter woods are nothing at all like we believed. We will discuss this at home, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said through clenched teeth. Come with me. Now. No. Her voice rang in the silence, and the stars above seemed to punctuate it, flaring brighter with the force of her emotion. 𝐒𝐿𝐒 reeled back. She looked almost baffled, as though she hardly knew what to do or what petulant creature had replaced Clarion, her collected and controlled air. Clarion herself hardly knew where she'd summoned the nerve from. I'm afraid you don't have a choice, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said. He's been working with me to stop the nightmares. If you would just listen to me. Clarion, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said warningly. Everything I have done has been to protect Pixie Hollow. Can you say the same? 𝐒𝐿𝐒 recoiled as if slapped. Excuse me? Clarion's hands shook with the sudden rush of adrenaline. She barely recognized herself. This righteous anger felt as though it would incinerate her. But it burned like a wildfire, and she could not very well stop it now. You have had no regard for your subjects in winter. You plan to turn your back on them and leave them with an impossible task. Governing talent magic is the only thing that can stop the nightmares, but you have been completely uninterested in. 𝐒𝐿𝐒 let out a single note of humorless laughter. You have no idea what you're talking about. I do, Clarion insisted. Now that she had begun, she would not be silenced. Winter fairies have too long been the victims of our incomplete understanding of history, and I will not see it stand. The warden of the winter woods is not what you thought him to be. No, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said darkly. He is young. He hasn't yet had a chance to grow into what he might become, ambitious, like his predecessor, or corrupted by the beasts that poison everything they touch. You are not safe with him. Beside her, Milori winced. So that was it? She would disregard everything Clarion had said? I have never been anywhere safer. 𝐒𝐿𝐒 advanced toward her. By the look in her eyes, it seemed she was ready and willing to drag Clarion off this bridge herself. He's already turned you against me. No, you have turned me against you. The words slipped out before she could stop herself, halting 𝐒𝐿𝐒 in her tracks. Her voice trembled. And yet, it was the truth she had not wanted to admit. I have tried to live up to the standard you have set, all in the hopes that I would be worthy of the crown. I have tried so hard to be just like you. But I'm not. This is what winter has taught me. Her magic flared within her, rising with the tide of her emotions. She was made luminous with the force of her conviction. Even through her coat, the radiance of her wings washed 𝐒𝐿𝐒's stunned face a pallid white. No. You are certainly not, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said, but it was not horror in her voice. It was something like wonder. I don't mean to interrupt, Petra said quietly, peering out from the thicket she'd hidden behind. Her face had gone ashen. But I think there's something wrong. She pointed, and Clarion's gaze followed the path she'd indicated to the sky. Now that she mentioned it, something did feel wrong. Sometime in the last few minutes, the darkness of night had deepened. The clouds hung low and threatening, clouding over the full moon and all its attendant stars. Energy crackled through the air and prickled along her arms. The weather talents had said nothing about a rainstorm, but, no, this wasn't the promise of lightning. It felt worse, almost sinister. She shuddered. And then, something shot across the sky, a gold streak of pixie dust, impossibly bright against the thickening gloom. As it drew closer, Clarion realized it was a scout talent from winter, hurtling straight for them. Although the Sparrow Man was still dressed in his finery, he clutched his bow in his white-knuckled hand. His chest heaved, and his eyes were wild and glassy, as though still staring out at something not truly there. Milori, he choked out at last. There's been an attack. Milori's studiously calm expression splintered. What? The nightmares, the scout wheezed. They've flooded the festival, more than we've ever seen. My unit is leading as many fairies as they can to the Hall of Winter, but... Clarion felt his pause like a physical blow. She felt as though she were free-falling, plunged into a mire of confusion and guilt. This shouldn't have happened. But wasn't that what she believed about the fairies still locked in their eternal slumber? What she and Milori had accomplished was nothing more than a handful of sand shored up against the rising tide. They hadn't accomplished anything at all. This is all your fault, her self-doubt hissed. Just how many had they lost to the nightmare spell this time? Resurfacing from her shock, Clarion demanded, how could they have broken free again? Understanding broke open 𝐒𝐿𝐒's stupor. You attempted to seal them away. I don't know. Milori shook his head. Clarion had never seen him so rattled, but he gathered his resolve enough to speak steadily. I have to go. Clarion seized hold of his elbow and held his gaze. I'm coming with you. The gratitude that lit Milori's eyes knocked her nearly breathless. Clarion. A pleading note knifed into 𝐒𝐿𝐒's voice. Don't do this. Clarion spared only a glance backward. Her gaze landed on Petra, whose eyes were wide open and shining with an emotion she could not place. Perhaps she and 𝐒𝐿𝐒 were right, her feelings for Milori had made her reckless. But with this protective, righteous fury burning within her, she'd never felt more attuned to her purpose. I'm sorry, she said softly. I have to. Turning her back on her friends and her mentor, she followed Milori into the bitter chill of winter. Please don't let us be too late. Clarion clung to that plea like a lifeline as they soared toward the festival grounds, as tightly as she did to Milori. He held fast to Noctua's reins, guiding them through the brewing storm. This high up, the clouds, a near black in the dark, drifted over her vision like a smear of wildfire smoke. Heavy snowfall buffeted her, clumping heavily in her eyelashes and stinging her face like volleys of ice. Every gust of wind knocked them off course, and Clarion could have sworn she heard a voice carried on it. Fall, it whispered. For the first time in all her crossings of its border, winter felt hostile. A flicker of shadow in the corner of her vision snagged her attention. Clarion whirled toward it only to see something hurtling toward them, a winged shape, traced in the violet glow of the nightmare's power. Milori, she called. Look out! His head snapped toward the nightmare. A A flash of lightning split open the sky, illuminating the beast for one terrible moment. He jerked the reins, and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎 veered out of the nightmare's path. Milori flattened himself against the owl's back to maintain his balance, dragging Clarion along with him, just in time to avoid the creature's talons reaching toward them. She pressed her forehead against his shoulder blades and let out a tremulous breath, horrified at how close she'd come to losing both her seat and her head. Staying astride 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎 for a casual flight was one thing, but combat was quickly proving to be another entirely. Clarion looked up to see the nightmare circling around again. It had contorted itself into the shape of an owl, a grotesque mockery of 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻. Its beak curved over a set of unsettlingly human teeth, which were bared in an empty smile. Worse, just beyond the shadow of its wingspan, she spied a dark cloud moving toward them with alarming speed. A chittering sound, distant at first, swelled to a high-pitched shriek that resonated through her very bones. No, not a cloud, but a group of nightmares, carried on insects' wings. Even from here, Clarion could feel their hunger. Fear skittered over her. They'd never survive if the swarm reached them. There had to be hundreds of them. Had all the nightmares broken free? "We need to land," Clarion shouted over the wail of the wind. "Now." Milori stared out at the encroaching nightmares, a muscle feathering in his jaw. "All right. Hold on." Clarion obeyed. With that, Milori gave 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻 the reins. The owl tucked her wings into her body and dove headfirst toward the forest below. Clarion's eyes watered as the bitter claws of the wind and cold tore at her. Milori's hair streamed behind him, lashing against her face, as they plummeted. In a matter of seconds, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻 broke through the canopy of the forest, knocking loose snow and knife-sharp icicles as she went. Branches snared Clarion's coat and hair viciously, but she hardly felt a thing through the sheer rush of adrenaline. Just a few feet from the ground, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻 beat her wings to slow their fall. By the time they landed, Clarion's heart was beating wildly in her throat. None of the nightmares had followed them this far, but she could sense them, shifting just beyond the latticework of branches overhead. She remained frozen in place until the horrible drone of the insects faded. The slivers of sky she could see were still stained a baleful shade of gray, but nothing glared back at her. Breath by shallow, shaking breath, terror eased its grip on her, and the skin-crawling sensation of the nightmare's presence lifted. For now, they'd escaped. She and Milori slid off 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻's back. When they were safely on solid ground, she turned to face him. He'd lost his diadem at some point during their flight, and chunks of hail and snapped twigs were caught in his hair. But mercifully, he seemed whole and relatively unharmed. A thin scratch had opened on the side of his face. She cupped his jaw, smearing away the blood that had welled up with her thumb. "Are you all right?" "I am," Milori replied. His eyes roved over her, searching her for injuries. He apparently found none, for she saw some of the tension drain from him. "Are you?" "I think so." On trembling legs, she spun in a slow circle to get her bearings. Nothing felt familiar to her anymore. "We should keep moving." Milori nodded. He led their grim trudge, deeper into the forest, deeper into the storm, his glow, shining faintly silver in the gloom, guided her path. She carefully fit her boots into the shape of the footprints he left behind. Through the darkness and the thickening flurries, she could hardly see her own hand an inch away from her face. Every branch that pierced the curtain of snow reached toward them like claws, and her growing unease made bared, dripping fangs of the icicles hanging from the trees. How she hated to see her beloved winter woods transformed into such a haunted place. It was always quiet here, all the sound muffled by heavy snowfall. But this was an unnatural sort of quiet, as if all the forest were holding its breath, too terrified to move. Their footfalls crunched too loud in the crust of ice that glittered coldly over the snow. Then, she heard it, screams. Clarion's blood turned to ice. Neither of them said a word, they did not have to. Spurred on by that sound of terror, they broke into a run. When they burst through the cover of beeches and firs, Clarion drew up short. The wreckage of the festival lay before them. The booths they'd wandered among not long before were completely destroyed, nothing but skeletons of splintered wood. Embers smoldered on their remains, having caught fire from candles that had never been extinguished. Jagged shards of ice sculptures were scattered on the river's surface, glinting among the trampled mess of flower petals and reeds. But Clarion could not look away from the dark shapes of slumbering fairies sprawled on the ice. They looked like statues, perfectly still amidst so much destruction. Snowfall had already begun to accumulate over them. Here was evidence of her failure laid bare. Nightmares pulled around the fairies like spills of oil, bubbling as they struggled to take shape. They swirled through the air, as dark as smoke. Others prowled in their animal forms, riddled with arrows. Dimly, Clarion watched as another arrow sank into the eye socket of a misshapen bear. It roared in outrage, spittle, no, she realized, venom, flung from the lethal points of its fangs. That brought Clarion back to herself. Scouts zipped overhead, their bows drawn and voices raised in battle cries. Although they couldn't fight the nightmares off, they were risking their lives to save as many fairies as they could. A few goaded nightmares into pursuing them, dodging and weaving through streaks of darkness, while their comrades ushered civilians toward the Hall of Winter. Clarion's heart lurched to see such selfless bravery. A low growl rumbled behind her. Clarion gasped, whirling around. She stood face to face with a twisted version of Fenris, a wolf, its mouth bristling with too many teeth and a second set of eyes mounted above the first. Before she could move, before she could even open her mouth to scream, the beast went sprawling across the ground in a spray of snow and writhing shadow. It lay motionless on its side, pierced through with an arrow. Viscous black liquid oozed out around the shaft, and smoke curled slowly up from it as though it had been singed. A faint golden light glittered around the edges of its wound. Slowly, Clarion turned, and what she saw nearly brought tears to her eyes. Petra stood a few yards away, brandishing some kind of weapon Clarion had never seen before. The look on her face was caught somewhere between triumph and horror. Her hair was blood red under the cover of night, with snow gathered like a smattering of stars in her curls. Artemis stood beside her, a slash of darkness against the expanse of white, one hand resting on her hip. "Nice shot," she said. She looked begrudgingly impressed. "And good reflexes." Clarion could hardly believe they were really here. Had her mind not been otherwise occupied, she might have been concerned about innocent bystanders catching a stray arrow. She did not think Petra had ever aimed a weapon in her life. But right now, she could feel nothing but overwhelming gratitude. "Go," Milori said softly. "I'm going to help the others find their way to the Hall of Winter. I'll be right behind you." She held his gaze, seized with a sudden bolt of fear. If anything happened to him, no, she could not even think about it. "Be careful." Milori nodded tightly. "You, too. I'll see you soon." He turned, the fabric of his cloak snapping behind him, then took flight. Clarion could not completely swallow down the knot of anxiety in her throat as his glow was muted by the heavy snowfall. Milori could handle himself, she assured herself. She'd be at his side again soon enough. Tearing her gaze away from where he'd vanished, she ran through the snow to Artemis and Petra. "What are you doing here?" After a moment, something more pressing occurred to her. "How are you here?" Petra let her weapon drop to her side. "As if it were the most obvious thing," she said, "we weren't going to let you do this alone. As for the how, my prototype coats might be ugly, but they get the job done well enough." Clarion drank them in. The two of them did look ridiculous, they were drowning in fabric. The coats were oversized patchwork monstrosities, clearly made of whatever Petra had found lying around Tinker's Nook. Clarion couldn't help laughing through the burn of tears at the back of her throat. She also wanted a chance to test her other prototype. Artemis stared covetously at Petra's weapon. She lifted her own, which, while otherwise more or less identical, looked held together with a dream rather than anything concrete. To Clarion's untrained eye, it seemed to be a scout's bow nailed into a thin wooden block. A long groove ran down its center, where an arrow would be nocked. The bowstring, once pulled taut, was held in place by a mechanism released by a trigger. Or at least, mine is a prototype. That's why you need to stay close to me, said Petra, with an almost roguish smile. All my efforts have finally paid off. Your efforts to ruin a perfectly good bow and arrow, Artemis muttered, with no real heat behind it. It takes all the artistry out of it. Petra jabbed an accusatory finger at her. There is artistry. You just don't appreciate. Wait. Clarion's stomach twisted into a knot. This is what you've been working on? Not the sword? Artemis and Petra fell silent. The tension fizzled in the air between them. Of course. Petra gave her a wobbly smile. I would have told you earlier, but I never exactly got the chance. Clarion flinched at the reminder of their fight, but before she could speak, Petra barreled onward. I mean, I was working on 𝐒𝐿vina's sword, too. But after a certain point, most of my time was spent making it look convincing. Clarion furrowed her brow. Convincing? It doesn't work. It burst out of Petra, a confession of guilt she could no longer contain. If she finds out. She's not going to find out, Artemis interjected, a little wearily. This had the air of a conversation they'd had at least twice before. Then I'll be exiled for real this time. It doesn't work. Petra paused to consider it, collecting herself. Well, I suppose it works insofar as sunstones channel sunlight. So it's not a stretch to think it would work on the Starlight governing talents wield. The mention of governing talents, evidently, reminded Petra of her more immediate concerns. The point is, it won't do what 𝐒𝐿vina wants. I was going to tell her, but you seemed to think you knew what you were doing, and... The rest of her sentence fizzled into nonsense. All Clarion could latch on to was this: you lied to 𝐒𝐿vina? Petra's face went very pale, then vaguely green. I guess I did. But Petra never lied. Clarion could hardly process it. Why did you do that? I don't know. Petra dragged her hand down her face. By the time I'd done it, it was too late. And now, when she finds out... Artemis sighed. Diplomatically, she said, we both believed in you. She slid her gaze pointedly to Petra. Even when we worried about you. Guilt chased away Petra's panic. I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have been so... judgmental? Clarion supplied. Right. That. Petra winced. I'm sorry for involving 𝐒𝐿vina when I knew that was the very last thing you wanted. I panicked, just like I always do. I worried you would do something foolish. I didn't want you to get hurt. I know. And I suppose you weren't wrong, she choked out through a laugh. Clarion could have wept then and there, from relief or regret, she wasn't entirely certain. There were still so many things knotted up between them, but for now, this was enough. It had to be, when she did not know if they would make it through the night. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have. We'll talk later, Petra said softly. Later, then. Clarion did her best to swallow down the sudden wave of emotion. She gestured vaguely at the weapon Petra was holding. What exactly is this thing, anyway? Petra brightened. Oh, this? Apparently, it was some sort of nightmare-vanquishing contraption. At least, that was what Clarion gleaned from the enthusiastic, and very technical, description Petra had launched into. I've decided to call it a T-bow. Or maybe an X-bow. I'm still working on the finer details, but you can load it with pixie dust-infused arrows. Obviously, it isn't quite as potent as governing talent magic, but I hypothesized. Petra trailed off, her face going pale. You know, I don't think the science behind it matters right now. The end of her sentence broke off in a squeak. Clarion turned to see the nightmare Petra had shot earlier beginning to knit itself back together. Its mist-like form collapsed and bubbled as it attempted to rise to its feet. They didn't have much time before it could strike again. What's the plan? Artemis asked, ever pragmatic. Most of the winter fairies have taken shelter in the Hall of Winter, Clarion replied. We need to ensure their safety first and foremost. We'll meet Milori there, secure the entrance, and regroup. Understood? Artemis saluted. Understood, Your Highness. Petra loaded another arrow and locked the string taut. The tip of it sparkled, filling her eyes with golden light. Her face had taken on that familiar, eerie calm. She'd entered the same mindset as when a deadline loomed so close, it left no space for panicking. Let's do this. Standing between them and the Hall of Winter was a veritable sea of nightmares. They would not reach it without a fight. But as Clarion looked back at Artemis and Petra, their eyes blazing bright with determination, she decided it felt like one they could win. Chapter 21. They set out for the Hall of Winter, carving their path through knee-deep snow and dark thickets of trees. On foot, it was maddeningly slow going. The blizzard raged on, all lashing snow and rending winds. Ice scraped against the exposed skin on her face, and cold, as sharp as a blade, slipped into her very bones. Clarion did not know if the weather was the influence of the nightmares, or winter itself howling its battle cry. It's not too much farther now, she called back to Artemis and Petra. How she hoped that was true. It was difficult to tell where, exactly, they were going. But the sound of skirmishes reached her, shouts and roars made distant as the storm snatched them away. Although she could see and hear little, the nightmare's power lingered like a low-hanging fog. It slithered over her skin, setting her every nerve alight with dread. Here and there, she caught glimpses of nightmares flying overhead, skeins of writhing shadow blotting out even the darkness of the clouds. They took no notice of the trio as they doggedly pursued the fleeing winter fairies. Panic constricted Clarion's chest. She sent up a silent wish to the stars, let them fly fast. It had been a mistake, Clarion thought, to let Milori forge ahead alone. By the time she spied the Hall of Winter, its ice-hewn doors gleaming with the soft blue light of its runes, she was burning with anticipation. They stood at the top of a hill, staring down into the bowl of the valley where the hall was carved into the mountainside. From here, Clarion could see the chaos unfolding before her. The Hall of Winter was completely besieged by nightmares. Scouts ushered terrified fairies inside the cracked open doors, doing their best to manage the frantic press of the crowd. Another group soared through the air, goading on the nightmares as they lured them away from the hall. And there, at the center of it all, surrounded by a phalanx of scouts, was Milori. Her heart leapt as admiration and relief tangled together within her. She had never seen him move like this, with an efficient, ruthless grace. He unleashed blasts of sheer cold, the air bristling with ice crystals as it froze nightmares mid-strike. The beasts jittered and raged beneath the frost, threatening to break free, and more still descended from the skies. For now, they were holding. How long could they fend them off? Artemis reloaded her bow. Her dark eyes glittered as she scanned the scene below them. There's so many of them. Clarion understood clearly what she'd left unsaid. Too many. We only need to hold them off until daybreak. They'll need to hide from the sunlight. But daybreak was still hours away. The runes etched in the Hall of Winter's doors shimmered as a nightmare struck the ice. The protective wards were powerful, but against an onslaught of monsters. Until daybreak, then, Artemis said, her expression cool and undaunted. Your orders? Cover me. I'm going to the doors. After that, help the scouts keep the nightmares occupied. Don't do anything risky. When Artemis gave her a wry half-smile, Clarion added, just stay alive. They charged forward, into the fray. Her friends flanked her, Petra, her red hair trailing behind her like a comet, Artemis, her lips pulled back in a feral snarl. Here in the valley, the oppressive atmosphere was as unbearable as it had been at the prison. All the negativity the nightmares exuded pressed down on them like a smothering hand. Cold sweat prickled on the back of her neck, and the stale tang of fear burned at the back of her throat. All around them, nightmares rippled like swaths of dark, tattered fabric. Scouts sailed past, their haunted expressions made skeletal in the orange light of their own glows. The hordes were seemingly endless. Nightmares peeled off from the shadows and materialized out of the snowfall like wraiths. Together, Clarion and her friends picked off the nightmares that drifted into their path. They fell to arrows and starlight. Under the heat of Clarion's magic, some of them began to disintegrate, but they skittered toward the shadow of the woods. Cowards, she thought. Out of the veil of snow, a dark shape appeared. A deer loomed behind Artemis, its antlers dripping with shadowy venom. Artemis! Clarion shouted. Artemis jerked in surprise. On reflex, she unsheathed her sword and stabbed into the beast's leg. Its form rippled like water as the blade passed harmlessly through it. Slowly, the shadows of its flesh solidified around her weapon and wrenched it away from her. As its hoof came down to dash her against the ground, Artemis dodged with only the softest intake of breath. A second blade materialized in her hand. She was twirling it through her fingers, preparing to swipe at the deer again, when Petra skewered it with an arrow blazing bright with pixie dust. The deer bellowed, staggering away from them as oily blood poured from its wound. Thanks, Artemis said gruffly. That had been too close for comfort. Clarion studied the two of them. A thin line of scarlet had opened across Artemis's cheek, and while Petra looked calm, her arm was trembling from supporting the weight of her bow. Even Clarion felt exhausted, with her magic fizzling within her. Go, Petra said. Don't worry about us. Reluctantly, Clarion nodded. She ran toward the Hall of Winter. Through the clamor and seething of battle, she found her true north, Milori. A group of nightmares burst forth from the blizzard, descending on her. She stumbled backward, nearly tripping over her own feet. Without thinking, she threw her hand out, unleashing a bolt of starlight. The beasts reeled back from her power, contorting themselves to avoid being burned. By the time they scattered, she was panting heavily with exertion. She did not know how long she could keep this up. The queen is here, a scout shouted from overhead. Fight on! Rallying cries broke out through the valley. Clarion looked down at her trembling hands before curling them into fists. Her power was a symbol of hope. Right now, maybe that was all they needed. Clarion sprinted the rest of the way to the Hall of Winter, unleashing another beam of starlight at a nightmare readying itself to lunge at Milori. It was knocked aside, screeching in anguish. He whirled toward her, shock and gratitude plain on his face. She rushed to his side, and in the brief lull, she took stock of him. You're all right. His fingers skirted along her jawline, just for a moment, before his hand fell back to his side. As are you. She had no time to reply, for the nightmares she'd disoriented had recovered. They prowled closer, their low growls and the clacking of their talons against the ice echoing off the mountainside. Clearly, they hesitated to draw too near to her. None of them had regained their forms completely. Some slunk haltingly toward them, others rose like wildfire smoke and encircled them, swathing them in a veil of darkness. Clarion and Milori exchanged looks before pressing their backs together. Frost swirled around him as gold pooled in her palms. As the nightmares lashed out at them, they fell into the rhythm of battle. She wielded her magic like knives, slicing through the nightmares as they lashed out. They offered little resistance against her. Her light shimmered effortlessly through the darkness. But she'd never drawn so much on her power. With every beast she felled, the more she faltered. One in the shape of a rat struck her with its tail, and she was knocked hard against the mountainside. Her breath escaped her in a rush, and white exploded across her vision. She recovered just as a blast of ice knocked it away from her. Milori pulled her to her feet and did not let go. His eyes were wild with concern, and his fingers curled urgently around her forearm. "You've done enough, Clarion. You should go inside." "No," she forced out through gritted teeth. "I can keep fighting. We have to hold them off until daybreak." There was something almost resigned glimmering within his eyes. Clarion saw the truth there. He did not expect to last until dawn, but he did not intend to stand down. A knot of emotion pulled taut within her. She could not deny it looked hopeless. Carried by the storm raging behind them, more and more nightmares were pouring in. Clarion rested her hand atop his and held his gaze. "I'm not leaving you. You can't ask that of me." She saw the moment his restraint gave way. His expression crumpled, and for one torturous moment, he leaned his forehead against hers. Quietly, he said, "We've evacuated as many as we can. We should recall everyone still outside and prepare to make our final stand." Final stand. Those words sent a shudder through her. Nevertheless, she nodded. "You get the scouts. I'll find Artemis and Petra to make sure they make it back on foot." He took to the skies, shouting the retreat order. Clarion searched for her friends in the chaos. Eventually, she spotted Artemis and Petra locked in battle with a nightmare bobcat. She darted across the field toward them. The shrieks of nightmares filled her ears. She dropped into a roll as something sprung at her. A bolt of gold soared down her arm and knocked it back. Her heart in her throat, she scrambled to her feet, just in time to see the beast sink its teeth deep into Artemis's shin. Artemis screamed in agony. It shook its head viciously, thrashing her. Artemis's body snapped back and forth like a rag doll. "Artemis!" Petra shouted. She sent an arrow flying toward it. It narrowly missed its shoulder. The bobcat swiveled toward Petra. Petra's eyes were wide and glassy with fear. A nightmare bat swooped toward Clarion. She gathered Starlight in her hand and shot it down, only for another to pull her down to the ground. The monster pinned her beneath its weight. She struggled wildly for a moment before magic erupted from her. The beast wheeled backward, freeing her from its crushing grip. Clarion crawled forward before hauling herself back to her feet. Her bones ached. She'd cut into her own lip with her teeth. Her hands trembled too much to channel magic in anything but spurts. But she could not stop. A short distance away, she saw the faintest glimmer of pixie dust falling out of the sky, another one lost. It sent a wave of agony through her, but there was nothing Clarion could do for them now. She could focus only on Artemis, her face gone ghostly pale and glistening faintly with sweat, her leg crunched into an odd angle, and gleaming bright, visceral red. The nightmare bobcat had advanced toward Petra. Venom coated its claws, gleaming violet in the darkness. As Petra struggled to knock another arrow into the bow, the nightmare swiped at her. She went soaring, then slammed into the trunk of a tree. A sickening crack split the silence. Her weapon clattered to the ground and skidded across the ice, far out of her reach. Petra lay very still, her red hair splayed out in the snow like a bloodstain. Her eyes were closed and her face was fixed in a mask of horror. Entrapped in the nightmare's spell. No, Clarion thought. No, no, no. How many fairies had fallen today? How many more would? She'd lost so many. And now, she'd lost Petra. The force of her emotion tore through her, then exploded outward in a blinding arc of light. Her magic reflected off all the ice and snow until the valley was as bright as day in the dead of night. All the beasts swarming the Hall of Winter howled in agony. It was almost pitiful, how they scrabbled to escape. They writhed and contorted themselves into 1,000 different shapes, desperate to be free of the ruthless illumination of her power. Within its splendor, all the nightmares were revealed, small and cowering and pathetic, exposed for the small things they were. Magic poured out of her relentlessly, incinerating them. When the light finally faded, wind sighed through the valley. What remained of the nightmares scattered, carried through the air like grains of black sand. And Clarion collapsed onto her knees. Chapter 22. Clarion felt hollow, as though someone had scraped the very marrow from her bones. The glimmer of starlight she usually sensed within her chest had gone as cold as ashes in a hearth. Although exhaustion dragged her down, although her vision flickered black, she crawled toward Petra. When she at last made it, she let out a choked sob. Petra's freckles seemed to disappear into the waxy pallor of her complexion. Her eyes roved behind closed lids, haunted by something Clarion could not see, something she could not save her from. Clarion could not bear it. She could not bear the weight of her failure any longer. She wanted to curl up in the snow beside her and surrender. She wanted to sleep for an age. It would be so easy to sleep. She did not know how long she knelt there before she heard the crunch of footsteps in the snow beside her. Clarion tipped her head toward the sound. Milori and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 stood above her, wearing twinned looks of concern. She felt cold in a way not even the longest, most bitter night of winter could manage. She felt it down to her very soul. It made her blood sluggish, and her thoughts even more so. Everything felt so unreal, she could not be certain if they were there at all. "See Artemis first," Clarion murmured. The words felt thick in her mouth. She could hardly force her lips to make the shape of them. "The healers are seeing to her," Milori replied softly. "Good." Her eyes fluttered shut. "It's so cold." Distantly, she registered that Milori was speaking to 𝐒𝐒𝐿 in low tones. She caught only fragments, too pale, do something. He was talking about her, she thought. Clarion forced herself to focus on 𝐒𝐒𝐿's reply. "I can't do anything if there's no one to treat." "The strain she's put on herself," the healer trailed off. "It's bad, Milori. She's entirely depleted. She needs to go back to the warm seasons immediately. Their healers will know what to do with her." "Am I dying?" she wondered. She felt so disconnected from her own body, the prospect hardly frightened her. "Neither of her friends is in any condition to take her back," Milori said. "I can get her to the edge of spring." "And if you can't find any warm fairies?" 𝐒𝐒𝐿 demanded, her hands curling into fists at her sides. "Our scouts warned them of the attack. I can't imagine anyone will be waiting at the border." His expression darkened. Clarion did not like the determined set of his jaw, the resigned squaring of his shoulders. An inchoate feeling of dread swirled through her, far worse than anything the nightmares had inflicted on her. "Then I'll do what I must." Milori, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said warningly. I understand the cost. Do you really? Clarion caught a glimmer of the pain that lit 𝐒𝐿𝐒's eyes, and how she offered no further protest when Milori knelt beside Clarion. He slid one arm underneath her and hoisted her up into his arms. He beckoned over a scout talent and whistled for 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒. In an instant, the owl fluttered down from her perch. With the scout's help, Milori hoisted Clarion onto 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒's back, then climbed on with her. The downy warmth of 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒's feathers comforted her. As they took to the winter skies, Clarion's vision began to fade in and out. She could only faintly make out the planes of his face, gilded in moonlight, and his hair, a streak of snow white against the starlit sky. The storm had cleared, she thought hazily. He looked so beautiful, and so sad. Sensing her gaze on him, he glanced down at her. The worry creasing his brow broke her heart. More than anything, she wanted to take it away from him. But in this moment, she was powerless. She felt nothing but emptiness within her. A disconcerting numbness had taken over her entire body. If she let go, she thought she might drift away. It sounded so very tempting. Her eyelids were impossibly heavy. Through the snow matted in her eyelashes, she watched the stars dim. They were calling her name. Clarion. Or was that Milori? Clarion, he said firmly. Stay with me. She was so tired. But if Milori had asked her to stay, well, there was little in this world that she would deny him. Anything in her power to give was his. Her words were slurred when she said, "Talk to me." There was a moment of silence before he let out a breathless sound, as though he could not believe what he was about to say. Did you know that I saw your star fall? At that, the tiniest spark of warmth kindled in her. Blearily, she smiled. Really? Really? She forced her eyes open at the tenderness in his voice. Haloed in celestial light, he seemed almost otherworldly. He gazed down at her with fierce desperation, equal parts adoring and pained. It made an ache bloom within her, an emotion she could not name bubbling to the surface of the murky pond of her thoughts. I didn't know at the time that it was bringing us a new queen. I'd never seen a shooting star before, they fall so quickly. But I caught the exact moment it soared across the sky. I remember feeling so, he trailed off, his voice softening. A bittersweet smile stole across his face. I had not felt hope in a long time, but I felt it on that night. I even made a wish. A wish? One was not supposed to share their wishes, she knew. It tended to render them powerless. But surely, if it had been made upon her own star, she could keep it safe for him. As if he sensed the turn of her thoughts, he answered. I wish that there could be a different future for me in Pixie Hollow, he said quietly. One where I was not bound to the nightmares. Where maybe our worlds were not so divided. A beautiful wish. When she allowed herself to envision it, her heart filled with longing. He threaded his fingers into hers and brushed his lips against her knuckles. There will be, she whispered. I promise. If it was the last thing she did, she would make his wish come true. The stars overhead glittered brighter. Wonder filled Milori's expression as their light danced on the snow fluttering around them. When his gaze found hers again, she could not remember how to draw breath. How beautiful, to see the exact moment he fell in love with her. Perhaps he had always loved her, on some level, ever since that night he allowed himself to hope again. But with darkness encroaching, with her mind floating somewhere beyond her, she could not convince herself she hadn't imagined it. Surely, she thought, something so lovely had to be a dream. By the time her vision came into focus again, they had landed. Clarion was curled on her side, still nestled safely in 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿𝐒's feathers. It took her only a moment to realize they'd stopped at the border of winter and spring, and that Milori was no longer beside her. With a jolt, she struggled to lift herself onto her elbow. But with her strength sapped, she collapsed once more. She could only groan weakly as the world tilted on its axis. From this vantage point, she could see little but snowflakes gathering in her hair and twirling lazily before her. White moonlight glittering on the surface of the river. And there, along its banks, deep trails of footprints, layered over top of one another. Milori had been pacing, she thought, was still pacing. He trudged into view again, wearing an expression that verged on despondent. What happened? Clarion's head ached with the effort of remembering. Here, with the cold making its home within her, the answer eluded her. Everything seemed so far away, as though she were observing herself from a great height. What are you doing? Clarion managed to ask. Her own voice sounded garbled. Milori startled, clearly shocked to find her awake. After a moment, his features settled into grim composure. Nothing. Where are your healers? She furrowed her brow, struggling to concentrate. Feverfew fields. Where is that? Desperation clawed into his voice. The answer clearly mattered to him. She could hang on to consciousness, just for a little longer. The edge of summer and autumn. Milori drew in a steadying breath. All right, then. At the resolve in his voice, it occurred to her, far too late, why he had asked. Memories flooded back. The swarm of nightmares. A detonation of light. Milori, determined to return her to the warm seasons. A bolt of urgency cut through her delirium. He can't. If he crossed the border, he would break his wings. There had to be some other way. If she could find the strength to walk, or even stay astride 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, but no, she could hardly twitch a finger. Even her trembling had stopped, as though her body had given up hope of ever getting warm again. Her only chance was her magic. Although she had never managed to teleport, 𝐒𝐿 had taught her the theory behind it. If she could manage it just once in her lifetime, it had to be now. She reached deep within herself and felt as though she scraped her nails against the bottom of a dry well. A soft gasp of pain escaped her. There was nothing left. And so, there was no other option. Leave me, she rasped. As he drank her in, his panic slowly melted into agony. Both of them knew that in this state, she was far more likely to fall than to make it to the healers intact. Your glow is almost entirely extinguished. She supposed it was, now that he mentioned it. Distantly, she noted her sallow skin, the night, without a glow to push it back, settling over her like a pall. Clarion felt no pain, but the look in his eyes gutted her, utterly helpless. It was as though he were dying along with her. There was some argument she'd intended to make, but it was slipping away from her. It was too hard to force the words out. Too hard to cling to consciousness. As her eyes fell shut, he let out a strangled sound. With a flutter of his wings, he floated onto 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's back and gathered her into his arms. Milori, stop. He did not answer her. He only took the reins in one hand and snapped them, urging 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 into flight once more. He did not even flinch as they soared over the border. Passing into spring felt like plunging into hot water. As it flooded over her, Clarion wanted to sob in both relief and horror. A winter fairy had no protection here. Please. Her lips formed the word, but it came out as a bare wisp of sound. Had he heard her at all? With her head lolled against his shoulder, all she could see was his jaw set in determination and his steely gaze fixed straight ahead. His pale skin had already begun to flush. Sweat beaded at his temple. Leaned against him as she was, she could feel his heart racing. The heat was too much for him. Your wings. Her voice was thick with emotion. When had she begun crying? It had come on so suddenly. Clarion. He said her name like a plea. Wait against your life, they are nothing to me. I would make that trade every time. Those words nearly broke her. Tears slipped freely down her cheeks, but she had no strength left to brush them away. She could hardly focus on him, the world swam, marbled by the room in her eyes. Why? Pixie Hollow needs you, he said quietly. As warden, I have a duty to defend Pixie Hollow. That means protecting you. If only she had the wherewithal to argue with him, she would rail against him with everything she had. How could his own safety mean so little to him? But she'd been reduced to a captive in her own body, forced to watch as he sacrificed himself for her. It was the worst kind of torture she could imagine. Be angry if you must, he said, but I can't lose you. Miserably, she understood she would do the same. What fools their hearts made of them. Clarion knew the moment they crossed into summer. Below them, it was a blur of lush greens and golden blooms. But its heat sighed over her skin as though welcoming her home. Water trickled down her neck as the snow tangled in her hair melted. Slowly, sensation returned to her extremities. She did not want it, not when it felt like 1,000 needles piercing her once numb skin. The warmth of the air, however, did nothing for the cold within her. Her chest was as dark and empty as the space between stars. Milori's breathing grew ragged, stirring the hairs curling around her face. This was, by far, the most dangerous place in Pixie Hollow for him. At night, at least, it was only muggy, nothing like the sweltering afternoons beneath the punishing sun. The familiar scent of feverfew wafted up to her. When Clarion turned her bleary gaze outward, she saw every white petal drenched in moonlight. Never before had it looked so beautiful, or so horrible. There, she said miserably. When they alighted in the field, Milori slid off Noctua's back and landed heavily, as though he could barely support his own weight. He approached the door to the Healer Talent's clinic with slow, staggering steps. Clarion could not look away from his wings. They were folded against his back, but they seemed to be wilting. No, she thought. Melting. They dripped from the ends like icicles in the thaw of early spring. The very sight of it made her stomach roil with nauseous waves of guilt. She could not imagine the resolve it took to push through that kind of pain. He knocked, his fist falling weakly against the door. Within moments, a healing talent appeared on the threshold, backlit by the illumination filtering out from within. Clarion could not hear what they were saying from here, but she could imagine the general shape of their conversation. She watched the emotions tear through the healer as Milori spoke, confusion giving way to shock, and then to the grim calm born from urgency. She nodded to him, then disappeared back into the clinic. The door, she left ajar. A messenger firefly crawled through the gap and set off toward the pixie dust tree, its belly blinking with the emergency signal. Milori returned to her. I'm going to have to move you. With a soft grunt of effort, he lowered her from Noctua's back. He scooped her into his arms and carried her into the clinic. His skin, usually so cold against hers, felt feverishly hot. Candles burned dimly, melted down to puddles of wax in their shallow dishes. The soothing smell of healing herbs, minty chickweed and acrid burdock root, perfumed the air. The only thing she could concentrate on was the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of his wings against the floorboards. Back here, someone called to Milori. Milori made his way haltingly through the clinic. In the near dark, Clarion couldn't make out much, but she knew when they passed beneath the curtain of succulents. Their waxy leaves clattered together and brushed almost tenderly across her face. He took her to the room reserved for fairies in critical condition. It still did not feel quite real, even as he laid her in the cot. Her teeth chattered. Milori unfastened the brooch at his throat and laid his cloak over her. Thinking of her, even now. Go, Clarion whispered. Please. He looked stricken. I can't. He knelt at her bedside. Not yet. Please. Milori. She fumbled for something, anything, to sway him, but she had nothing. She could barely make sense of the sounds that had come out of her mouth. Through her delirium, she could see the sheen of sweat on his face. She could hear the healers shouting at one another. Clarion registered only fleeting sensations. Cool water at her lips. Glimmers of pixie dust. The prick of a needle. And warmth, slowly, slowly returning. She did not know if it was minutes or hours or days that had passed when she heard a voice. Warden? Alvina, she thought. Her tone was guarded but held nowhere near the hostility she'd lobbed at him earlier this evening. Clarion cracked open her eyes, just barely, to stare up at the candlelight thrown onto the ceiling. It wavered hypnotically as the flame danced atop the wick. How strange, to be shrouded in such complete darkness. Her wings were as transparent as darkened glass. Only the faintest motes of starlight glittered within them. I needed to know if she'll be all right, Milori replied, his voice hoarse. Alvina made a sound, somewhere between admiration and disbelief. You must leave now. Return to winter before it's too late. Neither of them spoke. For a moment, Clarion believed they had been nothing but figments her addled mind had conjured, now vanished. But then, Alvina said, "Thank you." She did not need to clarify. She'd do the same for me, Milori said. Clarion scrabbled to cling to those words. But darkness crept in at the corners of her vision. The last thing she heard before she slipped under again was, "She's worth protecting." Chapter 23. When Clarion awoke, the soft glow of lanterns filled the private recovery room with warm light, shining on the vials and jars lining the shelves. The skies outside her window were striated with bands of deep blue and orange as the sun peered out from the horizon line. I'm alive, she thought hazily. She'd lived to see daybreak after all. Even beneath the covers, the cold lingered below her skin and coiled around her heart. Experimentally, she curled her fingers. Still attached, mercifully. Nothing had been lost to frostbite. She peeled back the blanket and breathed a sigh of relief to see her wings twinkling faintly in the pre-dawn dark. The whirls of gold threaded through them had returned, even though the radiance they emitted had dimmed. When she rolled onto her side, her gaze snagged on the cloak draped over the bedside chair. Milori. The very thought of him was an icicle lanced through her heart. When she closed her eyes, burned there was the memory of his wings wilting as they dripped onto the floorboards of the clinic. The devotion and agony knotted together in his voice when he told her, "I can't lose you." Maybe Alvina was right. If she cared for no one, if she'd kept herself removed as she ought, none of this would have happened. If Milori had left her on the border, the stars would have righted their mistake. Perhaps another star would have fallen that very night to replace her. Another fairy with golden wings, with a heart that matched her talent, one poised and practical, one who did not yearn for things she couldn't have. Instead, he'd ensured Pixie Hollow would have her, in all her imperfections, for the entirety of her long life. She wanted to scream. She wanted to swipe the vials from the shelves and listen to them shatter. She wanted to turn back time, to do everything in her power to save him from his own selflessness. How could he have done this? No, how could she have done this? If anyone was to blame for this, it was her alone. She'd been selfish enough to pull him into her orbit. A queen was not meant to live among her subjects. She could not mingle and embroil them in things beyond the scope of their talents. She had always been destined to be alone. It was time she stopped fighting it. Clarion. She startled, blinking hard at the sound of her name. In her disorientation, it took her a moment to process that the room had brightened. Late morning sunlight poured through the window, softened as it filtered through the leaves, and bathed her face gently in its warmth. She must have fallen asleep again. Blearily, she touched her cheek. Tears had dried on her skin, stinging her face with salt. She swiped at them with the back of her wrist. As her vision adjusted to the daylight, 𝐒𝐒 came into focus. She sat in the bedside chair with a deep exhaustion written into every line of her face. A pang of guilt dropped into Clarion's stomach. Had she kept vigil over her all night? "You're awake," 𝐒𝐒 said, her voice thick with relief. "Thank the stars." Clarion propped herself up on her pillows. "Where are Petra and Artemis?" A small smile tugged at the corner of 𝐒𝐒's lips, as though she had expected such a question. It faded just as quickly as it arose, replaced with a queenly mask, the one she reserved for relaying bad news with calm detachment. "They're both here. I saw the warden briefly before he left for winter. He asked us to send healers to the border to collect them." Of course, she thought. Even when he was suffering, he thought to coordinate with 𝐒𝐒 on how to get them home. "How are they?" "Artemis will have a long road to recovery, but she's in stable condition. Petra is asleep, like the others." Clarion's throat constricted. "And Milori?" 𝐒𝐒 hesitated. "He did not look well." "I see." Clarion squeezed her eyes shut. As much as she wanted to believe he had returned unharmed, she could not be so naively optimistic. No winter fairy could remain in the warm seasons without consequence. If she thought about it any longer, she did not know that she could hold it together. 𝐒𝐒 watched her rein in her emotions. When she had composed herself, 𝐒𝐒 said, "You were right, Clarion." Clarion gathered up the corner of her blanket and dabbed at her eyes. A humorless laugh escaped her. "About what?" "About the warden." Her mouth twisted into a little move of displeasure, as though it wounded her to admit that she was wrong. After a moment, she sighed. "About everything. My plan was short-sighted at best, and incredibly dangerous at worst. Our realms should be working together." Clarion had wanted to hear those words for so long. And yet, she could hardly believe them. "Where is this coming from?" "He saved your life," 𝐒𝐒 replied matter-of-factly. She folded her hands in her lap. "For that, I owe him a debt." Then there was still a chance to make this right. Perhaps her magic had not been powerful enough to bind the nightmares as the dream talents once had. But the Keeper's book had also spoken of a nightmare dwelling in the depths of its prison like a queen bee in her hive. One powerful enough to command its drones, to hold all of their power. Clarion's Starlight had obliterated every nightmare outside the Hall of Winter. If she defeated the Queen Nightmare, surely its slumbering spell would break. But she was still recovering. And besides, every attempt she had made to help had only worsened things in the end. "You can help me. Together, with our governing magic, we can destroy the nightmares," Clarion said. "I can't." 𝐒𝐒 smiled ruefully. "My power is waning." "Waning?" Her voice sounded terribly small to her own ears, almost childlike. 𝐒𝐒 opened her hand. Starlight bloomed like a rose in her palm, unfurling slowly. It burned steadily, but certainly not as bright as Clarion was accustomed to. 𝐒𝐒 closed her fingers, extinguishing it. "I can't manage much more than this anymore." She had never heard of a fairy's talent lessening over time. Why? It is the way of things, said 𝐒𝐿. Soon after your coronation, I will return to the stars, just as all the queens before us have. I don't, Clarion shook her head. She could not process it, she refused to. 𝐿𝐿's words blurred into meaninglessness. If that were true, then surely she would have seen the signs. 𝐿𝐿 looked no different, did she? But then, Clarion could hardly remember what she'd looked like when she first arrived in Pixie Hollow. Was there new gray in her hair? Had she always looked frail, her bones bird-like and delicate beneath her pale skin? Fairies lived long lives, queens even more so than most. But they were not supposed to simply die of something as mundane as age. I don't understand, Clarion said at last. I'm sorry, Clarion. 𝐿𝐿's voice wavered, just barely. Her brow furrowed with the pain she tried and failed to master. There are so many things I should have told you. I should have told you sooner, but I didn't know how. Clarion did not want to hear this. For so long, she had wanted 𝐿𝐿 to trust her with the truth. Now, it felt like too much to bear. Tears burned in Clarion's throat as 𝐿𝐿 reached out and brushed a strand of hair behind Clarion's ear. I have never been to the mainland myself, but I have heard extensive reports about it. Humans love their children from the moment they are born. They raise them in the hopes that they will be better than their parents ever were. 𝐿𝐿's fingers lingered on Clarion's chin. When I saw you rise from that star, I think I understood something of what mothers must feel. I know how difficult and confusing it is to be told from the moment you draw your first breath that the world depends on you. And how you know it in your heart to be true. I saw so many ways that you were like me, but I saw many more ways that you were not. Experience had taught me many lessons, most of them hard-won and painful. I wanted to protect you from it. I did not want you to get hurt. You are precious to me. 𝐿𝐿 let her hand fall away. The weight of a queendom is heavy, and our lives are long. And all the fairies you love will eventually fade away while you remain unchanged. I kept myself apart so that I might not grieve more than I could bear. I encouraged you to do the same, although I could see how much it pained you. And you tried so hard for me. Clarion's heart ached for her, more than she ever thought possible. She saw 𝐿𝐿 as the girl she'd been and the woman she was now, one with an existence long and lonely and shaped by loss. 𝐿𝐿 had tried to shield her from harm. In the end, her best efforts had only left a new kind of scar, a distorted mirror of 𝐿𝐿's own wounds. But at last, 𝐿𝐿 had set them both free. Clarion could choose for herself what kind of queen she wanted to become. I wish that there could be a different future for me in Pixie Hollow, Milori had told her. The thought of him, of a wish she carried safe within her, stirred something in her. Starlight kindled in the cold hollow of her chest, swirling through her like the comforting warmth of a fire in autumn. Perhaps she could make that dream a reality for them both. Perhaps a good queen was like the star from which she was born. Not one cold and distant, but one that carried her subjects' hopes forward. If it was the very last thing she did, she had to make his sacrifices matter. She had to protect Pixie Hollow, and everyone she cared for, with all she had. That, she decided, was the kind of queen she was. I think I understand now, Clarion murmured. Thank you, 𝐿𝐿. For everything. Of course. She looked somewhat surprised. Now rest and recover your strength. We will find a way forward together. Together. It sounded like such a sweet concept. But this, she had to do alone. No one else would be hurt because of her failures. When the door fell shut behind her, Clarion held to that determined spark of hope within her. It glowed, warm as an ember, then fanned itself brighter. To end this, she would have to face the queen nightmare alone, before it broke free. She would have to go beneath the ice. On the third day of her convalescence, Clarion plotted her escape. She did not know if she would ever truly be ready to face the nightmares again, but if her impending coronation had taught her anything, it was that one would never feel entirely ready for difficult things. She waited until sunrise stained the horizon line blood red and the morning sounds of summer filtered through the cracked open windows of the clinic. By now, Clarion had become attuned to the rhythms of life here. In these twilight hours, the healers kept up a steady stream of chatter in the next room over, gossiping about some workplace drama or another. Nothing terribly interesting, from what Clarion could gather. The cheerful cry of finches and soft calls of mourning doves filled the lulls in their conversation. It was now or never. Her winter coat lay folded at her bedside, and when she shook it loose, it was intact, notwithstanding a few bloodstains. It would survive at least one more trip into winter. All that remained was leaving the clinic without being spotted. Which meant she would have to clear the last hurdle of governing talent magic, teleportation. She had never managed it before. But right now, with Starlight burning steadily within her, she felt nothing but calm certainty. Clarion shrugged on her coat and jiggled the window the rest of the way open. Best if her first real attempt was not through a solid object, she decided. She drew in a deep breath and closed her eyes. Now, if she just imagined herself growing lighter and lighter. A radiance emanated from within her. When she lifted her hands to eye level, she could see her edges growing fainter and feathering out into golden sparks. The knee-jerk bolt of panic was quickly replaced with delight. Bit by bit, she dissolved into a shimmering cloud of pixie dust. As if summoned by her whims, the breeze kicked up. It danced through the leaves and carried her on its gentle current. She drifted through the open window, as soundless and shapeless as mist creeping down the mountainside. She drifted over the feverfews and made her way to the tree line. As soon as she was safely ensconced in the shadow of the woods, she allowed herself to take shape again. She had done it. Clarion laughed, a disbelieving sound. She felt disoriented and unsteady on her feet, but a quick glance down confirmed that all of her had indeed made it through. No limbs left behind, a success in her book. But she had no time to marvel at what she'd done. Clarion took to the skies and set off for the border. Now that the spark of starlight within her had rekindled, the cold that had burrowed into her bones had begun to lift. Her glow was nowhere near its usual radiance, but the sunlight soaking into her wings felt almost healing. With every wing beat, golden sparks danced through the air around her. Below her, Needlepoint Meadow was a vast sea of green. Sprinting thistles winnowed through the tall grass, occasionally knocking into one another in their haste. It was unusual to see so many of them crowded together, but Clarion soon saw the reason: a long, blackened strip of field, like a scar carved into the earth. The thistles must have been flushed out of their homes by the nightmares. Determination flared within her, fanned by her anger. Once and for all, she would end this. When she arrived at the border, she felt a pang of both relief and sadness that the bridge stood empty. Good, she thought. It would make her task easier if she did not have to convince Milori to stay behind. Clarion fastened the buttons of her coat and crossed into winter. She stepped off the bridge and tipped her head toward the sky. For a few moments, she lingered here, breathing in the crisp air and the scent of the evergreens, savoring the nip of cold at her cheeks, watching the snowflakes tumble wildly down. She'd never seen the winter woods in the daylight. The snow glittered as though it were inlaid with diamond, and the ice scattered golden light across the ground. Beautiful, she thought. It amazed her how a place could carry both such joyful and painful memories. But she wanted to remember winter like this, a friend, holding its companionate silence with her. The wind wove through her hair, tugging almost playfully at the ends. "It's time to set you free," she murmured. From here, it was a long journey to the nightmare's prison. If only she could summon 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, Clarion frowned as the idea came to her. It certainly couldn't hurt to try. She brought her fingers to her lips and whistled. Nothing happened. Slowly, she dropped her hand to her side, feeling quite foolish for having attempted it. But then, an inquisitive hoot sounded just above her. Clarion gasped. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. The owl swiveled her head to inspect Clarion. Somehow, she managed to look quite incredulous. Clearly, she had not expected Clarion to call her. Nevertheless, she hopped down from her perch and ruffled her feathers in greeting. Too giddy to remember her fear, Clarion all but skipped forward and trailed her fingers against 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's beak. Her hand looked so fragile against the deadly point of it. How quickly, she thought wryly, she had lost her every instinct of self-preservation. Perhaps Milori had been a bad influence after all. Hopefully he would not mind terribly if she borrowed his pet. Sorry, she said softly. It's just you and me today. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 blinked slowly. Clarion could not be certain, but it seemed like acceptance. Clarion stared up at her as a terrible realization sank in, she would be riding alone. But she'd practiced enough, surely. And the risk of falling was far outweighed by that of hiking. She did have to make it there before nightfall, after all. All right, she reassured herself, you can do this. Taking hold of the reins, Clarion climbed onto 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's back. Once she'd found her balance, a grin stole across her face. That wasn't so difficult. Now, what was it Milori did to make her go? Ah, that was right. Tentatively, she snapped the reins. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 took off like an arrow. And because she was alone, Clarion did not bother to stifle her scream. They burst from the canopy in a shower of snow and pine boughs. The sun reflected off 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's wings, painting the edges of her feathers with an iridescent sheen. The owl barreled forward at full speed as the reins slipped uselessly through Clarion's fingers. She bent low over 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's neck, her unbound hair whipping wildly behind her. After a frantic moment of scrabbling, she seized hold of the reins and choked up on them. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 tossed her head in protest. Whoa! Her voice was thready, half terror and half delight. With control wrested back, Clarion steadied herself. It took all the strength of her thighs and forearms to keep her seat, but she was doing it. With a flush of triumph, she urged 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 onward to the nightmare's prison. Now she understood why Milori loved to fly owlback so much. They soared high over the pines and birches, diving only once Clarion spied the eye of the frozen lake. They landed on the shore, and Clarion dismounted. Her legs wobbled, and she steadied herself against 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. She lingered at the owl's side, staring out over the glittering expanse of the lake. Even in the cold light of morning, that oily feeling of dread bore down on her more relentlessly than it ever had before. She fought to suppress her shudder. Wish me luck. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 pecked at her shoulder, which she decided to interpret as well wishes. Clarion walked toward the shore with slow, unsteady steps. The ice seemed thinner than it had the last time she was here, it shifted and popped beneath her weight. But it was only when she reached the center that Clarion saw the wreckage of the barrier she and Milori had created. Shards of ice glittered like a mess of broken glass, and the delicate strands of starlight had been snapped as though they were nothing more than spiderwebs. The prison had cracked open wide enough to release all but the largest nightmares. Perhaps governing talent magic truly was incompatible with dream magic, or perhaps the nightmares had grown too powerful to be contained any longer. Whatever the reason, Clarion would ensure they never harmed another fairy again. In the daylight, whatever remained beneath the ice was eerily still. But Clarion could feel their eyes boring into her as she stared down into the world beneath the lake. Would it be freezing inside? Would there be water after all, ready to drag her down to its darkest depths? The uncertainty clawed at her. She had made it this far, and there was really only one way to find out. She jumped in. Chapter 24. Clarion anticipated a splash, a rush of cold. But as she slipped beneath the ice, there was nothing but open space and blackness enveloping her. Her fall slowed, then stopped entirely. Even with her wings bound beneath her coat, she floated somewhere above the bottomless abyss, suspended in total darkness. A crawling sensation spread over her skin, akin to the feeling of a predator's eyes fixed on her from the underbrush. Something was watching her. Clarion suppressed a shudder and tipped her head back. From here, she could see the crack in the prison she had entered through, and just beyond, spears of gauzy light filtering down. The sun illuminated the ice from above, casting strangely beautiful patterns around her. The world above was blurred and tantalizingly out of reach. She could almost understand why the nightmares wanted to escape so desperately. There was nothing at all down here, no light, no sound, no sense. It unsettled her terribly. Then, there came a steady drip, drip, drip. Clarion's breath caught in her throat. It sounded too much like, shaking her head to dispel the thought, she demanded, "Who's there?" No reply but drip, drip, drip. The sound ricocheted through her mind, maddeningly loud. With every drop, guilt and horror climbed up her throat like bile. She whirled toward the sound and channeled her power. Starlight pulled in her palms, but the curtain of shadows did not lift. The sensation of unbearable pressure, of malice, intensified. But she saw a thin wisp of white against the dark. Milori. She caught only a glimpse of his hair streaming behind him as he retreated with slow, faltering steps. It reminded her too much of how he had looked the other night, dragging himself up the stairs to the healer's clinic. "Milori," she called. Her voice echoed endlessly in the darkness. He did not acknowledge her. Abruptly, her feet struck solid ground. She stumbled as she caught her balance. Nothing had appeared beneath her that she could see, but with every step forward, the blackness rippled under her feet as though she'd alighted on the surface of a still, dark pond. Gradually, she broke into a run. She had to catch up to him. What was he doing here? And where was he going? Milori. She chased after him. But no matter how quickly she moved, no matter how far they traveled, he never seemed to get any closer. The darkness churned around her, the shadows slithering and swimming and closing in. A shift in the air pressure. Then, something lunged at her. Clarion ducked, barely dodging the snap of teeth as they closed over her head. She fired a bolt of starlight at it. Whatever it was shrank back, hissing its fury at being thwarted. Her heart pounded in her throat, her hands, set aglow by her magic, trembled. How was she supposed to fight when she could hardly see her enemies? But she could not dawdle here, she could not lose Milori in a place like this. When she looked up, she saw him standing in the near distance, staring at her with those piercing gray eyes. Clarion charged toward him. The closer she got to him, the more the world began to take shape around her in shades of charcoal. Silhouettes of trees loomed out of the dark. Grass sprouted, waving in a wind she could not feel. Her feet knew exactly where to carry her, which obstacles to step over, as though this were a dream she had wandered through many times before. This wasn't winter anymore. Milori turned and walked away from her with purpose, heedless of what the heat would do to him. No, she thought. What it had already done to him. She could not watch this happen again. Clouds gathered overhead, limned by a sinister violet glow. It felt like the moment before a lightning strike, like the moment before a nightmare attack. Every hair on the back of her neck rose, and her skin crawled with a formless anxiety. Her mind had emptied of every thought, but I have to stop it. The air thickened and settled heavily in her lungs. It smelled like decay, a foul, sickly sweet vegetal smell that made her stomach turn. She recognized this place now, the last stretch of woods before she would reach the river that divided the pixie dust tree from summer. As she pressed onward, she would have sworn she heard screaming. Briars surged from the earth, barring her path. Clarion shoved her way forward and tripped, her boot catching on an upturned vine. She sprawled across the ground, skimming the skin clean off her hands. Blood welled on her palms and dribbled down her wrists. But the pain hardly touched her. When she looked up, what she saw rooted her to the spot. It made her entirely numb with horror. The pixie dust tree was rotting. Viscous black liquid dripped from the ends of its branches, and all the leaves had gone slick with decomposition. A sickly rot licked up the sides of the trunk, bubbling and oozing. But worst of all, it had put out feeble new growth, wispy clusters of rhododendrons and black roses, barely managing to unfurl. Danger, it said. Despair. Help me. Pools of nightmares rose from the spongy ground at its roots, clawing their way toward the pixie dust wall. Everything about the fairy's world depended on the survival of the tree. Without it, there would be no pixie dust. No home. Nowhere for newborn fairies to land. Pixie Hollow would be gone, and without never fairies, what would happen to the mainland? No, Clarion choked out. No, no, no. Clarion forded the shallows of the river, nearly frantic in her desperation. She was sweating in her winter coat. Why was she wearing a winter coat at all? The few nightmares she saw, she blasted insensately, hardly even looking to see whether her blows landed or if they stayed down. When she reached the other side, she grabbed the first fairy she saw by the shoulder. What happened? He recoiled from her, disgust playing on his face. There was something in his eyes that she had never been confronted with, hatred. It contorted his features into a horrible rictus and set his eyes aglow. The sight of it rattled her to her very core. You did, he spat. Me? He wrenched away from her. Clarion whirled around to find that a small group had gathered behind her, huddled close as they watched the heart of their queendom putrefy. All of them glared at her with pure loathing. Mutters spread through the group, low and baleful. She could pick out a few words here and there. Cold. Uncaring. Undeserving. Mistake, mistake, mistake. It rang in her head, the confirmation of all her worst fears. No, she could still do something. She could still save them. Hadn't she come here to save them? Panic obliterated all sense as she fled to the base of the pixie dust tree. Fairies lay scattered across the roots, still as corpses beneath the nightmare spell. Some of them had begun to sink into the rotting earth. And there, against the stain of black rot, was the spill of Petra's red hair. Petra! The earth bubbled like bog water, dragging her down into the depths. Clarion plunged her hands in, gagging on the stench, and dragged her out. Petra, she said pleadingly. Please, wake up. I'm sorry. Petra's eyes cracked open. Clarion let out a strangled sob. If nothing else, then there was some good in this world. Some small mercy. You, Petra said, full of venom. She sat up slowly, staring unblinkingly at Clarion. You did this to me. You refused to listen to me when it mattered the most. You are so selfish. Clarion scrambled backward, directly into someone else's shins. She craned her neck and found herself staring directly into Elvina's dispassionate face. You are an utter disappointment, said Elvina with a curl of her lip. Why did the stars send you? I don't know, she whispered, curling in on herself. I don't know. She wished they hadn't. The weight of the crown had always been too much to bear. How had she ever thought she could shoulder it all? Being born a governing talent was a mistake. No matter what she did, it would never get any better. It was always destined to end up this way. Pixie Hollow, ruined. Her, alone and reviled. Darkness flowed off the river, encircling her like fog. What was the point in fighting back? Clarion. She knew that voice, but from where? She dared to lift her head, but it felt so heavy, and her eyelids even more so. All she saw were the cruel faces of those who loved her best and hated her most bitterly. At least they were vanishing slowly, as this darkness closed in around her. If she let herself, she could drift off to sleep forever. Clarion. The voice sounded far more strained than it had before, edged now with a hint of desperation. It isn't real. You have to wake up. Milori. What was he doing here? He couldn't be here in the warm seasons. And yet, hadn't she seen him only moments ago? No, she realized. She wasn't in the warm seasons at all. She was beneath the ice, deep in the winter woods. The fog had enshrouded her entirely, so choking, she could barely draw breath. If she focused, she could see the violet light of the nightmare's magic threaded through her surroundings. An illusion. Like all those fairies trapped in their slumber, she'd been cast into the nightmare's realm. She bit down on the inside of her lip, hard enough that the pain startled her awake. The horrible nightmare version of Pixie Hollow fell away, revealing nothing but the swallowing darkness beneath the lake once more. Clarion fought through the malaise and harnessed her power. Starlight poured from her in beams, and the darkness binding her fell away, like fabric sliced to ribbons. She fell to her knees, landing hard on the invisible, glass-like water beneath her. Her teeth rattled together. But with the light of the magic reflecting off the ice overhead, she realized now what had taken hold of her, a sickly purple smoke, curling upward from a massive creature's nostrils. She let out a shaky breath and scrabbled backward to get some distance. A guttural hiss cut through the silence. 2 reptilian eyes blinked open, and locked onto her with a vengeance. She saw now what had been lurking in the deepest recesses of the prison. The Queen Nightmare. A dragon. Clarion could not fathom how such a thing existed. She did not know how she was supposed to face something like this. Her terror rooted her to the spot. Her hands trembled violently, and that spark of starlight within her felt terribly small in the face of something so immense. Fear was not only raw, instinctual terror, or death nipping at your heels. It was this, too, despair. The dragon opened its mouth to reveal row after row of serrated teeth, and a sulfuric light spilled into the darkness between them. It took her only a moment to realize that it was a ball of fire, ready to be unleashed. Clarion. Clarion startled at the distant sound of Milori's voice. She looked up to find Milori, banging on the ice from above. His face was indistinct, but she could see the desperate belief shining out of him. Don't forget what you promised me. It jolted Clarion out of her stupor, enough to startle the faintest laugh from her. It had been such a beautiful wish, one worth fighting for. No, she could not surrender now. Within her, she carried the dreams of the thousands who had seen her star falling. For one moment, they'd felt hopeful or desperate enough to shed their cynicism and entrust their wishes to her. As long as she had them, she could not succumb to despair. As the flames rushed up the dragon's throat, Clarion squared her shoulders. She was the queen of Pixie Hollow. And this beast? It was a child's fear, given shape and left to fester for far too long. In the harsh light of day, it was nothing at all. Clarion burned like a star, inexhaustible and obliterating. Golden light exploded outward, filling the prison. the dragon bellowed as, strand by strand, the horror and doubt that had made it unraveled. Threads of darkness unspooled, crumbling into ashes as they floated through the air. In the end, nothing but this remained, twinkling motes of starlight, transforming what had lain empty into the endless brilliance of the night sky. Chapter 25. When the starlight winked out, Milori pulled her from the depths of the lake. As soon as he guided her onto solid ground, the ice knit itself shut behind her, like a wound finally healing, and underneath, Clarion could see dark waters churning. Just like that, it was as though the prison had never existed at all. She had done it. Slowly, she eased herself back onto the smooth mirror of the lake's surface and stared up at the sky. Cold seeped in through her coat, but she found she didn't mind. Time had slipped away from her beneath the ice. Night had fallen like a curtain over winter, but it was positively luminous with celestial light. An aurora borealis unfurled through the sky in broad, billowing ribbons. Once upon a time, perhaps, dream fairies would have soared beneath them, gathering them into their baskets. But now, they shimmered tantalizingly out of reach, their magic as wondrous and mysterious as the night itself. They haloed Milori, painting him in soft greens and blues. "How did you know to come here?" she asked, unable to keep the wonder out of her voice. "You stole my owl," he said, with a touch of amusement. Who else but the queen would dare do such a thing? It wasn't particularly difficult to figure out where you might have taken her. Clarion flushed. To be clear, she let me steal her. Milori laughed. He looked so boyishly, uncomplicatedly happy, she couldn't help laughing, too. She took hold of his arm and pulled him down on the ice beside her. He came willingly. For a moment, the two of them lay side by side like a couple of stargazers. Slowly, Clarion splayed her fingers out across his chest and propped herself up to peer down at him. His hair pulled around him, a spill of white against the muted blue of the ice. For just a little longer, she wanted to stay here, where nothing existed but the two of them. Clarion traced his jawline with the tips of her fingers. She leaned over him, her hair spilling over her shoulders to curtain them. "You have your wish," she murmured. "What will you do now?" Milori gathered up the weight of her hair in one hand, brushing it back from her face and draping it over her shoulder. Despite the chill of his skin, her entire body warmed at his touch. "Truthfully, I don't know. It's felt like such an impossible dream for so long. I've never let myself consider what would happen if it came true." Fortunately, she had given this some thought in the hours she'd spent trapped in bed. "Well, if I'm going to grant your second wish, I want you on my court. Not as the warden of the winter woods, but as the lord of winter." Milori blinked in surprise. His voice was wary, but his expression was full of tentative hope. "We have not had a lord of winter in a long time. And that is a shame." She would hear no argument. Clarion sat up and offered her hands to him. When he accepted them, she tightened her grip on him, as though she could press her confidence into him. "You deserve your ancestral title returned to you. We have 3 seasonal ministers and no involvement in winter. It makes no sense to exclude you." "Your other ministers may not feel the same," he said, but she could tell she'd won. "They will see reason." Clarion canted her chin, earning herself a smile from Milori. On aching limbs, she stood and helped him to his feet. "Or I will make them see reason as soon as I am queen. Each of us has resources and expertise to share." "Very well. I will accept your offer." He put on a good show of sounding deferential, but the smallest of smiles curled on the corners of his mouth. "It will be my first decree," she said. "Never again will our 2 worlds be at odds with one another. Never again, he agreed softly. In the ensuing silence, reality pierced through the dreamy bubble of their victory. There was still much to do to make this vision a reality. And now that they were safe, now that he was standing here in front of her, she had to address what had happened. Reluctantly, she let his hands go. How is? Her words failed her, but she did not need to finish her question. His eyes filled with terrible, somber comprehension. It's broken, he said. He turned around, and the quiet joy of the stolen moment evaporated. Her gaze followed the delicate, whirled patterns on his right wing down to its end. For a moment, the horror of it was something her mind refused to process. The bottom half of it looked as though it had melted completely, then frozen again into jagged edges. The force of her emotion knocked the breath from her. Guilt and shame were shackles around her wrists, dragging her down toward despair once more. Milori, I'm so sorry. Clarion, he said, with some iron in his voice. I don't regret what I've done, nor do I blame you for what happened. I'd do it again if given the opportunity. Her vision blurred with unshed tears, but she blinked them back fiercely. You should have left me on the border. No. Milori turned to face her, resting his hands firmly on her shoulders. The flash of vulnerability in his eyes devastated her. Beneath his gaze, she could almost believe she was something precious and irreplaceable. I couldn't have done that. This will be an adjustment, yes. But in winter, scars like this are a sign of honor, and it isn't as though I'll never fly again. I have 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐒𝐒. She knew, of course, that it was all true. For what he'd done, he'd be recognized as a hero. And yet, this should have been so avoidable. You didn't even hesitate. Why? I think you know why, Clarion. His voice was low and gentle, and so achingly bittersweet, she could hardly stand it. Of course she knew why. It was the same reason her heart was shattering now. As she stared up at him, into his earnest gray eyes, the immensity of the feeling that overcame her seemed like both a revelation and an inevitability. She loved him. Perhaps she was always bound to, from the very moment she saw him standing on the border. How could she not? She loved his steadfastness, his kindness, even his reckless, selfless bravery. She loved his wry humor and his unshakable devotion to his people. She loved him because he had set her free, too. And yet, he had broken her heart. If anything happened to him, she would not survive it. And Milori, loyal to his very core, would throw himself in danger for her time and time again. Now, she saw the full truth of 𝐒𝐿𝐿ena's wisdom. Love opened you up to too much pain. Love divided your allegiances, your priorities. For most anyone in Pixie Hollow, it would be acceptable, but for the Lord of Winter, it was too dangerous to love her. I do, Clarion whispered. The warmth shining in Milori's eyes faded as he drank in her expression. I understand if you don't feel the same, but it isn't that. Her voice trembled. No, she could not cry now. She could not bear for him to doubt her conviction. But it felt too difficult to breathe through the pain in her chest. She hadn't known it would feel like this, as though her heart were truly crumbling. You can't. It will impede your ability to lead. No. Milori looked like a man in free fall, as though he could find nothing solid to hold on to, like everything he believed he had was rapidly slipping through his fingers. You don't know that, not for certain. It will impede my ability to lead. It already had. She would sooner see Pixie Hollow rot, her worst nightmare brought to horrible reality, than see any harm befall him ever again. I would make every decision thinking of you. I would risk anything, everything, to protect you. Do you understand? I love you, Milori. It scares me too much. I love you, too, he said miserably. Hearing those words nearly undid her. Good, she thought. Let this pain serve as a reminder of how desperately needed our separation is. A love like theirs was ruinous. A broken wing was nothing compared to a broken heart. She could only hope that the pain of both would fade with time. She armored herself with resolve, with resignation. When she spoke again, her voice was even. I will ensure the world we both dreamed of exists. But no one else should have to endure what we have. Crossing the border is too dangerous. It should be forbidden. Effective immediately. There was no blame in his expression, but what she found there, something between a plea and a challenge, hurt to look at. His eyes, usually the placid silver of moonlit water, now seemed to her the slate gray of the never sea, deep and wild. They would pull her under. If that is truly what you want, he said, with more composure than she expected, I will uphold your rule. It is. Her very soul cried out in protest as she spoke those words. It is what I want. But as soon as the last word fell like a stone between them, she realized what a fool she'd been to believe he would make this easy for her. She did not know which of them moved first. They crashed together, and his mouth was on hers with a desperation that left her breathless. She met him with equal fervor. Her world narrowed to this, his hair, slipping through her fingers like water. His hands, skimming down the ridge of her spine and spanning the curve of her waist. He drew her closer, as if he wanted to erase all the space between them. As if they could ever be close enough. As if she could express the depths of her longing for the time they'd never have. They broke apart, their breaths ragged. He leaned his forehead against hers and cradled her face in his hands. He traced her cheekbones, the line of her jaw, the bow of her lips, with such reverence, it was as though he was committing every detail to memory. Dimly, Clarion registered the dampness of tears on her face. Whose they were, she did not know. With the pat of his thumb, he swiped them away. All right, he said quietly, once he'd set her to rights. His touch fell away, leaving her bereft. Let's get you back across the border. Please, she wanted to say. Just a little longer. Instead, her voice little more than a whisper, she replied, all right. He whistled for Noctua. Within moments, the span of her wings blotted out the moonlight. As Clarion climbed onto her back, she refused to think about how this might be the very last time she ever rode on Allback. She could not dwell on all the winter fairies she would never get to meet and all the wondrous places she would never venture. Never again would she hear the crunch of her footsteps in the fresh fallen snow. Never again would she feel the dance of the cold northern wind in her hair. Never again would she walk alongside the sparrow man she'd once thought so stoic. He'd never taught her to skate. Stars, she was not strong enough to do this. Will I see you again? He asked, so softly she almost did not hear him. I've decided I want my coronation to take place where all my subjects can be in attendance, on the border. So if you'll come. Of course, he replied. I wouldn't miss it. For a moment, they held each other's gaze. Clarion tore hers away first, if only to keep herself from weeping anew. When they arrived on the border, a group of fairies was waiting for her on the spring side. Scouts flitted up and down the riverbank, and there, a bright beacon of gold in the darkness, was 𝐒𝐒. Even from this height, Clarion could make out shouts of surprise and alarm. It almost made her smile. How sad that none of them would ever know the friendship of an owl. Noctua landed silently. When Clarion slid off her back, a quiet awe fell over the warm fairies. Clarion wanted to sink to her knees in the snow. She wanted to be alone, if only to allow herself to feel the full weight of what she had done. But her subjects needed her. With her shoulders drawn back, she stepped onto the bridge. And when she crossed into spring, she did not turn around. If she did, if she felt that invisible tether between them snap taut, calling her back to his side, she might just change her mind. But this, she knew, was for the best. One day, she hoped she truly believed that. All the way back to the palace, fairies fixed her with curious looks, and, perhaps for the first time in her life, spoke to her unprompted. The scouts escorting her and 𝐒𝐿𝐒 back to the pixie dust tree began peppering her with questions she did not, or could not, answer. What is the warden of the winter woods like? How did you manage to defeat them? Will the spell be broken? The barrage lasted until they arrived at the palace, until they crowded around the door to Clarion's quarters with their bright, eager eyes. Let your queen rest, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said, with a glower that could curdle cream. You will have quite enough time to interview her later. With a hurried chorus of yes, your majesty, they scattered. Clarion shot her a look of gratitude. With a knowing smile, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 ushered her inside. The door fell shut, and Clarion wasted no time in dragging herself to bed. She shucked off her winter coat, letting it pull on the floor at her feet, then flopped face down onto the mattress. It dipped beneath 𝐒𝐿𝐒's weight as she sat beside her. Even without looking at her, Clarion knew she was waiting for whatever would come out, she supposed. In truth, she herself did not know what she would say until she spoke. It's finished. And it was, both the nightmares and whatever she'd had with Milori. Right now, she felt mercifully numb. When 𝐒𝐿𝐒 did not reply, Clarion turned her head enough to look up at her. It was not pity in 𝐒𝐿𝐒's eyes but an ancient, terrible understanding. It was strangely comforting, and strangely beautiful, to be known without having to speak a word. There was so much 𝐒𝐿𝐒 had not told Clarion about the workings of their world. There was so much more she had not told Clarion about herself. Had she been hurt like this, too? It seemed impossible to imagine that 𝐒𝐿𝐒 had fallen in love even more so that she had ever made any sort of fatal mistake or miscalculation. But she'd admitted her wisdom had not come easily. The gulf between them had felt nigh impossible to bridge for weeks, but now, this shared pain bound them together. Perhaps, with whatever life 𝐒𝐿𝐒 had left, she would guide her forward. Of all things, that was what finally broke the floodgates. Her tears flowed down her face, hot and relentless. Her sobs racked her body. To her utter shock, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 enfolded Clarion in her arms and let her weep in her lap like a child. I made many mistakes with you, 𝐒𝐿𝐒 said quietly. Perhaps even with myself. How terribly sad that I can see it only at the end of my life. You were here for only a blink, and yet, you have taught me so much. Don't go, Clarion whispered. Please, please, don't go. She heard 𝐒𝐿𝐒's soft intake of breath. Even I cannot defy the stars. But you will be fine without me, Clarion. I feel very confident leaving Pixie Hollow in your capable hands. Clarion's chest constricted painfully. All her life, she had longed to hear those words. How sweet to finally have the assurance she'd craved. Only, she was not so certain she deserved it. She had saved Pixie Hollow. She'd mastered her own magic. But she would live the rest of her life with the stain of her mistakes. How could she ever teach new arrivals to fly? How could she dare to unfurl their wings with the tenderness they deserved when she would always remember the ones she had broken? 𝐒𝐿𝐒's voice cut through the fog of her despair. It's good to have a connection with winter. Unifying the seasons is a very strong way to begin your reign. You will have to apologize to your warden of the winter woods on my behalf. Hers. No, she did not have the right to claim him any longer. I don't know if I can see him again. 𝐒𝐿𝐒 frowned. Whatever she saw in Clarion's eyes, she seemed to understand. Just rest, and I do mean it this time. There is still much to do before your coronation. In this state, rest would not come easy. But 𝐒𝐒𝐿 gently stroked her hair and did not protest when Clarion wound her arms around her waist. Despite how broken and how wretched she felt, it was such a comfort to be held. Once upon a time, 𝐒𝐿 began, and whispered to her all the pretty stories she once had back when Clarion first arrived, of valor and love and queens long gone. Clarion drifted off to the soothing rhythm of 𝐒𝐿's voice. She dreamed of snow and starlight, of clear gray eyes, full of forgiveness she would never truly earn. Chapter 26. Clarion stirred awake to find her room drenched in late afternoon sunlight. It disoriented her to have slept so long, but her eyelids still felt heavy enough that she would drift off again if she let them fall. This exhaustion was nothing like her burnout, the devouring cold that had spread through the hollow of her chest, but it was still so tempting to curl up again and... Petra. The thought startled her into full consciousness. She had to check on her and the others. Clarion threw off the sheets. It had been so sweltering beneath them, even the close air of her room felt cool against her skin. On her nightstand, 3 things waited for her: a bowl of porridge, gone cold from how long it had been sitting out, her daily ration of pixie dust, bundled neatly in a leaf sachet, and a letter, stamped with the royal seal. What could 𝐒𝐿 have to tell her? She retrieved the note and carefully slid her finger beneath the wax seal to open it. Even without the royal insignia, she would have recognized 𝐒𝐿's perfect handwriting. Come to the clinic as soon as you're able. The spell has broken at last. Clarion's breath escaped her in a tremulous rush. Weeks of stress, of worry, lifted from her in an instant. Pixie Hollow was finally free. And she would get to see her best friend again. Clarion pulled on the first gown she could find, then poured the pixie dust over her wings. She sighed in contentment as its sweet smell suffused the air. From across the room, she caught a glimpse of her reflection. Flecks of gold clung to her eyelashes and glinted in her loose, sleep-tangled hair. Her eyelids were swollen from crying, and the creases of her bedsheets were pressed into her face in thin red lines. It hardly mattered what she looked like. She could not wait another minute to leave. She flung open the doors of her balcony. The pixie dust tree greeted her with the soft shift and sway of its foliage, rustled by the breeze. For a moment, Clarion allowed herself to linger. She rested her hands against the railing and leaned out over the edge. Pixie Hollow sprawled before her, vast and beautiful in the golden hour light. Soon, all of this would be hers to protect. And for perhaps the first time, she felt equal to the task. Feeling lighter than she had in weeks, she took flight. It felt terribly unusual not to be sneaking around for a change. There were no watchful scouts patrolling the skies. No nausea, half from the thrill of it, half from the dread of being caught. No comments from Artemis as she took off toward winter. Artemis. Hopefully she was on the mend as well. Clarion would see her soon enough. As she soared over the summer glade, she grinned to see that Pixie Hollow had returned to normal. The sound of laughter and singing reached her even from this height. Garden talents drifted over feverfew fields, coaxing new growth to life. As they worked, the scents of rich loam and bitter herbs intensified, carried on the breath of the wind. Clarion landed in front of the healer's clinic, where the golden-hearted flowers gave way to lush grass. Toadstools sprung from the earth, their wide caps serving as the clinic's front porch. She flitted upward to clear the distance, then alighted on the porch. Immediately, her heart leapt with joy. Artemis. The scout was sitting in a rocking chair, her right leg extended out in front of her. It was set in a brace made of 2 thin strips of bark bound together by a grass-woven rope. A staff was propped up beside her, nestled in the crook of her neck and shoulder. Her dark hair was shaggier than Clarion had ever seen it, and her eyes were still shadowed with exhaustion. At the sound of Clarion's voice, her expression softened with relief. With a flutter of her wings, Artemis rose from her seat, steadying herself with her staff. She did not say a word. She only closed the space between them, the tip of the staff thunking rhythmically against the mushroom's caps. Then, she pulled Clarion into a hug with one muscled arm slung around her neck. Her grip was crushing, but Clarion did not dare complain. It was unlikely she would ever extract such open affection from her again. "You did it," Artemis said against her hair. "I couldn't have done it without you." Clarion drew back and studied her. "How are you feeling?" "Nearly back to normal, Your Highness." Clarion gave her a flat look, one that said, "Be honest with me." Artemis was leaning heavily against her staff. Even though fairies rarely walked, small differences in their weight distribution could make it quite difficult to balance mid-flight. She'd need a mobility aid until the splint was removed, at the very least. "I have been better." Artemis wilted, clearly displeased at having to admit it. "Do you mind if I sit?" "Of course not," Clarion replied. "At ease." Shooting her a grateful look, Artemis carefully lowered herself back into the rocking chair. She stretched out her leg, mindful not to jostle it. "The pain is manageable, and soon, they won't have to stop me from escaping anymore." "No escaping," Clarion chided. "That is an order, by the way. You need to heal." "Yes, Your Highness." Artemis smiled faintly. "If you'll approve an exception, the healers have cleared me to go to your coronation. A queen should not be without her guard." "I do approve, of course." Clarion frowned. "But I think you've more than earned a different post. After I'm crowned, I'm happy to reassign you to." "With all due respect," Artemis interjected, "I am happy with my post. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to keep it." "You want to stay on my guard?" Clarion asked incredulously. "I thought you wanted to return to patrolling." "I did." Misinterpreting her disbelief as resistance, Artemis hastened to add, "Of course, if you feel I would be better suited elsewhere." "It's not that," Clarion replied. She had been fully prepared to let Artemis go, but she couldn't deny that, deep down, she'd hoped for this. After so many years together, she hardly knew what she would do without Artemis. "I'm only curious what brought on this sudden change of heart. I used to believe that serving as your guard was my atonement. Perhaps even a punishment." Artemis's mouth twisted into a rueful smile. "That regaining my position was the only way I could make a difference in Pixie Hollow. Over the past few days, I've come to doubt that my intentions were so pure. Since my reassignment, I've felt there was something I needed to prove." "There is nothing you need to prove, Artemis," Clarion said gently. "I've always believed you are among the noblest of fairies in Pixie Hollow." "I am glad you think so." Artemis tapped her staff against the ground pensively. "If I went back, I would have to quash that part of myself you say you admire. For many years, I've tried to do so. But seeing what you did..." She trailed off, clearly searching for the right words. Clarion warmed under the reverent intensity of her gaze. "I believe in you," Artemis said. "Your strength. Your kindness. Your vision. Protecting someone like you is a worthy use of my talent." Oh, Clarion would get maudlin if she kept this up. Teasingly, she asked, "Are you saying you would miss me?" "I'm saying I don't trust anyone else to be your guard," Artemis countered. Clarion took pleasure in the fact she didn't deny her accusation. "With your temperament, it's a more difficult job than one might expect. Even I have not been performing to my own standards recently." Artemis eyed her. Although she would never say it aloud, Clarion read her meaning plainly. "You look terrible." Clarion couldn't help laughing. There was no arguing with that. Both of them were certainly worse for wear after the events of the last few days. Well, she said, I'd gladly have you. I'd miss you, too, you know. Good, Artemis said gruffly. This injury will not keep me from serving you. I have no doubts. Clarion beamed at her. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to check on everyone inside. Of course, Your Highness. Artemis bowed her head. She hesitated, as though uncertain of her next words. At last, she said, the last I checked, the tinker hadn't awakened. When she does. Clarion squeezed her shoulder reassuringly as she walked past. You'll be the first to know. Artemis's soft thank you followed her into the clinic. The air was redolent with the familiar smell of healing herbs, chamomile, marshmallow root, nettle. As the door clicked shut behind her, it occurred to her that she could hear voices and laughter spilling into the atrium. Clarion did not think she had ever heard it so loud in here. For the first time in weeks, the mood was almost joyful. Buoyed by the energy, she hurried past the curtain of hanging succulents that cordoned off the sick room. It was packed. Clarion could not help her delighted astonishment. Fairies had piled in with flower arrangements and pots of soup and, of course, the latest gossip. The fairies who had awoken had veritable crowds around their beds. Some chattered and laughed, ready to resume their normal lives. Others wept. Others held their friends close as they emerged from their tormented dreams. All of them were completely surrounded by love. So absorbed were they in their reunions, no one noticed her in the doorway, no one but Elvina, who hovered at the back of the room alongside a healer. The queen gave her a gentle smile before jerking her chin toward a cot in the corner. She's over there, she seemed to say. Clarion wasted no time in rushing to where Petra lay in her cot. Her red hair was splayed out neatly against the pillow, the curls glossy and perfect as they never were in her day-to-day life. Someone had clearly combed it out and twisted it into ringlets. Tidiness really didn't suit Petra. Clarion smiled, overcome by the affection that welled up within her. Very gently, she took one of Petra's hands in both of hers. When you wake up, she whispered, I have so much to tell you. And as if she had heard her, Petra stirred. Someone send for Artemis. Clarion called. She only distantly registered a healing talent reply, at once, Your Highness. Clarion could focus on little else but her own relief, the feeling as sparkling and light as sunshine. Petra's eyes blinked open, glassy and unfocused in her disorientation. Then, when she saw Clarion's face hovering only inches away from her own, they went wide with shock. She let out a shriek and scrambled backward. Clarion! Petra! Clarion's voice wobbled humiliatingly. What are you, oh? Clarion threw her arms around Petra and held her close. You're back. Thank the stars. Petra relaxed against her. What happened? I feel so rested. And also like I've been running for days without stopping. The last thing I remember. Clarion drew back when she felt her shudder. Petra's expression had grown haunted as the memories flooded back in. The nightmares are gone now, she said. You're safe. Clarion filled her in on what had happened since she had fallen under the nightmare spell. By the time she finished, Petra was staring at her with infinite sympathy in her eyes. Clarion could hardly stand to look at her. I'm so sorry, they each blurted out at the same time. A beat of silence, and then both of them burst out laughing. You're sorry? Clarion asked disbelievingly. Why? I'm the one who needs to apologize to you. Petra's brow furrowed. For the distance between us. Please don't apologize for that, Clarion said. You've been nothing but a good friend to me. And I. Hey. Petra rested a hand on her arm. You don't need to beat yourself up, Clarion. I forgive you. You do? Of course I do. Petra smiled at her. Both of us were caught up in our own things. I know it's going to take some time to figure out how to fit into each other's lives once you're queen. But I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. Before Petra could reply, the curtains over the door of the clinic rustled violently. Both of them turned toward the entrance of the sick room. Artemis hovered a short distance away, her eyes wild with commingled fear and hope. Petra. Clarion had never heard her voice so fragile. Artemis approached them, navigating the clutter and the maze of cots as best she could with her staff. Even so, she nearly knocked over everything in her haste. A healer standing at her workstation looked dismayed but said nothing. Instead, she busied herself with her mortar and pestle, grinding berries and herbs into a poultice. When Artemis arrived at Petra's bedside, she glared down at her. You, Petra began, but she was silenced when the scout placed a kiss on her forehead, then, more tentatively, to her lips. By the time Artemis pulled back, Petra's entire face was stained crimson. Don't ever, Artemis said, scare me like that again. Finally, Clarion muttered to herself. Then, to them, she said, I'll give you two a moment. But they hardly seemed to hear her. Her chest ached with a pang of loneliness, and something like joy, too. If she could not have happiness, then at the very least her friends deserved it. She would not resent anyone for having what she had denied herself. Her heart, and all her devotion, belonged to her subjects now. Clarion turned her attention to the rest of the clinic. There was still one other fairy she needed to visit. When she reached the Minister of Autumn's bedside, she sat in the empty chair and studied his face, slack and peaceful in sleep. So, this would end where it had begun. She did not have to wait long. When he awoke, gently, easily, as though he found he drifted off for a nap sorely needed, his eyes found hers immediately, then crinkled into a smile. Your Majesty? Not yet, said Clarion softly. He closed his eyes again, a relieved grin stealing across his features. I always knew you could do it. Chapter 27. Coronation Day arrived, and it was a glorious midsummer afternoon. Clarion waited in the wings of the ceremony grounds, hidden in a thicket of blueberry bushes. The branches overhead drooped, heavy with berries, flushing as they ripened, and delicate bell-shaped flowers. The crowd's excited chatter rose above the sound of the river's burbling, and the sound of her own racing heart. Her anticipation built with every passing moment, especially since she could see nothing through the dense leaves. It's time, Your Highness, Artemis said. They're ready for you. Clarion turned toward the sound of her voice. Artemis had appeared beside her, announced only by the soft thunk of her staff against the earth. That might be the last time I'll ever hear you call me that. It's going to be an adjustment. I think it'll be quite natural on my end. Artemis offered her a small smile. Shall we? Together, they made their way toward the exit, a scrolled archway cut into the thicket. Beneath it, Elvina and the 3 seasonal ministers waited for her. The queen's features were composed as ever, but Clarion did not mistake the pride beaming out of her. Iris gasped. Your Highness. You're a vision. Clarion beamed at her. Thank you. Her gown was pure, shining gold, with an overlay of translucent spider silk lace infused with pixie dust. Her hair had been fashioned into the traditional braided coronet and adorned with a crown of snow and summer blooms. No matter how nervous she felt, there really was no denying it, she looked like a queen, and she felt like one, too. Rowan leaned toward her conspiratorially, the gold stitching in his cloak catching the light as it slid over his shoulder. "Are you ready?" "We should hope so," Aurelia said drolly, "or she'll miss her own ceremony." Iris hid a laugh behind her hand. "I'm very ready," Clarion said. "Let's see what miracles you've worked." "I think you'll be happy," Iris said in a sing-song. Clarion had the utmost faith in them, of course, but still, she had no idea what to expect. When she and 𝐒𝐿𝐒 broke the news that, with 2 days' notice, they would be moving the venue, Aurelia had reacted with a studiously blank stare. If she was disappointed or panicked, Clarion did not know, nor did she have much opportunity to wonder. Iris had twirled into the air, all but cackling in triumph. "Finally, spring has its moment," she'd cried. "You won't regret this." Aurelia had glowered at the Minister of Spring, but the two of them resolved to make it happen. Rowan had seemed rather amused about the whole thing, in a way only someone with no real stake in the issue could be. "Perhaps the only benefit of being asleep for so long," he'd said with a wink. 𝐒𝐿𝐒 cleared her throat, adjusting the scroll she carried in her arms. "Let's not keep them waiting any longer. I imagine they are all eager to see their new queen." They emerged from the thicket, onto the edge of spring. When Clarion laid eyes on the ceremony grounds, her breath caught with wonder. Beside her, Aurelia and Iris exchanged pleased glances. They had outdone themselves. Honeyed sunlight filtered in through the branches overhead, patterning the earth in dappled gold. Rainbows, carefully painted by Aurelia's light talents, were draped across the clearing, unraveling across the sky like royal banners. Rows of chairs, arranged in a half-circle, faced the bridge spanning winter and spring, and all the winter fairies on the other side of the border. Frost talents had carved rows upon rows of benches from ice, all of them garlanded with mistletoe, holly, and delicate blossoms of snow white. It touched her that Aurelia and Iris had thought to coordinate with Milori. "All rise," cried a herald talent, "for Her Royal Highness, Princess Clarion." In unison, every fairy in Pixie Hollow stood, and turned to stare at her. Never in her life had so many eyes been on her. Never before had they been so full of adoration. Clarion couldn't help the grin that stole across her face. Murmurs and gasps of delight rang out as she and 𝐒𝐿𝐒 made their way toward the bridge, soon swallowed by the sound of the music talent's instruments as they began to play. The train of her gown hovered just above the ground and billowed behind her as though borne on a river's invisible current. She and 𝐒𝐿𝐒 passed through the aisles and alighted on the bridge, settling beneath an intricate arch that spanned the gap between the seasons. Of all the details her ministers had organized, this was perhaps her favorite. Winter's half of the arch was composed of birchwood, crowned with snow and delicate frost. Spring's half, woven from the moss-covered branches of a sapling, met it in the middle, where their branches twined together like interlocked fingers. Flowers from every season were woven through the structure, bursting with texture and color. The liminal space of the border comforted her. The chill of winter brushed against her tenderly, like the touch of an old friend. A few stray snowflakes caught in her hair before melting. There was nowhere else she would rather be crowned, here, where she'd learned to believe in herself. Here, where she'd met the one who had both mended and broken her heart. Unconsciously, she scanned the crowds for him. But she did not find him before 𝐒𝐿𝐒 began to unfurl the scroll she carried. "Princess Clarion," she said, her voice ringing in the silence, "are you willing to swear your royal oath?" Her voice did not shake when she said, "I am." "Do you promise to protect Pixie Hollow with your life?" "I do." "Will you rule these fairies gathered before you with fairness and mercy?" "I will." "Do you swear to ensure the changing of the seasons faithfully and efficiently?" "I do." 𝐒𝐿𝐒 nodded, and 2 helper talents materialized. One carried the royal scepter, the other, a crown nestled into a cushion. 𝐒𝐒𝐿 took the crown first, an elegant diadem of beaten copper that Clarion immediately recognized as Petra's handiwork. Somehow, through all of this, she'd found the time to make something beautiful for her. Carefully, 𝐒𝐿 nestled it into Clarion's hair. Next, she pressed the scepter into her hands. 𝐒𝐿 adjusted the crown once more, and for one moment, Clarion could have sworn she spotted tears in her eyes, there and gone before she could blink. When 𝐒𝐿 was satisfied, she turned back to the crowd. Then all hail the new queen of Pixie Hollow, Queen Clarion. Cheers and whoops echoed through the clearing. Clarion felt her heart lift to meet them. The fairies reached into sachets and tossed pixie dust into the air. A group of fast flyers swooped from the branches, kicking up a joyful breeze. Gold glittered and swirled through the air. Clarion could only stare out at them with emotion lodged in her throat. She loved them all so fiercely. That love would be enough to sustain her. When the commotion died down, she drew in a breath and projected her voice. "If I may, I would like to address you for the first time as your queen." Immediately, the crowds fell silent. Would she ever grow used to that effect? Would it ever feel natural, filling the space they yielded to her? Many of you may not know me well. I have stayed apart from you since I arrived, something I regret deeply. But I would like to change that, starting today. So, allow me to officially introduce myself. I'm Clarion. I hope to get to know each and every one of you over the course of my reign. Your safety and happiness are my top priorities, so I hope to lead with wisdom and a sense of humor. She smiled tentatively. Please feel free to come to me with any issues or ideas you have. And don't hesitate to say hello. I cherish any opportunity to speak with you. She dared to glance over at 𝐒𝐿, who dipped her chin. Go on, she seemed to say. Over the past month, I have learned a lot about myself and our world. Chief among the things I have learned about are our neighbors, the winter fairies. Clarion glanced over to them, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand that for many years, they have been thought unapproachable, even untrustworthy. But I have had the pleasure of meeting them. They are a vibrant bunch, with a great deal to teach us. They have welcomed me with more generosity and warmth than I could have hoped for. From them, I have learned how to hold steadfastly to hope, even on the darkest and coldest of nights. I look forward to seeing what else we might achieve together. Cheers floated up from Winter's side of the border. She waited for them to fade before she continued. Without the warden of the Winter Woods, we would not be here today. Clarion swallowed through the knot of emotion in her throat. I say this with confidence. I would not have been able to defeat the nightmares. Many more of us would be under the nightmare's spell. In time, they might have taken all of us. We owe an enormous debt of gratitude to him. At least, she did. She would never be able to repay him for what he'd done for her. And so, my first decree is to unite our realms. Purpose warmed her from within, burning as steadily as a flame. We will provide them aid, lending them our tinkers to make improvements to their processes. Additionally, the Warden of the Winter Woods will henceforth be known as the Lord of Winter. He has governed over the Winter Woods as my proxy and should be recognized for it. He will formally serve on my council. She paused, uncertain how the decree would be received. But slowly, applause filled the silence she had left behind. The joy and sheer relief she felt buoyed her. It would carry her through her next announcement. However, she continued, as all of you know, their world, though beautiful, is not safe for warm season fairies, just as ours is not safe for them. And so, today, I am officially forbidding any fairy from crossing the border. Even if we must remain physically apart, know that we are united in spirit and purpose. With our partnership, I want to welcome in a new era of a unified Pixie Hollow. one of hope. I will do my best. I know I will make mistakes. But I swear I will give everything I have to you. The final words of her speech dissipated into the warm spring air. And then, she heard Milori's voice, "All hail Queen Clarion." Something pulled taut within her at the sound of her name. As though there were a tether binding them together, her gaze found his in the crowd. How rare it was to see him in the brilliance of the afternoon light. The sunstruck silver of his eyes transfixed her entirely. Everyone in the clearing had seconded him, bursting into raucous applause. But they sounded muffled in her ears, and everything but him faded away. It was as though she and Milori alone had been plunged into some private, shared world, one outside of time, shimmering like a dream. She could not take her eyes off him. She could not guard herself against the pride beaming out of him, and all the longing, too. She forced herself to return to reality, to focus on the happiness of this day. It was an incomplete happiness, when half of her remained where she could never reach. But right now, showered in the acceptance of her subjects, it was enough. The party raged on for hours, riotous with joy. While the warm and winter fairies initially kept to themselves, eventually, their celebrations spilled across the border. A few braver, or at least friendlier, souls had drifted to the edge of the riverbank to break the proverbial ice. They engaged in shouted conversations and danced through the air, as close as they dared. They left food for one another on the bridge, inviting them to enjoy what each season had to offer. One enterprising frost talent had even begun a game of catch, which lasted until the snowball tragically melted. But as the sun dipped lower and fairies began to make their way back home, Clarion found her mood turning pensive, almost melancholy. There was still one last thing she had to do, the thing she dreaded most. Saying goodbye. Though their realms would work together closely, she and Milori would never again meet as they once had. Clarion stood at the edge of the party, shrouded by a curtain of fragrant wisteria. She nursed a glass of punch, something she objectively knew was bright and tart but that she did not taste at all. Her mind was entirely elsewhere. The flowers woven into her hair had already begun to wilt in the heat, and her earlier happiness seemed quite far away now, as she knew what she had to do. But being queen was not about making easy decisions. It was about making the right ones. Eventually, Petra found her. She sidled up to Clarion. "What are you doing over here? Brooding?" Clarion couldn't help the soft huff of laughter. "I suppose so. Have you come to stop me?" Petra was dressed in a long-skirted gown of philodendron. Bracelets of polished metal, her own design, of course, clinked on her wrists as she twirled a fluted glass in her hands. With a shrug, she said, "You're allowed, if you really insist. It is your party." "True." Clarion's expression softened. "The crown is beautiful, by the way." "Thank you." "Don't mention it." Petra fell silent for a few moments, contemplative. When she spoke again, there was no accusation in her voice, only a quiet sympathy. "Are you going to talk to him? He's been looking moony all night." "I should. I want to." Did she, though? Seeing him again would hurt, and she'd caused herself quite enough pain today because of her own decree. Here, in the comforting dark with her dearest friend, the question she'd been wrestling with seemed far too urgent to leave unspoken. "Petra, have I done the right thing?" "Of course you have, you're our queen." Petra frowned, hesitating, as though she were selecting her next words carefully. She studied Clarion's face, and whatever she found there seemed to solidify her decision. "But I don't think you'll ever know for certain." Clarion sighed miserably. She supposed that was true enough. "All I know is that we have to protect ourselves in the ways we can, and you have the lives of many others to look out for. You're doing your best." Petra nudged her shoulder with her own. "Go." I'll be fine alone. Thank you. Clarion squeezed her arm. Really? For everything. Petra offered her a gentle smile. Good luck. As she made her way to the border, the sounds of her party, the music, the laughter, the shouts, faded away. Here and there, fireflies shone out of the night. They lit her way, dancing and weaving around her, as if hoping to cheer her. They only parted with her when she stepped onto the bridge. It felt much like the first night she had ventured here, her determination holding back the groundswell of her fear, the cherry blossoms painted with moonlight as they fell. The moss was cool and damp with dew. The long train of her gown dragged on the earth. A low mist had rolled in off the river, stirred by the gentle breeze. It had shaped up to be a moody evening, with the promise of rain in the swelling gray clouds. It took no more than a minute for Milori to arrive, as though he had been watching the bridge, waiting for her glow to appear like a beacon. Dependable, as always, and devastating. His eyes were the brightest, clearest things she had ever seen. They pierced straight to the heart of her with his quiet, kind strength. Her heart gave a terrible lurch. She did not know if she would survive losing him. But whether they stayed together or not, she would lose him. One way or another, the stars would keep them apart. Best, then, to keep him safe from her. The breath of space between winter and spring felt like an invisible barrier between them. It felt, all at once, as thick as a sheet of ice and like nothing at all. Milori broke the silence first. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The cool formality of his tone knocked her breathless. All their time together, erased, him addressing her with that same impartiality he had on the night they met. It took all her strength to root herself in place, to not close the gap between them or throw her arms around him or beg him to look at her as he had only days before. Her gaze snagged on the 2 beads of turquoise pinned to his tunic. They held the quills of 2 white feathers in place. A new cloak, she realized, one made entirely of Noctua's feathers. It looked like a new pair of wings folded against his back. She forced herself to meet his gaze again. Thank you, Lord Milori. The use of his title made the last of his resistance give way. What point is there in pretending? He sounded absolutely wretched. I have thought of little else but you since we parted. This time, she did not bother to deny her worst impulses. She embraced him, and the cold of winter sighed against her bare arms. His heart beat fiercely against her cheek. Her fingers dug into the tops of his shoulders, probably harder than they ought, but she needed something to ground her. Me neither, she said. You made me believe I deserved this, and yet, you have made me feel like I would give anything to be someone, anyone, else. I would give it all back if I could. Please don't say that, Milori murmured. You do deserve it. You are going to do incredible things, Clarion. You already have. And yet, I will be alone. It slipped out, too quickly for her to stop herself. Milori tipped her chin up so that he could meet her gaze. You will have all your subjects to love you. And even if I am not beside you, you will still have me. There will never be a star brighter. I will always love you. Clarion choked on a sob. It was unbecoming of a queen, she thought distantly, but she could not bring herself to care. As will I. She took his face in her hands and kissed him, briefly, selfishly, if only to commit him entirely to memory. The feeling of his lips, soft against her own. The way his breath hitched, no matter how many times they had done this. The pleasant chill of his skin beneath her touch. The scent of evergreen and crisp air. It brought her no relief when it felt so final, and so insufficient. This was goodbye. Reluctantly, she drew back just enough to whisper, "Remember to be free, Milori. No more haunting this border like a ghost." He gave her the most heartbreaking smile she had ever seen. You, too. Impossible, she thought. As long as she lived, she would never be free of him. There would never be another. No matter. As the queen of Pixie Hollow, she could shoulder this pain alone. That much was her duty. Slowly, she stepped back from him. She let her hands slide down his arms, then his wrists, until at last her fingers slipped away. "Take care, Your Majesty," he said. She did not trust herself to speak. When he turned away from her, a soft wind picked up. It danced through his hair and sent his new cloak billowing out behind him. She caught a bare glimpse of his wing. In the moonlight, it shone as bright and clear as a pane of shattered glass. Clarion stayed on the bridge until he vanished into the tree cover, until the clouds overhead gave way and gentle rain began to fall. She stood alone in spring as the scent of petrichor rose around her, staring out at the cold emptiness of winter. It would call her home for the rest of her long life. Alright, that's it for this part of Wings of Starlight. I hope you're loving the story as much as I am. Thanks so much for hanging out with me and listening, it really means a lot. If you've got any ideas for what I should read next, let me know in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you're in the mood for. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you enjoyed this, it helps so much. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.